Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Plenter, thank you. I'll see you. I'll see you around noon. It is all foreplay. It's all a big tease until we cross 180. According to Elliott Wave Theory. Yeah, that's right. I read some DD last night, guys. Um, how's everyone doing this morning? Bright and early. Everyone got their coffee. Good afternoon, Lanky Patty. Morning, Garrett. It's good to see you guys all in here, hanging out. Remember, I'll go over this a few times today, but if you haven't contacted your broker um, about your proxy voting, or you're unsure of when you're going to be receiving your voting number, contact them today if you can. It's very important. You're the owner of a business. Take that seriously. Vote on their new board members. Me too, Chris. I am also stoked for some price action. Hi, Kyrie. Yeah, Fidelity's been a little bit slow, which I'm kind of disappointed in them. Usually they're not. And so I don't want to say it's odd or suspicious, but it is, you know. It is a bit curious. But everything about GameStop's a bit curious. So got my buy order in at 181. Nice. Yeah, remember buy the resistance and hodl. That's the new meme, guys. Spy sitting at 420. That seems like a bullish signal to me. Also, everyone who keeps sending me screenshots every time my subscriber count has a 69 or a 420 in it. Thank you. They're amazing. I love you guys. By Curious Tobias. Is that from Are we doing more Arrested Development memes this morning? What am I predicting for today, Teresa? Well, that's a good question. It's really going to depend on the volume we see in the early morning. I would like us to immediately retest 180. But if we don't, if we get pushed down again into the sub 175 range, it could mean that we're not going to test until the mid to late afternoon, which would be stinky. It's not bad. It's just lame. So yeah, volume's not terrible right now, but we're just in the pre-market. We gapped down and then filled that gap. I think officially now. Yeah, the gap is now filled from the gap down. So the only safe prediction is that people will request predictions. That is correct, DGabe24. People will request predictions, and that's fine. I am part fortune teller, part stock dude, part pickle. So to retest of $5 at 10:30 at that moon. I'd like to not see a retest of $5 if that's possible. That would be very stressful. And I've barely had my coffee. And yet again, did not sleep. GameStop is debt free today. Woo, I believe. I don't know if they've paid it as of yet, but they intend to. Oh, ew, WeBull's being stinky. Hold on, guys. Let me get this fixed before anything interesting happens. My puts on General Mills are looking fantastic today. I will get my money back for my Lara bar. one way or another. I suppose if this doesn't work, I can contact Whole Foods and demand a refund. But I'd rather get my money this way, directly from the source. No reason to rob Amazon to pay General Mills, right? Do I have a magic 8-ball? I don't, but I want one. Thanks for answering. Greetings from Copenhagen. Oh, cool. Hello. My sister lived in Copenhagen for a while. She liked it a lot. Very cool city. Prediction is today we're going to be a long day. I say this as I didn't sleep because of the baby and I had to go to work at 4 a.m. That sounds awful, Joshua. But do you have any test food items for today? No. I usually only eat once a day. And so the Lara bar was really just like to try to carry me to my one meal, which I ate immediately after stream. In Stonko Tracker, I see ETF available 4 million, 41K, and 4.1 million. I don't know if all the ETFs loan their shares out to be shorted. I don't know if they have a choice. ETF shorting is a bit odd, but yeah, I mean, they have places to get short shares from. What I did find interesting was that over the last like 4 days, over 60% of the volume traded on GameStop was short shares. So that would say that my theory that short shares are having an inflationary effect is looking more and more true every day, which is exciting because I like being right more than just about anything. I'm glad that no one else is sleeping. It's not just me. Everyone's super stoked. I watched a bunch of the AMA with Dr. Trimbath. That was cool. She's kooky. I like her. It was educational in some ways, but I looked into some of the Elliott wave stuff you guys have been going on about, just to keep everyone happy. The Elliott wave is predicting wave like 3, 4, and 5 of repeatedly ascending value. So that's cool. And then I guess Elliott wave theorists will be selling after like the top peak on their A wave, A and B waves, and then C wave is like after the peak, I believe. So nothing, it doesn't seem all that different. I mean, I guess it's just like a prediction tool, but right now it just kind of looks like all the other like 90 bullish signals the stock is like carrying around with it. And we can actually look at some of those right now. For anyone that's in here, let's go over a couple of those. So MACD, RSI. Our RSI is picking up steam a little bit. If you look at the 6, which is the yellow line here, we're approaching overbought on the 6, and then hopefully this will follow on the 14. MACD crossed over. We have two green dots. It doesn't look like, it's so hard to see MACD on this, but it doesn't look like we're crossing back over. It looks like we're starting to get more volume separation, so that would be also very good. That's another bullish signal. We have broken out of the top of the previously drawn indicators. We broke out of those a couple days ago, but ooh, gross. I don't like the things WeBull's doing right now. Stop that. There we go. Okay, it doesn't like want me looking at the 4-hour chart for some reason. Very strange. This is because I put it on the logarithmic. Hold on, let me fix this because that's gonna just make me angry. Axis linear. There we go. Back to linear. I know, Mark. I know you're gonna complain about it, but 69 in the chat. Awesome. The relation. That new thumbnail, this man confirmed. I'm glad you guys liked it. It's my battle for 180 thumbnail. I thought I did a pretty good job. I make fun memes when I'm bored. Elliott Wave is wrong. The individual blames their own implementation of Elliott Wave in order to keep its infallibility status intact. I feel like that's true of all indicators, D-Gabe. Everybody who like hardcore follows an indicator will be like, my indicator is always right unless I'm bad at math all of a sudden. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. No more log. No more log. WeBull doesn't like it, man. It bugs out. It's just... And it's actually like their web browser doesn't do that. It's just their like desktop software. But their desktop software executes trades far faster. So I'd rather have a linear scale and faster trade execution than use the web app. Yes. Hashtag buy the resistance. Do you know when the MOAS starts? Do we see the number of shares to cover? No, absolutely not. Does anyone know the short number, and does it have to be paid back? Can't they lie? Well, they have been lying for a very long period of time, SB. They will continue to lie. They will not ever reveal their short position until they're bankrupt. And then the only thing we'll actually know is that their short position was more than the value of their assets. I don't... Mark, you get so torqued up over logarithmic charts, man. I love it. I don't think we'd have any way of calculating the amount of synthetic shorts. No, that's correct. Other than waiting for a peak and selling on the way down. Yeah. Volume will die off when they stop covering. That'll be one of the first signals that the squeeze is approaching its max. It'll die off a lot over several candles. You'll have a lot of time. It can take days to like peak, so it is more approachable for the stream. I dig it. It is, yeah. It's just more approachable for everybody. Like this is like when you open the app and you have no idea what's going on. This is the chart you get. You should have some free stock incoming on WeBull. Dope. I hope so. That sounds super cool. I'm just gonna sell it and buy more GME, but that's I mean, thank you. Clickbaity thumbnail today. Yeah, I know. What's wrong with that? You don't like clickbait? This is the internet, man. Let's see. So market all-time highs, just hanging out. Scary. And then GME, AMC, just selling off. It looks like this is not, AMC is not looking healthy. And then that's about it. Our volume's at 16,000 right now. Can't WeBull in the UK, no freebies for us. Yeah, I don't know what the European brokers are. I'm sorry. I wish you the best in finding a good one. I recommend doing research on them. YOLO'd half your Doge. Are the shorts recorded somewhere? They should be. But no. Probably not accurately. Active trader is actually usually the one that's wrong, in my experience. On volume. This is 30,000? I don't know. Maybe it's right. They all have issues. We're breaking 180 today. We better. I need this call to print. Theta's killing me. I should use Active Trader. I should have Active Trader. Let's see if I can get Active Trader open in the background today so I can look at fun options stuff that I can't look at on WeBull. So I'm gonna try to get that open. Yeah. Really? It's gonna be like that. That's so annoying. Hold on. Ugh. Always does this to me with the multiple step verifications. Alright. Okay, that's working now. That's cool. Alright, I now have Active Trader Pro open. I can verify things. What effect Theta has on calls? I'm new to options. Theta is the value of time decay. So the longer till expiration, the less Theta impacts the value of your option. As you approach the date of expiration, Theta starts to eat away at that value at a predetermined rate listed when you buy the option. It's one of the Greeks. If you look up option Greeks, it explains Greeks have to do with how options are priced. Run a discount code for options owner. Well, I'm not quite as big as Warden was at this point. Thank you, DJ D22. Yeah, for anybody new in here, please hit the like button if you're enjoying what you're seeing. If you want to see more, subscribe. And if you want to help support the channel, there is a coffee link down below. I will buy GameStop and options data with that money. Just confused on when margin call happens. Can't they say they covered? Sorry, only 2 months of knowledge. No, they can't just say they covered. They have to pay back their lenders. That's what triggers a margin call, is the lender demands to be paid back immediately because the extent of risk is too great. So yeah, we don't get told about the margin call. That's between the short side, short hedge funds, and their lenders. Greeks are bankrupt, so shows you what they know. Use the code for a discount. Oh, yeah, I could. I don't think it's that much of a discount. It's like $1,200 a year for that program. For shockingly little data. I don't think it's like very good value, but I mean, I guess people like it. It's very clean compared to like a lot of other options data things. Yeah, they can tell you they covered, but it doesn't actually mean anything. Unless they actually did. Let's see. So today, no options data for today, obviously. I think the options market opens at 9:30 for NYSE. Well, I think it opens at 9, but No one buys any till 9:30. So there's usually not a lot of options movement in the early morning, and not in the pre-market. I'd rather you buy 6 more shares of GME. Done. I'm always down to buy more GME. Thank you for the donation. Why does that not update? That's so annoying. Diamond Pickle. Much appreciated, Smoother Souls. Smoother Zero Souls? Or just Smoother Souls? I don't know. But thank you for the donation. Super cool. Also, if anybody has to leave or go to work, remember that even though I forgot to start it, we normally have a audio stream available on our Discord that's just live audio from here. So you can listen on the go. Thought that'd be nice for people that, you know, maybe have to commute, stuff like that. They don't want to get pulled over for watching YouTube in their car. That's something I want to do. I always watch YouTube in my car, but I'm pretty sure it's dangerous and maybe illegal. All right. Live stream audio is up and running. Sorry for forgetting about that this morning, guys, for anybody that missed out on the initial talk. Different entities, hedge funds, cans, they have reasonable belief that they can get them. Good morning, Peeler. Are you back? Dude, I thought you said... Wait, no, that was someone else, wasn't it? That was Plenter. My TOS chart will update from 176.19 either. Oh, I probably just don't have it open. Or no, the price just hasn't... The price is just not changing. Nothing's being traded. Is the barcoding we see right now just a micro battle of resistance and support? It bounces on the same 2 points so precisely. It's usually high frequency trading. So like there's usually like an algorithm buying here. Like when you see like lots of barcoding like this, it's like an algo buying here and like selling at the peak of each of those green candles. It happens when stocks have low volume also. You'll see a lot of like barcoding, because the price range is like over so few shares. I mean, like this candle, for instance, only 31 shares were traded. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Barcoding we see right now, just a micro 40% short in November equals all the evidence we need. Yeah. Shorts definitely didn't cover in November or in January. Not fully. Some might have gotten out of their positions, but not all of them. And then they've been shorting the stock ever since too. So it's not like the shorting on the stock has stopped. If one HF was able to find 100 shares and get into bed with another HF, couldn't one HF sell the 100 to the other HF with short that is covered, then reverse the process, do that really fast many times? Couldn't, I mean, they kind of do that already in order to bring the price down. Is they'll like trade shares back and forth to each other during times of low volume. Like they'll buy them on the market and sell them to each other in dark pools, or buy them in dark pools from each other and sell them onto the open market, so it brings the price down. No, that doesn't cover. They still have to satisfy the conditions of the short, so they have to provide an actual share, not just temporarily, permanently. They have to give a share to whoever lent them the share to short. And the cost bullshit. Check out the Kofi. Oh, Thank you for the rocket ship. Appreciated. Donations are super dope. I thank you guys for supporting this channel at that level. It's really awesome. So I hope that answers your question, Joshua, but you're kind of describing a process that already occurs. But no, they can't use that. They can't use that to cover. Hello, Josh 182. Is that like Blink 182 or just your price target for today? Well, good morning, Charity. Welcome back. We're gonna have like a Josh fight in here. Explanation of RSI and MACD. Yeah, sure. So RSI is relative strength index. It's a gauge of volume and it's an attempted gauge of incoming volume in the stock. It fluctuates between an indicator at 70, indicating overbought, and an indicator at 30, meaning oversold. And so generally, if the stock is overbought, it will dip. Oversold, it will bounce back. It can be used on the 1, 5, 15, 30, pretty much every chart. RSI is a good indicator. When RSI is flat, that generally means you're waiting, like it's consolidation. So if it's like right in the middle. MACD is moving average convergence divergence. It's a signal of price change and incoming volume action either to the down or upside. MACD's, I think, a little better on longer charts, but that's like my opinion on it. So yeah, our MACD crossed over a few days ago, and so we are now in a time of relative upward strength and volatility, and that's the explanation of RSI and MACD. I hope that helps anybody who doesn't know. Meeting of the Joshes, bullish. End of day price. I'd like it to be above 200 because I want this call I bought to print. Pretty awesome, yeah. Not to mention it had a charitable benefit. Pretty awesome people. Yeah, I heard that was pretty cool. I guess that's orange brew. Good morning. Cookies and espresso. Dude, so much espresso. I just made myself like 7 shots and put them all in one glass. You're welcome, SB. Daily MACD is basically volume in the morning. Essentially. It's volume throughout the day. I mean, it can move. It doesn't just move in the morning. MACD doesn't mean McDonald's. It does. What if institutions paper hand on the way up? Well, I worry that we think about the float so much that we ignore the amount of shares that could free up. Institutions can't just like, I mean, they will. They'll sell. They have like risk profiles that they follow. Usually their computer systems follow. So if they have a gain of like X%, they'll sell parts of their position. You can't stop that, but it's not going to affect the squeeze. Retail owns too much for it to matter at this point. Sure. My hands are steady AF, dude. Look at this. You can't even see my fingertips. That's how steady they are. My fingertips are glitching into another dimension. I've achieved ultimate stillness. It's all right, Bailey. We'll have fun at your party. We'll be here. Don't worry. Pop in an earbud and just like listen along. So, call them. You can get a proxy number if you speak to them directly also, which will allow you to vote before they give you your documentation. Because you can vote through the proxy thing. It's on the front page of Superstock somewhere. 20 seconds to game time. I guess so. No volume. Let's go. Yeah, this is a very low volume candle. We are moving up for the first time in a couple days, I think, on the opening candle. I'd be interested to see if that holds. There's probably a few people excited about like the trim bath AMA and like everything else that's going on. I'm gonna zoom out so everyone just calms down just a nudge. And I'm gonna also get ready to update Reddit. Let's see. How does our volume look on that first candle? 66,000 on the first. Yeah, we might just test 180 right away. Almost 100K. I mean, it's better than yesterday. It is a Long Johnson. So any long green bars, we refer to them as Long Johnsons in here. So if anyone wants to know what that means. Sending by mail. Ew. I hope I don't get any sent by mail. Because I think I haven't changed the addresses on some of my accounts. After I moved. Gas station this morning. Yeah, did you scratch it yet, Eric? First candle volume was 66,000. Let me see if that's updated at all, though. Yeah, 66,290 for another day of sideways bouncing. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll just stay strong and push to 180 and test immediately. I was kind of expecting one more test before close last night, and we never got it. Should pre-market on WeBull. I believe in the chart settings in the top right, there's like a drop-down menu. It says chart settings right there. And you can turn on after hours. Also, I think down here on the bottom right, there's a button that says EXT, and that shows your extended hours. So I think both of those ways are ways that you can do that. Back for another day. What's up, Spartan? Hey, Doom Time. Volume for ants? Yes, Craig. This is volume for ants, but better than our volume yesterday, which was our historic low since January. It was the lowest traded day, lowest volume traded day since January, and we had $10 of range in the price, which is crazy to me. Low there. Morning wood for GME. Good, man. Stay hard. Yes, Brad. We think we can. Fronium, how does RSI relate to buy-sell ratios I keep seeing on Reddit over 80%? So the stock is more bought than it is sold, which is suspicious because the price doesn't go up, right? But that's what you keep seeing. It's people taking screenshot of data from WeBull, the WeBull phone app. That I'm not sure that the data is completely accurate, but that's what they're talking about. Choo choo, train's on its way. I hope so. We're getting close. I'm gonna zoom out so we can see the 180. See what's actually happening. This is low, but it looks fine. This candle looks good. We might continue up. Get excited. Hashtag buy the resistance. I'll put it in there. Joshua. I'm not probably the best at self-promotion. I'm gonna turn this off. It's blinding me. You guys don't need to see my face that badly. Since October? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I only check from January till now. Run GameStop, yeah. Make my option worth money, please. Yeah, I mean, I could probably be a lot better at this whole thing and like getting people in here if I wanted to really try. I think how you do it is you just start talking about AMC and how great it is and how you want to grease Adam Aaron up and just slide all over him while he dilutes your shares. Your cam lens looks hazy. Really? Well, let's try to fix that. How's that? Is that better? It's hazy because I have a chroma filter on set to white. The lighting in my in the room I stream in is atrocious. So this is the best you're probably going to get for a little while until I like invest in some sort of better setup. This all kind of came about unexpectedly. Volume incoming. It's looking bullish. I like what's happening here. I like this test. I think we're fed up. We're tired of it. We want to buy the resistance. If you saw the card for today, I made a very nice meme for this moment. He's always pre-greased. Yeah, why is that guy so sweaty, man? Like, if you're being honest with your shareholders, why are you sweating so much in your air-conditioned mansion that you bought with the bonus that you paid yourself after diluting your bankrupt company's stock? Are you a fan of the devil's lettuce? I'm not. Just don't. It's not for me. It makes me feel stupid, and I don't like that. Nice, DJ. Buy the resistance. Yeah, Eddie Meyer. I'm actually not sure if they've paid their. I think today was the day that they announced that they were paying their debt off on the 30th. And usually if that kind of thing has happened, it'll happen after market hours so as not to seem collusive. And I think GameStop's being extra careful with their any like future leading statements that could regard their price because of its insane volatility. They don't want to be accused of manipulating the market in any way or scapegoated by hedge funds. Time to see what's behind door number 180. Or time to see what's at 178 and then see what's at 180 again. We might have to like knock and they're not home, and then we'll have to like turn around and come back later, which is exactly what's happening. have to pay interest on the weekends. It's only on market days. I'm pretty sure. I've never carried a short position. I've shorted before, but I've never carried a short position overnight, if that makes sense. So I don't know about like, and the only time I'll ever short anything is if I'm like 1,000,000% sure the price is gonna drop. Like there's just no good news, and I'm like real late to the party. 200,000 shares borrowed. Yeah, I mean they're gonna have some ammo, right? Today's the day may pay off. Rainbow Bears, nice. Monkey Rockets Moon, absolutely purity. Jacob Pinot, I made money off rocket puts. Dude, I made money off rocket calls and puts. I bought calls like 3 days before that big spike. They were so cheap. And then I made a ton of money on that. And then like when it hit like 32 and just had a ton of weakness, I just started buying puts. And then I made money on the way down too. Yeah, usually if I'm short side, I'll buy puts. I won't physically short stock, but I have shorted stock, and it's scary because I'm not a hedge fund. Cyberpunk's didn't they like kind of recover from that though? Did your puts not get eaten by IV crash? No, because the volatility is still really high, right? Volatility is like the amount of action on the price of the stock. It has nothing to do with the price of the stock. So if the stock is bouncing around erratically, then implied volatility is higher. I sold the puts pretty early. I didn't like sell them at their lowest, but I made like money off of them. They were like up. I think they were up like 100% from when I sold there. I usually don't like play like long risk on options. I'll just like or gamble them. I just like take my profits on my options, and then like if I really like the company, I'll just take that profit and turn it to stock. Is WeBull on slow motion or no volume? It's no volume. It's not on slow motion. I don't think it has that like slow setting. I mean, I could change the candle, but this is the 1 minute chart. We're at 323,000 volume for the day, which is better than yesterday, but still not very great. Sahib Gaba, today's my last. Oh, did you get fired for watching my stream at work? I'm gonna take a. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Just to let them know that we're gonna chop along this resistance line for a little while. That's all updated. Let me see if I can get to some questions. Yeah, and also if you're new in here and you like what you're seeing, drop a like. If you want to see more, feel free to subscribe. And if you'd like to support the channel, there's a Ko-Fi link down below. And that helps us out with equipment and buying more GameStop. And just being here in general. So any of those actions are equally appreciated. Thank you. And back to other stuff. Let's see. So I want to find out if Sahib lost his job. Today's one too. I think there's gonna be a lot of people quitting their jobs, which will be good actually, right? Because there'll be a lot of available jobs. Like the market will open up because GME hodlers are gonna never work again, and then also a lot of us are probably gonna start businesses and hire new employees. We're gonna do good things, guys. Can't wait to quit. I want to quit, and I don't even have like a real job. I just do this. No offense to anybody here, but if I have just obscene amounts of money, I'm not going to spend 6 hours a day in a chair. Thank God for 2 screens. Thank you, Casimirus. I'm mentally, yeah, I feel like a lot of people have just mentally quit their job and they're just watching GME all day. And their boss is like, what the hell's that guy doing? Like, he just sits there and he doesn't ever get any work done. And it looks like he's looking at data, but what data is that? Is that relevant to the work that we do? And no one knows. I love the idea of that. Just all over the country. All over the world. As a financial analyst. Cool. Web developer to financial analyst. Not really congruent positions, but very interesting career shift. I'm not here to advise on when people should give out their 2-week notices. Do you give out a 2-week notice when you become like an overnight millionaire? I don't think so. I think you quit in the most like career damaging way possible. You're welcome, guys. Ibarra just lent out 195,000 at 9:30. Yeah, someone brought it up earlier. I'm aware. This is bullish, by the way. This is an upward ascending channel. We're looking real strong for this retest. It like, and the way the sell walls look, like any decent volume is just gonna slam us right through 180. Like all we need is like one big buy because they have no strength left. Like they had like 5,000 shares at 180 and they're down to like, they don't even have a sell wall at 180 anymore. They've pulled back their relevant sell wall to 190, which is a good indicator that they expect the price to move up. Actually, like if you do watch sell walls, that's an indicator that we're gonna just go. And there we go. Look at me. Look at me just telling you exactly what we're gonna do. Ah, feels so good. Until you predict the future, you'll just never understand what it feels like. Maybe I'm from the future. Maybe I already know. I just have like a notepad here that tells me what the stock's gonna do at a given time. Like yesterday, I have it written down at 3:45 p.m. to begin the buy the resistance and hodl movement. I've got a raging candle. We all do, man. Don't look like a wall anymore. No, they gave up. There's no wall. They pulled back. They pulled back to the next resistance at 190. So they want to fight, but they can't hold that lower price. So they want to try to fight at a higher price, hoping that less liquidity will be available to push the stock. I want to buy the morning dip today. May never get another one of those. Multi-bliss. Read your GD on Monday. Cool. Do you like it? Friday equals Rocket Day. I hope so. I want to make some money. Raging Johnson. The COVID vaccine give you precognition? Maybe. I got the Pfizer vaccine. So, I mean, if one was going to make me a precog, it would have been that one, right? 180 boys, LFG, I'm hard as hell. Ulu Vetier. Thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Walls in the 90s. FOMO. We might get a little FOMO. I mean, I think we're just going to get like some we crossed 180 FOMO. Which is exciting. But we're looking a little weak on this candle. So I'd like to see at least a couple more green candles to push us clear of that resistance. Because we're only at like 180, 150 right now. And if you remember previously, we've had some moments where we crossed 180, but we weren't able to hold it. And so, like, if we can either push up more, or if this returns and bounces, then I'll be much more happy with our position. Thank you, Elias. I do have a soothing voice. I'm here to keep everyone calm, relaxed, while we just watch our stock make us more and more money incrementally. You timed your buy at the dip right here. 177.43. I guess you could have bought here at 174 right at open. Which one gives me superpowers? Pfizer's a win, not dying for the moon. I heard like a lot of people are getting like Pfizer elitism. Like, oh yeah, you got the Moderna vaccine. Well, I got Pfizer, and like I think that's hysterical. Please no politics, vaccine talk. Are vaccines political? I thought they were just like a thing you take to prevent disease. Don't make vaccines political. That's a rule for the channel now. If I see you making vaccines political or anything like that, you get the boot. You can talk about the vaccine in only a scientific perspective, or the psychological perspective of feeling like you're better than someone else because you got a Pfizer vaccine. Because that does intrigue me from a sociological standpoint. Only in the US, man. Vaccines are only political in the US. Two weeks later, I got COVID. Ouch. Sorry, Brad. My buddy got J&J and got super sick. Like, he did not react well to the vaccine. He had a like pre-existing condition and it like messed him up. But they told him not to get it, and he just like went and got it anyway. Got the GME vaccine. No, it's political worldwide. Silly. No vaccines for the 5G. If vaccines cause 5G, sign me up. I have 5G where I live, and I can confirm it's very, very fast. It has excellent upload speeds, and the stability is a lot better than 4G. Like, there have been a couple times where I've switched the stream to 5G because, like, my connection wasn't looking good. Keep up the good work. Perry James, thank you so much for the donation. They're very much appreciated. They help us do what we do here. Yeah, I heard the Johnson & Johnson one's rough. Everybody like in my family and stuff has gotten Pfizer or Moderna. Bailey, don't make it political. Just let it go. Move on. We're here for stocks, not vaccines. We're not investing in Pfizer. You know what? As a matter of fact, if you don't like vaccines, buy puts on Pfizer. Do what I did with Larabar. That's how you make your opinion heard in a capitalist society. Hit them in the money. Here. Careful, Jason and Kirsten. Don't rile anybody up. I don't want anybody riled up either way, unless it's about the fact that we have crossed the 180 resistance. All right? That's what we're getting riled up about in here. This isn't God Pill's channel. I'm not going to read you the Bible. But just behave. Be a civilized human being. We're all Americans, and we're all in GME together. Yeah, even you guys in Europe, you're American too. You just don't know it yet. I'm Canadian, bro. That's part of North America. So you're technically an American. There's no continent called Canada. Bible says buy GME. Yeah, it's in Revelations, I think. Matthew colon 180 colon 11, or what's our current price? 181 colon 02. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into making somebody a mod. I'm using here's the secret. I'm using all this vaccine talk about Pfizer elitism and shorting Pfizer as a it's a straw man in order to see who is the most level-headed, and I can make a mod. Weeding through vaccines. As an American, I can say that we've dumped a lot of milk in the tea. I used to live in England. I don't feel like that was the first time tea got dumped in the ocean. We just made a big deal about it. We're gonna pay your tea tax. I haven't seen too many questions about the actual stock. It's testing 180 repeatedly. We're fighting the resistance line at 180. If anybody wants to know. That's what's happening. We're almost at 1 million volume. We might actually hit 1 million volume before 10 a.m. today, which would mean today is a very busy day compared to the rest of the week. Did you play football in England? I mean, I was in like second, third, fourth grade, so a little bit, like on the playground. I wasn't like a professional footballer. And I know what you mean by football. I know the difference. So is GME a buy? I don't know, man. Do you like the stock? Have you done your research? Have you talked to a registered fiduciary? Because I'm not one. I'm just a guy who likes a stock and knows stuff about how they do stuff. And I describe that to people. Whether you want to buy a stock or not, that's your choice. Strongest phase. Well, this week the 180 resistance is particularly strong because there's like 7,000 odd calls at the $200 strike, and if those print, somebody is going to be out a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. And so to keep the price below 180 is very important. There's some other theories out there as to why, but that one seems to be the most pressing going into today. I did have a British accent as a kid, and then I had a New York accent, and apparently now I have a California accent. Like, apparently I I sound like I've been wiped off of California and smeared here on YouTube. All my money in these 2 stocks. Cool, man. I hope it all pays out. Tangy Bits. Thanks for the streams. It feels nice that even if it trades sideways, it's been going up and sideways. Test that 180. Damn straight, Tangy Bits. And thank you so much for the donation. It's much appreciated. Helps out the things we do. Also, if you're new in here and you like what you're seeing, drop a like. Let me know how you feel. And if you don't like it, leave. There's other streamers. And if you want to see more of the things you like, subscribe. And you can also turn on notifications so that I can bug you on your phone even when you're not watching me. I heard about that earlier. I didn't even know that you could have notifications for YouTube because I just had the general setting turned off on my phone for the last 8 years until today. And now I have YouTube notifications and I don't like them and I want to turn them back off again. Iowa doesn't have an accent. California definitely does. I feel like Iowa probably has some sort of accent. It's like a Midwestern accent. My mom's from the Midwest. I understand Midwestern accents. MACD swinging under signal. It's such a small timing. Anything to pay attention to? No, not at all. I wouldn't pay attention to MACD on the 1 minute. Some people do, but I don't. Because it can just cross so fast on the 1 minute chart. Like it's usually not like stable in its readings. Our RSI is now mostly recovered. I can tell you that much. And if we were going to push to the upside on the 1 minute, we're looking bullish. I'm actually going to turn MACD off because I don't want to get any more questions about MACD. MACD is fine. If you want to know more about it, go on with Investopedia and just type MACD into Google. Yeah, isn't like California supposed to become the international accent? Because like most entertainment comes from there, and then people mimic the accent of the entertainers they watch. I read something about this in like this linguistics article. It's called like the Californication of language or something like that was the name of the article. I can't remember. Source to check the institutional buy sell. There really isn't one until they file a 13 like 13B to update their positions. I mean, there's no way to tell, like, unless it's like an insider buy sell, in which case it has to be reported in advance. MACD on the 1 day is also looking better. Yeah, because we're moving up towards like 180. So if you look at it on the 1 day, it's like we're picking up, but we may not pick up enough for like a big momentum swing. I'd like to. CVVWAP inching up on the 15-minute. Good to know. And I'm sure like TTM is triggered and everything points up. Like I'm tired of looking at like bull signals because they all just say the same thing. Like we expect a large move to the upside and increased volatility and volume. I mean, it's almost every bull signal. I'm not even kidding. Did Warden and it doesn't look like any of the bear signals are printing. Say buying GME on Friday is a terrible idea. I know this stock is wacky, but I thought I remember that. I think he said buying options on Friday is a bad idea. And that's because, like, they expire in a few hours. It's not always a bad idea. There's money to be made in buying, like, 0 DTE options. It's just that, like, it's very, very risky. It's like it's essentially buying a scratch-off ticket. Spent 30 years in California. Yeah, apparently I sound more Californian than Californians do. Or people just tell me I sound high. What does the Carly Ray say? Well, we would need to see an uptick for a Carly Ray formation to form. Daniel Taylor. Transfer shares. Would selling and buying on the other platform be a viable move, or will it hurt the squeeze considering dark pool stuff? I mean, I don't think like anytime you buy shares, I don't think it hurts anything. Sell options is 0 DTE if you're nervous about buying. See lots of money going into other shorted stocks. As like AMC climbing. Costs. Costs had like a weird little run up this morning. It does that. Costs is cheap right now. I just don't like costs because they won't let you play it. Like they have no options chain on this stock. I'm sure very intentionally at this point, but it's like it's also super short. But yeah, they all usually like all the short stocks will usually run together. It's FOMO. Should I sell AMC? I can't tell you that. Do your research on the stock. Sorry, Sarah. What are the AMC YouTubers saying? Because I am not in the same of the same opinion as those guys generally. Really dip, a few minutes late. Most people. No, this doesn't look like the daily dip. This is just more chop along 180. We're still trying to like firmly take 180. That's what's happening here. This doesn't look like super weak. It just looks like we consolidated and now we're going into retest again, hopefully with equal or greater strength than the first test. Oh man, it's getting hard to keep up with chat. There's a lot more people in here than normal. Sorry if I'm falling behind here, guys. Also, if you're new and you like what you see, feel free to drop a like down below. And if you want to see more, subscribe. And if you want to help out the channel or you want to be heard, you want your voice to sound from the mountaintops, there's a Ko-Fi link down below where you can donate and say stuff louder. I'll probably read it sooner. I hope. Or I'll get caught up in like the regular chat and just completely ignore the donation, which has happened a couple times. And to the people I've done that to, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get worked up and I'm easily distracted. Selling AMC. I believe it'll squeeze. Less than GME, but a lot of the DD says retail owns a lot of the float, even if the company doesn't have a stellar feature. I'm not gonna. Safe way to play with options, selling cover calls and cash secure parts if anyone wants to dabble. Just make sure it's being done with shares you don't mind owning long term or being called away. Yeah. Reflection of your quality work. Thank you, Spartan. Much appreciated. They're selling tendies, but that's about it. Thanks. Very funny, Andrew. It's not even your watch list. I have Nokia on my watch list. What's it doing? I can't imagine it's done a lot. Nothing. So Nokia trades between like $3.80 and $4.80, and that's it. The best news I've seen, like them just come out with like awesome news like time and time again, and just the stock does nothing. It's the most boring. Like if they still paid a dividend, back when it was a dividend stock, it was a great stock to own, but they're not paying a dividend this year. And when they announced that, like the position that I had in there for a long time, I got rid of. Because like I don't want to hold on to that stock if they're not paying a dividend anymore. It's so it's got a float of like 5 billion shares. And it has a lot of institutional ownership and stuff, but like the price just does not move on it. They could come out tomorrow and be like, we just bought Microsoft, and their stock price would go up like 12 cents. Bull flag? No. You want me to draw lines? Is that what's going on here? People are getting antsy for lines. Here. There's a resistance line. And here's our support. Where is it? Ah. So we could break up through that. I'm going to update Reddit with this also. I haven't been over there for a minute. So if anybody is new in here, occasionally I have like a text feed that goes of this, of like the charting for people who like just can't follow along. So sometimes I'll step away for a second just to update that. That's what I'm doing right now. But I haven't forgotten about you. Yeah, it's not looking super strong on that though. We might keep dipping. Maybe 20 to 30 more lines. Dude, the Lara bar put is printing. I've got 17 bucks so far. How long should I ride it for though? That's the question, right? Do I take profits now? 20 bucks up on Lara bar puts, by the way. Just in case anybody was here yesterday, or for anybody that missed it, yesterday I ate a Lara bar, and it was foul, and so I bought puts on General Mills cereal company. Are you Warden Elite's father? No. If I had to guess, Warden Elite isn't that much younger than me. Look at these. I'm so excited about this. I think I should take profits. This stock also has terrible volume. I'm going to take profits on this. I feel like retribution is mine. He is like 22. Yeah, I'm not that old, man. How old do you guys think I am? Jesus. If I had a 20-year-old child, I mean, I would have had to have lost my virginity at an extremely young age. And I mean, I understand that I'm really cool and like that's totally possible, but Frank nailed it. 74. Damn. The time itself. What's today's activist option pick? I don't know. BD. I'll think about it. I'm a little mad at Aldi right now, I guess. I wonder if I should be pissed at Amazon first, like, because, you know, they retailed me the Larbar. Like, General Mills made it, but Amazon sold it to me. Look at the bounce on the support. I know I'm good at drawing lines. Maybe it was counterfeit. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a counterfeit Larabar. Unfortunately for Larabar. It's whatever. I just made $20 because I hated the Larabar I hate yesterday. Betting against Amazon is a bad idea. Probably. What just happened to my camera? The sun disappear or something? Well, you guys are gonna have to deal with whatever weird. Just don't look at my face. So I don't want to deal with whatever's going on behind me right now. I think people should be mad at Amazon because they profiteered off the pandemic hard and gave nothing back. Tangy bits. Thanks for the streams. It feels nice that even if it trades sideways, it's. Oh, we already went over that one. Somebody anonymous gave me a donation. Thank you, somebody. That was pretty cool. I appreciate that. Just sold my SPY puts at 208%. Nice, bro. What did I say? I said SPY puts were gonna print. What, 3 days ago? Did you buy them when I said they were gonna print? Is this a head and shoulder pattern? Did I predict your 208% gain? Like a boss? Is this a head? No, this is not a head and shoulder pattern. This is a we tried to break resistance and failed pattern. I mean, you could try to say it's a head and shoulder, but it's not built out properly. And I did that yesterday, and people got all mad. They're like, the head's not tall enough. Do you have a hat that says milk? I don't. I want one. Same font, white letters. How is Amazon doing today? I mean, General Mills is just down because the SPY's down. It's not like a company that fluctuates a lot in its pricing. So I could have, if I had puts on Amazon, I could have picked up some money here at, just right after opening bell. Oof. Damn, they had a run up last night. Why is Amazon moving around so much? That's weird. Nokia's going to announce amazing earnings and their stock's going to do nothing. Did I move that? Reline this. Yeah, they can drop the price, but no one's selling them any of their shares. So it's just like, what's the point? Everyone's holding. Buy the resistance and hold. Amazon had earnings. Okay. That would explain it. I don't like earnings plays. Just so, and before anybody asks me about them, they're bad. They're unpredictable. You can straddle them, which is like a more advanced option technique. And like, if you, but like every time I play straddles, the stock just stays flat. Like earnings have no effect on the price, and I just lose money that way. So there's just like so many ways to lose money on earnings, and so few ways to make money. Yeah, I'm sure they're killing it because everyone's been locked in their house for the last year. Nokia did have good earnings. It was like a 75-cent jump in price. Yeah, I know. I saw. It was like, but like, it's just gonna retrace back to like $4.15. I think Nokia might be like good long term. They said they're gonna buy back a lot of their outstanding shares, so we'll see. I know they have a ton of cash. Like they're not going bankrupt or anything like that. They just don't move. So use straddles on Nokia. No. Maybe like condors would be better. I don't know. Nokia just like the last earnings. I think they went dipped. Like they had good earnings and their stock price dipped. This could be the bottom for today. I mean, our support range here, I'll draw the other support line, like the actual support line, so people know what range we're in. Let's take our other support line. If we drop below that, the next support is like 172 in there. But right now that's the next support line down. Please draw an upward arrow to confirm my bias. How about this? I'm gonna get better and better at these. Ah, there. Oh no, it's not working. Hold on. I knew something was up. Boom. That's because Epic Pen is a crap program. Crayon rockets. Calm down, Mark. I know these get you very excited. Artism. Sunworn Elite loves Epic Pen. He's not my son, all right? Looks like Mr. Hanky. Maybe it is. Maybe my memeing goes that deep. Over 1 million. Yeah, 1.5 actually. Our volume's not awful, but it is Friday. Like I'd feel pretty awful if we were still under 1 million at 10:21 on a Friday. We still don't have like volume for a breakout. This isn't like a strong breakout of the wedge. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick while you guys chit chat, and I'm gonna drop my personal shill. If you guys like what you're watching, drop a like. And if you'd like to see more of it, feel free to subscribe. And if you really like what you see, there's a support link for our coffee down below where you can donate, and that helps us keep doing what we're doing and more. How close are you to options data? I have it right here. What's going on? We have some interesting things that came in today. I guess we could go over this. Let's see. 9:30, 184 690 strike calls were purchased as part of a sweep. 9:37, a bunch of 210 calls. 950, 200, 220 calls. These are all for today. At 9:30, there was 201 more. 200, yeah, 201 additional 690 strike calls. Those are just like lotto tickets. People are playing volatility on those. So if the stock price spikes, the implied volatility on them will go up, and then they'll sell them for a profit. But they're not like, it's not like they expect the price to be $690 today. Just be aware of that. And then it looks like about 33 minutes ago, 240 April today, 0 days to expiration. So for today, 350 calls were sold. 240 of those. 350, and those are part of a single leg. So that's part of a play someone's making. It's like a market maker or something like that. This is weak. This doesn't look beneficial for us. This could be a retest of the initial support. Also, we're trading below VWAP, for anybody that wasn't paying attention. So we really want to go this way. But from this star, like this doji star here, we could really split in either direction. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look terrible either. Get down on Friday. Yeah. Pots are Mondays. Monday's usually busy because it's so far from option expiration. There's a lot of options plays. Any info about the Pokeball? Yeah, I mean, we broke to the upside of it and we're consolidating, but we're still broken out of the Pokeball formation. Justin at Domo for the $40 sell? I don't know what you're talking about, casual viewer. I don't have any thoughts on $800 July calls. For maybe somebody playing the stockholder meeting, or expecting the squeeze to be delayed, or just buying them far out so that like they don't get hit by theta. They're cheap. That's another reason. Their implied volatility could shoot up if we do squeeze. They could print if we squeeze. How would the 690 calls profit look like compared to 210? I mean, minimal, but the premium cost is much lower. So they could buy a lot of them. I'm sure the volatility on 210 will increase, but the further out of the money you are, the higher the implied volatility usually is. So it multiplies faster the further out of the money you are. The closer you are to the money, the less implied volatility there is. Didn't wait for the stock to explode to 512 back in January when the stock hit 40. So he just like dropped his position for a loss in January. Sold at 40 as a value investor. That just makes sense. Value investors don't sell their stock very often. Yeah, clearly not a value investor if he didn't do the research on the company. None of that makes any sense to me. You guys would have to explain his position better to me, because like nothing there sounds like an intelligent move. Check out GME Short Squeeze on Twitter. They're pretty certain the wood. I don't care about them. Jason, that would require me to learn how to use Twitter, which I've yet to do. I have one. Doesn't mean I know how to use it or search things on it. I have Roaring Kitty bookmarked, and that's it. And I just like refresh that, and I know he's never coming back, and I miss him. You know, he got a 20-to-1 return. So do you like buy it like back in like November and then sold when it hit 40 on the way up? I have no problem with that. But I mean, still feel like he didn't do a lot of research if he sold at that low of a price. But I suppose that was, I mean, if it was before Ryan Cohen came in, that's justified. Oh, okay. They sold before the first mini squeeze. Hey, look at Twitter stock. Ha, just Google. Justin's actually a portfolio manager. Well, hold on. Like, so learn, make, repeat. The way he's describing it is he bought a while back, probably at like $5 to $10, right? And then he sold at 40 before the squeeze. So if he did it, if that's what happened, that's completely justifiable and within like risk management tolerances. That's just like a good play. I have no problem with that. I can't knock that. Like, there's nothing bad about that. That's just like how you play the market. It's rare for a value, like if he's a value investor, like a long-term holder, I feel like a little more research would have led him to a conclusion that GME is worth more than $40. But if it was also like before Ryan Cohen, the company didn't have like as much of a promising future. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't believe it. Yeah, especially if you're correct, antimatter. If you're handling other people's money, um, It's a totally different story. You can't like YOLO clients' money. It's illegal in a lot of cases. Like you usually have an agreement with your portfolio manager, like a contract, and part of that contract is like risk management. Yeah, I don't believe the whole like Domo's talking to Cohen thing unless there's proof. That sounds like nonsense. And like it would imply collusion. And that's welcome to chat, everybody who wasn't here earlier. And if you're new and you like what you see, drop a like. And if you want to see more, subscribe. And if you guys want to help out the channel, there's a coffee link down below where you can donate us tendies in order to buy more GME to short General Mills or whatever other foods we don't like that day, and generally stay on air. Hashtag buy the resistance. Apes don't buy dips. They buy cell walls. Get ready for some Long Johnsons. I hope so. Are you buying in deep? Yeah, you should never YOLO your clients' money. Although Michael Burry did it, but he had an agreement specifically stating that he was allowed to do what he wanted with the funds under his control. And he still got sued after he made people money. Like they were still pissed and sued him. I know the movie makes it look super sweet, but that's the movie's still a movie. Like that's not entirely how everything went down. What he did was considered inappropriate, to say the least. His management, and a lot of people will never invest with Michael Burry because of that. Like a lot of very rich people will not put their money in his fund because of the control that he demands over those funds. Justin publicly tweeted to Kramer, I think, that he spoke with Ryan Cohen fall and also DFE. Sounds like bullshit. If Justin Holland had put insight, there's no way he would have been out at 40. Yeah, I don't buy it. I mean, like, I don't really know anything about Domo Capital, but it sounds like horseshit to me. That would be like market manipulation, stock collusion. The SEC would want like transcripts of every single one of those conversations. Like the amount of like the legal actual shitstorm that would occur if any of those statements were true is unbelievable. And if anybody in here is a lawyer, they can feel free to confirm that. But yeah, that's not true at all. Yeah, DFB doubled down and Domo sold. Clearly, he didn't believe in Ryan after having so many personal conversations with him. You say he had like insider trading information last year and then he sold his shares? Everything isn't collusion. I mean, with all that's going on around GME, if like something like that were true, the SEC would be all over it to look for people to blame for the things going on with GameStop. That's how the government works. And also Wall Street. They're always looking for a scapegoat. And that would be a perfect one. So it's definitely false. Otherwise, it'd be being used against them. Yeah, it sounds like he's just trying to take advantage. I mean, like, I don't know the guy. Maybe he's a decent guy, but it sounds like he's trying to take advantage of the current situation. Sorry, I don't like that kind of stuff. Look those arrows. It's keeping it sideways. No, they're gonna stay there because I'm currently trending on the upside of them a little bit. Yeah, that's who the scapegoat needs to be, is Kenny. Look at that. Look at that, Demetrius. Imagine if I deleted them. We wouldn't have that green bar. That tiny tic-tac size Johnson right there popping up on the screen. Like monetizing a live stream of the ticker. Right? What's up, AJ? I don't think I'm monetized, actually. And I've definitely said enough curse words today that YouTube isn't going to monetize me. Currently. How long? Well, I'd imagine until somebody buys a bunch of shares. I don't know when that's going to happen. That's like an event that I have no control or knowledge of. How do you have your candles set up on WeBull? They look different than the default. I'm using Henken Ashi candles. It's one of your candlestick options on WeBull. It's just not the default. You can change them at the top left of the screen. You stopped buying, Elon. Yeah, Elon, I thought you were going to push us through 180 today. Can I say a bunch more curse words just to make sure? No, I don't feel too... I only curse when I feel passionately about things. Like Domo Capital being like, I'm best friends with Ryan Cohen. Look at me. Invest in my fund. Me and Ryan Cohen are best friends. We hang out. I don't know. It's nonsense. Sounds like nonsense. I don't buy it. That's like that kid in high school who's like, my girlfriend went to Canada to summer camp, but we like totally made out. Nah. Do we need to update Reddit on anything? No, I think they're updated on the current action. This is my new technical move. I'm just going to move the chart up so my arrows still look good. No, I mean, the arrows are still factually accurate. Like, we can break down to that other support. We just, like, there's no volume right now. This is just absolute. I can zoom out, too, and, like, you'll really see how awful this is. Let's go to the 5-minute chart to make it even less interesting. This is this whole week we've been in the same $5 channel, except for this dip here and like very few tiny spikes. Yeah, we're dipping. Dips. Turn your screen to the left. The left? Turn your screen on the left. I don't know what you mean. Stop telling me how to draw my lines, Demetrius. I draw my lines myself. This candle's volume supported. So we could dip. Yeah, I should notify Reddit that we could dip to like the 172. Volume behind the downtrend. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Cool. All right, that's that. I like that the VWAP is stable. Yeah, I mean, VWAP's going to dip a little bit if this downtrend continues. Short attack. It's 180 wall going down much, or did it build back up again? The 180 wall is still weak. We just don't have any volume to push. We have a big buy wall at 172.50. 2,617 shares. So I don't think we're going below that. This doesn't have that much, like, oomph. And people are buying on this also. Like there's orders that came in. Not a lot. It was still majority sell off, but this is probably like this could be day traders that like just want to exit their positions. Maybe they thought we were going to turn around here, and then this is their risk profile. I mean, we almost always see one of these dips intraday. I suspect it's day traders. Day traders could also be like shorting this weakness. Some day traders will short. I don't like to, but entire market bleeding. We got the big dip in the SPY. I mean, it's not huge. It's not small either. And also, it looks like it's recovering. The SPY is going wild. VIX is up. Look at that. I sold that put at the peak. I maximized my profits on that shitty Lara bar I ate yesterday. Buy the Twizzlers. No, we buy the Resistance. We buy the Long Johnson. We don't buy Twizzlers in this channel. Every day peaks it open, drops a bunch. The rest of the day climb back to open. Looks like this is the drop. Yeah, that's about right. Puts 444. That's because we have no volume. Like I think if we had any volume on this stock, it would just rocket. But we're not getting a lot. Retail's tapped out. We have no capital left. We're all entrenched. Maybe. I mean, if someone covered shares today, that would be huge. It was a larger dip pre-market. It's coming back. Yeah, I mean, well, we already gap filled that pre-market, like gap down right here. Like we filled that over here. So like, I don't think we're going to fill that gap here. Yeah, this is still above that. But we filled that gap already. So you just need to... Just didn't have enough power to stay above 180. No one wanted to buy it up there. But no one wants to sell it down here. So people want to buy here at 172.50 apparently. Keep leveraging. Risky. I might buy some more shares this week. I was hoping this call would print, and then I was going to buy more shares at that. So dark pool significantly less buy pressure as the result. Yeah, I understand how that works. That's not why there's no volume. That's just why when we have volume, we don't get the price increases that we want. But even eventually, like that's a system that gets overwhelmed very easily with like lots of buy pressure. But that's kind of the problem, is that like a small amount of buy pressure doesn't really do what it should for us. I think Monday before the IV shot up. Bought it like, I think I bought it like in this range somewhere. Maybe. It's the last Friday. I actually can't remember. I'd have to look back into my statements. I either bought it then or on Monday. Basically all their shares the same. This morning. I definitely got it when the IV was pretty low. Because it wasn't as... I know it went up. That's funny, Mr. Diggs. It's sad. When did you basically all the shares listed on our buyer desk were borrowed again this morning? Yeah. They do that every morning because like they don't want us getting excited, right? Excitement is really bad for them. That's like the thing they're afraid of the most. And so like if the price starts to run, they need to short it like immediately to bring it back down to a level where like we're like the interest dies off, right? Did I delete the 175 resistance line that I drew? God, I hate the charting on this software sometimes. It's so much better on the web app, but the trading's slower. There. I'm gonna lock that so it stops bouncing around. There we go. Only shares left to borrow are from ETFs, right? No. I suspect that they have ways of making synthetic shares. ETF shorting's weird. You have to like see when you short that way, you have to like kind of unbundle the stocks. It's complicated. I think it's probably easier for them to make synthetic shares than use ETFs to short. But when people are like, oh, GME is down because X ETF is down, it's because that ETF tracks GME. So, like, they would normally go down together anyway. Or, like the Russell one, like, 2000's down and GME's down. Like, that's supposed to happen. They're supposed to move congruently. Like your lo-fi tunes. What lo-fi tunes? Oh yeah, I did promise that I'd have lo-fi tunes in the background for today, and I lied. I totally forgot about it. Maybe Monday. I'm gonna try to like work on some of the visuals and audio for the stream this weekend. What else would be good? Share recall is a big one. CEO announcement confirming Ryan Cohen as CEO and chairman of the board. Or just even announcing his candidacy would probably be enough. Any long whale buying in, and large institutional buy-in. That's what I got. Take long positions on all positions other than Jamie is one way. Metal. Burry used metal. Burry's got problems. That guy's not normal. Smart, but definitely not all there. He's a bit pickled. That's what I'm gonna say. He also has like an insane ego. We'll let Reddit know that we bounced at 175. Weak bounce. And for anybody new in here, if I didn't mention this already, or you haven't heard it yet, if you like what you see, drop a like. Lets me know that you like it, and I like that. And if you want to see more, feel free to subscribe. If you want to support the channel, there's a link for that down below too. All right, Reddit is updated. That's weird. All right. Cool. Want to join my OnlyFans? Let's see. How low will go before MOAS? I don't know. 157 is my current price point for the lowest we can go. We just sold 3.5 million shares at a $157 cost basis. So that's what GME costs now. I don't care what the analysts say. These people are idiots. And it's like what the analysts are saying about GME right now reminds me a lot of like what the analysts said about like the loan packages back in 2008 when they were like AAA rated but contained like a ton of like BB loans, and they were like, oh, these are super valuable, but now it's just the opposite, and they're like, oh, GME is not worth anything, but for some reason like institutional buyers are buying it at 157, which means it's worth more than that, right? So because these people buy low and sell high. This is Dr. T AMA. They made clear that everyone voting will help GME get a better grasp of just how badly shorted they are. If they're insanely short, they can do something about it. Yeah, they can do a share recall. So if the vote count starts to exceed the float, they're going to do a share recall to count the number of shares. And if they do that, it would be evidence of widespread naked shorting if the amount of shares recalled were greater. And so to avoid being caught naked shorting, you presume that short positions would attempt to cover. Although, are they able to? I don't know. Don't shill your OnlyFans in here, Seymour Dollars. I'm unsubscribing until I see Big Green Johnsons. Make them happen, Achlux. Yeah, there's issues with voting if you're in Europe. I've had a few messages about that. Same two people downvoting the stream every day. It's probably just people that are highly invested in AMC and hate my views on it. It is odd that more people don't dislike it, but I don't know. I guess I'm pretty likable. Morning all. Thanks for stream. Good morning. Can they not just recall anyway? They could, but it's better to do it with a reason, right? If they have like, if they're like, ah, we have a reason to do this. Making a card is like a run. You think you can hurt me? It's funny. Oh, my OnlyFans? I'm thinking about it. I think OnlyFans has a like better pay ratio than YouTube. Probably. I need to like move this so my face stops disappearing on camera. There we go. AMC is good value GME. You don't diss Walmart GME. I don't think they're remotely the same. There's no comparison between the two stocks. Anybody who compares them just like hasn't done research on either one. They're totally different in almost every regard, besides excessive short interest. Just start an OnlyFans and stream the ticker. Yeah, I would just like cross stream. I would just like cross stream to Twitch, YouTube, and OnlyFans. They have the potential to, Eric, but I think they'd rather put that extra capital into infrastructure. Like I have a lot of experience in logistics, and like that's probably where they want to make investments first. That's usually like the first place money gets thrown before any kind of growth. Walker. This is exhausting. Digital good time. Just do exactly your namesake. Have a digital good time. Relax. Our stock's right here. At least it's not dropping. You know what's exhausting? Watching it drop $50 and then climb back up and then drop $50 and climb back up. That's exhausting. This is easy. But no short squeeze. I mean, AMC's doing their damnedest to make sure they survive. Or at least that their executives can milk as much money out of the stockholders as they can. Yeah, the price is irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, if you look like long term, we're doing fine this week. We're still like very much up. Like, look, like we're up here. We're here. This is a low 175. But like zoom out, like we made this nice little climb. We haven't like dipped below that, you know? We're not back in the like 140 range, you know? Looks good. I don't have any complaints. Mark Halley, what's an exchange? Evans, since early January, I've become a new person. I hope you've been learning stuff along the way and not just watching the candles. Consistent highs. Should it all gets margin called all the way to bankruptcy? Do all of their other short positions unwind? If so, AMC may jump up. Yeah. All their assets are liquidated, so their other short positions would also unwind. I'm not saying AMC's not going to jump. Faceted B. I have shares of AMC that I promise to never sell in solitude. But do I think it's going to be $100,000 a share? Absolutely not. I think it has like another good spike in it. And I think at the peak of that spike, the CEO or the board is going to release the other 50 million shares that they're allowed to, with no voter consent, onto market and pick up as much capital as they can to remain afloat a bit longer. And then I'm sure they're all going to pay themselves a bunch more bonuses for the brilliant idea of doing that. Wrinkles on our faces and brains. Yeah. Which 51. But if one were to ascribe to the idea of selling on the way down, how does that work? What are the technicals involved in doing that? Well, the MOAS is going to be indicated by a massive surge in volume, which will begin to decrease as you reach the peak, right? And so the volume will dip, as will the price. So you'll have lower highs and lower lows and decreased volume over a period of time. And that is an indicator that the squeeze has peaked and you're moving down. And then you would look at moving out of positions incrementally, right? So you would want to maybe move some of your position near that point, possibly. I mean, that's up to you. And then if it continues to rise, you haven't moved out of all of your position, right? So if it's like a bait, like a bull trap, you haven't lost all your position. But if it continues to descend, then you can, get rid of more of your position as it descends. AMC generally jumps when GME does, and it doesn't go the other way. Like GME does not jump when AMC does. Through all of this to know I never want to do trading myself ever again. I mean, I don't know. I enjoy it. I don't find it stressful, but like the idea of losing money doesn't scare me that much, I guess. It should, but it doesn't. I mean, I just have a tiny AMC position like left over after January. I bought a little bit when it was super cheap, and I can't like Cash App won't let me sell it for some reason. Like every time I try to sell it, I get an error. So it's just like it's gonna stay there forever. I mean, Half Road, that's what Wall Street Bets is about, man. If the stock runs, he'll make money. He'll make a lot of money. Like if we jump to like 220, 250, he'll make a shitload of money. Holding 10% of shares into perpetuity. I wonder if DV will sell his YOLO updates as NFTs. Unlikely. I think after all this, he's done. He's gonna just go live a nice life with his family. And I hope he's able to, and everyone just leaves him alone. Because that seems to be what he'd like. Yeah, I'm so used to being broke that the idea of like losing all of my money just means like, oh, what? I'll be broke again. Like that doesn't scare me at all. There's gonna be a chicken shortage. How would you use that to buy stock? Just for fun combo. I'd look into chicken futures. If there's a chicken shortage, chicken's a commodity. It's gonna go up in price. It's like buying oil or anything else. Just like make sure you exercise, like you don't exercise your contracts in chickens because you'll end up with a bunch of chickens and not have anything to do with them. That's a real thing. I'm not kidding. Mom and dad didn't have money. I continue that tradition of having no money. Puts on Tyson. No, Tyson would make tons of money if there's a chicken shortage. Because you charge more for chicken. Imagine if a pound of chicken had the same cost as a pound of beef, right? They're not making less chickens. They're just like tendy places go burr. Yeah. Will egg stocks fall too? I mean, they're not going to fall. They're going to rise because they're going to make more profit. Anytime there's a shortage, more money is made. It's not like oil goes down when there's a shortage. It goes up. The price per barrel goes up. How could there be a bull trap during MOAS? Thanks for your time and education. Well, nearer and nearer the peak, like you may have positions being manually covered. You may have people buying in. As the volume descends, like more fuckery can occur, right? Like you're just gonna see big, long green Johnsons shooting up and hitting circuit breakers and pausing and then shooting up more. And that's gonna be like if computers are buying in, right? But like you'll start to see when like it's humans buying in, right? And that's when like you need to really start paying attention. And that's where any sort of balderdash or shenanigans could happen. Also, as they like liquidate, there could be pauses as they like liquidate each position, right? So like maybe they liquidate Citadel first, and then they move on to the next hedge fund that's short GME, and like that could like create delays in the upward spikes, and so that's why you want to be. That's why you don't want to like just like oh it's like the first red candle. You don't want to like drop your whole position. You want to assess the situation. Stay calm. That's the most important thing. Catch yourself a shiny chicken. Is that like the rare Pokemon? Like the shinies? They're like super hard to get or something. I don't know. I don't play Pokemon Go. And I haven't played Pokemon since I was a kid. Human beings or chickens buy. You can't. Chickens buy faster than algorithms, so it's really hard to tell. Are you going to live stream the MOAS? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about a way to do it where I don't put myself at any risk. Do I think the MOAS is happening today? I don't think it's gonna complete today. I might stream some of it. Maybe I just won't stream the peak. I don't know. Live stream without sound. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. There's an argument that not live streaming at all is a much better solution. It depends. I would have to. The first thing I'm concerned with is I need a way where none of my positions can be seen, but I can also easily access them. That would be an important aspect because I wouldn't want any buying or selling I'm doing influencing anybody else's. I wouldn't want you guys to be able to see when I'm buying or selling. Um, peak during the peak of MOS. Maybe that'll be my. I mean, that'll definitely be my peak viewership forever. Will be at the peak of the MOS if I do stream. As long as you're around when it starts. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say when I think it's peaked because if I'm wrong and a bunch of people sell, that would be messed up, right? I know that you guys are so used to sitting in here with me and being like, oh my god, this dude is never wrong about his predictions on stock movement. But let me tell you, it's happened once or twice. Once or twice I have been wrong. And I wouldn't want that to happen again and potentially endanger anybody's future or proceeds. You not talking about peak as a canary? I don't know what you mean, Frank. I have multiple monitors. Yeah, I could stream on one screen and make moves on the other. I know how that works. One of the other issues I have with streaming while the MOAS is occurring is the MOAS, like, short squeezes already make trading software very laggy. And, like, I would want as few programs open as possible during that time because, like, that can affect your buy sell orders. Like, latency is really important. I will be connecting Ethernet to my computer in the event of the MOAS. I'll also have a backup internet connection in case my internet goes down. Those are good things to do. The General Mill puts printed AM. They printed hard. I got my money back for my Lara bar, and I'll never eat another one. Thoughts on drawing controlled the share price? I thought your drawings controlled the share price. They do. They do. So what's happening right now is I personally am making the stock trade sideways in order to keep you all in here so I'm entertained. The last will last for days, most likely. More green rocket crayoning, please. Need a boost. No, it's not. It's too early in the day for green rockets and wishful thinking, DJ. It means if you stop talking about the peak, then we know by lack of discussion. Maybe. There's a lot. There's just a lot of issues. There's so many issues, and I'm trying to think of a way to circumvent them, but I've yet to come up with a foolproof plan. It's very easy to say the wrong thing and put yourself in a tight spot. It's very easy to say the wrong thing and put myself in an illegal spot. Um, or a spot that could, open me up for possible litigation, which is something I just don't want to deal with. Like, I don't think I'd put myself in a place where, like, there would be any validity to those claims, but people may still feel that way. And I don't like going to court. It's boring. Court's boring. I don't like it doesn't have a good risk reward ratio going to court. Yeah, I'm not gonna put myself at risk. I've told you guys a lot about how peaks work, and I hope you're taking that information to heart. I also hope you're doing your own research about previous short squeezes and how they've played out. Maybe go look at the charts from those short squeezes. That's what I did. Analyze the volume in them. Look how the market reacts to a short squeeze. What happens? Don't you have nothing to win and everything to lose by streaming it? Technically true, casual viewer. I don't have anything to win by streaming it. I guess maybe like if like when the MOAS peaks, people donate me millions of tendies. That'd be funny, but yeah, basically nothing to win. Um, and even at that point, it wouldn't be worth it compared to like the money I'd be making off GME. Cares about record viewership if you become a most, yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Um, my research is what you tell me to do. I won't be upset if you don't stream the MOAS. I know, and like honestly, if and when the MOAS happens, I don't care if anybody's upset that I'm not there for them to hold their hand. That's not like a big concern of mine. I'll donate you a Milcat. Awesome. Um, yeah, Bruce is gonna be just live probably, just talking about stock prices because he doesn't care. He's in Canada too, so I don't even know if like anybody can go after him for like talking about it. Like I think he can like he has a lot more he can say a lot more because he's not invested in the stock and like he definitely has a from a legal standpoint, he's in a safer position. All right. I'm going to let Reddit know that we're just moving up to retest a VWAP here. Although we could push through and test 180 again. This is earlier in the day than I expected this to happen, so I want to make a note of it. For the people not able to follow along with the live stream. And while I'm doing this, I would like to say that if you like what you're seeing and you're new here, feel free to drop a like. They help other people see the excellent information being talked about in our particular stream. And if you want to see more of this, subscribe because I'll be on every day at 9 a.m. On market days, not on the weekend. I cannot wait for this weekend. And if you want to help support the channel, there's a link for our coffee down below. It helps out a lot as I take a lot of time away from my usual job of day trading in order to do this. So all of those are greatly appreciated. They're equally appreciated. I don't demand anything, but whatever you can do is very nice, and I thank you for it. Um, Everyone's been super supportive so far. All right, Reddit's all updated. I can send that off. 999 upvotes. That's funny. Yeah, I put all my previous streams are in the like stream playlist. You can see them there. The best part of all those streams is my daily drawings that I do, my daily postcards. Today I was particularly proud of the card for the stream was quite excellent, I think. Bruce eating bagels alive. It's disgusting. Okay, hold on. VW and overstock charts. Yeah, those are good charts to look at. Look at the minutes, look at the volume candles, analyze the price movement, and I feel like that'll prepare you to be a lot more comfortable with a squeeze. I mean, I hope people will be generous towards Bruce too. I love that guy. I hope everyone gives him enough money that he can actually retire and just like live out the rest of his life with his Tesla and his wife. he's been there for everybody from the get-go, and a lot of information that he's provided people, whether they liked it or not, has been well-intentioned and from my point of view, good advice. I have nothing against Uncle Bruce at all, except his disgusting bagel eating habit. Like, just the idea of eating that many bagels is a big, I don't like it. Why do you retract your comments? You're scared, bro. I don't know. Maybe Oreo has social anxiety. But Oreo, we love you, and we're glad you're in here. I want you to know that whatever you have to say, if I am able to see it, I appreciate it. You've never said anything terrible or bad, and your opinion is just as valid as anyone else's. Gap half filled. What gap? There's no gap. Dagger. Gorp. What are you talking about, Gorp? I believe Gorp is from Germany, if I remember correctly. That math doesn't add up. Very funny. Garrett, smash that like. Please. Just let Oreo do Oreo. Don't worry about him. He's not hurting anybody. Or she. Or however they identify. Pickle, how long did it take you to learn to trade for a living? I paper traded for 3 years before I used Roll Capital. I like to make sure I'm good at something before I compete at it. So practice makes perfect. I'll tell you that much. If you don't like to practice, you will lose a lot of money. Like if you use cash right off the bat, you're going to lose hard. So if it's cash you can afford to lose, then whatever. Like nothing, I don't think anything teaches lessons faster than losing real money. But I am of the opinion that you should at least practice some strategies before trying to use real money on them. I know, Brad. I know. You're not the guy to attack people. You've been in here a while. Don't worry. If there's any FUD or shilling going on in my chat, it's going to be from me. Pickle, do you do option spreads? Occasionally. Spreads aren't really my thing. I don't like capped potential, even though it does fit my risk reward profile. Usually if I'm buying calls or puts, I have a reason. Or I'm just angry, like the General Mills put. It's an instructional level of pain. Yeah, using money, you'll definitely feel it, but if it's money you can't afford to lose, that's like a dangerous position to put yourself in, right? Like that's just like, why, just go to a casino. Your odds are probably the same. If you have no experience. Whoever just donated, thank you so much. Very appreciated. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. I know everyone's leveraged to the hilt in GME. So anything like that is super cool. Bro, I'm 6'4", 270. I'm the enforcer. Some recommendations of books to learn. So actually, Nikiko, I'm working on building up a compilation of free materials that I would like to maybe do a video for or have links for in the future. A lot of the books that you can buy on Amazon are just bullshit. And like the good information's in textbooks, but those are very expensive. And then the best information comes from experience and self-teaching. And I feel like I can compile a good set of resources that are free that everyone will have access to. And so, but I'd like to make sure that it's a complete compilation before I kind of hand it out to everybody. But it went from 2K to 8K on Doge, 8K to 10 on MVIS. Had no idea what he was doing, but thought it was invincible, then lost 3. Yeah, that happens. People get lucky, and then they just keep FOMOing, and like, then they lose all their money. I don't know if Doge is a pump and dump. I have some Doge, but I bought it forever ago as like a joke. Like shortly after it became a thing, my friend was like, dude, let's buy some Dogecoin. And I was like, all right. And then we each bought like $50 of Dogecoin. And then I forgot I had it for a long time. And then Doge went up to like 10 cents. And I was like, wait, I think I own some of that. And I dug around and I found it. And now I know where my Doge is. It was on Robinhood, which is embarrassing, kind of, but it's the only thing I have on Robinhood. To be fair, I didn't even remember that I had a Robinhood account. Real money equals don't forget to save some for real taxes, especially with wash sales. Yeah, you have to be careful. There's some tricks. Self-teaching is expensive. I mean, only if you use real capital. If you paper trade, it's free. And then you can, track your profits and losses over periods of time and see if you're profitable enough to quit your day job. Dogecoin can't possibly have any fundamentals going for it. It actually does. I'm not super versed in crypto, but Dogecoin has transactionary value. And the more people that start accepting Dogecoin for good PR on the back of this whole hype train, the more transactional value Doge has. Transactions in Bitcoin are very expensive. So it's a good place to store money, but it's not like a good thing to use to like buy and sell stuff. And Dogecoin's much better at that. And that alone is enough to increase Doge's value or make it a viable altcoin. I don't think it's like not viable. Constantly printing. So's the US dollar. And it doesn't deflate at the rate you think it does. Also, um, there's like unlike Bitcoin, Dogecoin has like the people that can alter it in any way, whether they choose to or not, it can be updated and changed. So it has like potential development in its future. So true. Learned options trading at a hefty price. Yeah, it's not cheap to learn options trading, especially. Actually brought up a question keep forgetting to ask. After selling the MOAS, when is tax applied? After pulling from a brokerage or after selling? Speak to a tax consultant. I'd recommend a CPA or a tax attorney, someone who's a fiduciary in your own personal financial matters. I have no idea. I'm not either of those things. I know about taxes as they apply to me, but not to you. At this point, if anyone is still on Robinhood, I don't feel bad for you at all. Some people can't get out. Some people are on it because they can't get level 3 options trading anywhere else. I mean, obviously they suck, but yeah, if they're still in it, like there's not a lot you can do. Can we get a pickle coin? I'll think about it. I don't really want to develop a crypto. That doesn't sound like something that would interest me. Because then I gotta go like shill my crypto everywhere until it becomes worth money so I can sell out of my awful position in it. I don't care how much it gets pumped and dumped. What's actually what actually interests me the most about Dogecoin is its popularity in like underdeveloped markets because it's worth like more than some other currencies, right? At this point in time. And that's a really interesting effect on like underdeveloped countries and markets. where Dogecoin is super popular. Do I think it's a distraction from GME? No. I think if those people were going to buy GME, they would have bought it and not bought Dogecoin, right? I don't think anybody's like leaving their GME position to buy Dogecoin. I do know for a fact that some people have sold their Dogecoin and bought GME. So, net benefit, right? Where I live, there's a lot of Bitcoin ATMs, but they charge you a ton of money to get money out. I have like a little bit of Bitcoin. I bought it forever ago, so I got it very cheap. Lucky me. One of my very close friends has always been super into crypto for years. And so all of my crypto holdings are thanks to him. But I don't really buy it. I don't buy crypto. I've traded it before, but it's very volatile. It's hard to trade. Super risky. Um, the moment you sell your shares for more than you paid for them. Yes. Or at the end of every quarter. It depends on your brokerage. Some brokerages have different reporting methods, not financial advice. But ETH is safest. Huge groups. ETH is a good one. I actually used to like mine ETH at night when I just like leave my computer on and let it mine ETH. It's not really worth it anymore, but I used to mine and sell all coins on MintPal. That's cool. It looks like we're gonna test VWAP, by the way. This is an ascending upward channel. This is a bull flag. They usually break down before anyone gets too excited, but they can run for a very long period of time before they do break down. So if volume comes in and backs it, it'll keep going up and up and up. Sometimes they can actually break to a higher channel also. That's a little more rare. But you didn't, yeah. There, I mean, my friend had 100 Bitcoin from that email sign up that like came out when Bitcoin was like first released. They sent like a bunch of spam mail to everybody, like, oh, sign up and get like to our newsletter and get 100 free Bitcoin. And my friend got 100 from that and lost the wallet for years and found it again like when Bitcoin was at like 20K, and I think he sold it. I bet he wishes he didn't, but I think he was pretty happy with the price he got, given that it was literally from a free email sign up. I really want to sell my 162.50 call underneath 190. That would, I mean, it's stinky, but it looks like we're breaking down out of that channel, like I said, guys. Uh, I'm gonna update Reddit with that also. It's getting on 11:30. Keep them informed. All right. Cool. Sorry about that, guys. Just updating Reddit, letting them know what's going on. What application? I'm using WeBull. There's a link down below if you want to sign up for it. If you deposit $100, we both get some free stocks. I don't know what stocks. I think it's like $15 worth of stock. Sometimes I think you can get like better stock though. I've heard of people getting like Tesla. I got Starbucks one time when one of my friends signed up. Percentage per hour. I always forget the metric for theta decay. Actually, there's a formula for it. You can look it up. I don't know it off the top of my head. I don't like. I haven't done a lot of wheeling lately, and that's like when I pay attention to like theta decay rates. But yeah, it's easily found on the internet. It's just like I can't remember off the top of my head right now. I'm very tired. Able to get out of here 200. Like it wasn't worth anything on that spike. Like I'm not getting out of this. Like because I carried it Thursday. Like I'm not gonna get out of this unless like we run today. Otherwise, I'm just gonna like sell it for nothing. But I think I'll just hold it and see if it runs. I do have to turn off auto exercise. Make sure you guys do that so like Robinhood or Webull don't sell your calls for you because that's super shitty. I've seen that happen to so many people, and you want to make sure that like if you're on either of those, I'm not gonna say like anything about being on either of those platforms, but if you're on either of those platforms, make sure that they don't have auto exercise turned on unless you want to auto exercise because they will sell your other positions to exercise your call or they'll just sell your call. Right? $15 a GME is a lot of GME. It's a nice amount. So an option expiring next Friday. Is Wednesday like some sort of cutoff? No. So if you're gonna roll them, usually you would roll them like this Friday or on Monday, whenever you think IV will be the lowest. So to roll, you would like sell it and then buy another option further out at the same strike price. That's what rolling means. And like, yeah, you lose some money doing that, but like less than you would lose if you let that option run all the way to expiry without ever being in the money. Yeah, it's right there. I'm diamond handed. I'll hold losses. I'll hold profits. Watch me go. At least I made money off of General Mills. That's my win for the week. Is the money I made on General Mills. I also made some money on AMC calls, and I picked up a little bit of money on like SPY stuff. I had some SPY puts. I'm not gonna tell you guys when I bought them, but they printed. I bought them on a different app though, or like different program. Webull. Is there much of a difference between Fidelity, ATP, and Webull? Look the same. So I don't see the view up line anywhere. Fidelity's just ugly. That's why I don't use it on stream. Normally I use Active Trader. But I use Webull sometimes too. I don't mind it. It's like easier around the eyes. I don't like options on Fidelity. It's like just gross looking. So usually I'll do options on Webull and I'll do like day trading on Active Trader. SPY puts were early. So Webull sign up US only? Yeah, I think Webull is US only. Or like US and China maybe. Options on TD is trash too. On Thinkorswim. I thought Thinkorswim was like the best platform for options. Hold on one second, guys. There's gonna be a little bit of background noise here for a second. I'm just gonna mute. Enough of your TD Ameritrade shilling in here, Daniel. We've discussed this. I don't care how much they pay you. I've never used Tastyworks. I would like to find an options platform that I like, because I've yet to find one that I really enjoy the like UI on. Not that I generally trade options quickly, but sometimes I do, and like I haven't really found one that's convenient for that. I think interactive brokers, but their fees are astronomical. Like when you're looking at them versus like no fee brokerages, it's like if you're doing like a lot of trades, it's also their like account limits are really high, I think. I lost 60K last week on S&P calls. How? Didn't S&P just like run last week? Like how far out of the money were you? Because like S&P's been just killing it. Did you like sell during the dip or something? Because it recovered immediately. Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel Rock. Other Daniels in here shilling TD Ameritrade for pennies per comment. It doesn't mean anything. It's just like I didn't expect us uh to like test 180 so soon. I mean, I did. I said that we could, right? But like it seemed unlikely that we would test 180 so early in the morning. Usually we don't have a lot of strength in the early morning. Jimmy's like volume usually comes in around like noon when everyone's at lunch. Honestly, like Robinhood has like the best options trading platform. I hate it, but like their like UI is by far the best developed. But apparently, Fidelity's working on like a new program that's supposed to be really cool. I've heard like a bunch about, but haven't like messed with. Sold at the worst times. Don't be a paper hands. What's the update with Jimmy, bro? I mean, we're testing VWAP right now. I think I just updated Reddit, right? Yeah, Reddit should be up to date. Let me double check though. Reddit is, yeah, Reddit's pretty up to date on what's happening. I'll probably stop over by there in a minute and let them know that we're just testing on VWAP. We want to cross a VWAP. Crossing VWAP is bullish. VWAP is this line here. It's the volume weighted average price. Just think of it as like another floating resistance support line between the like more objective ones drawn on the chart. Fidelity Remaster is 6 weeks away. I'm excited. I hope it's better than Active Trader Pro. Yeah, I mean Fidelity tends to make good plays. Will be a post Moas reunion stream. No, but I'll say hi to you from my yacht when we're parked next to each other off the coast of Mykonos. You guys say bad or good options trading platform? I mean, for me, it's really just like the UI. Like if I like sometimes I like to like trade options like on a short time frame, and a lot of brokers aren't particularly set up for that. But most of them are similar. I mean, like if you're buying an option, waiting till it's worth money, and then selling it, that's like you can do that anywhere. It's just kind of like convenience of use, execution. Like Fidelity has like the best execution of all the brokerages. Like if you're day trading, like their execution, they have their own clearing system, and like the clearing systems they use, they have priority on, so that like execution's super good out of Fidelity, which is important. Like it affects your profit averages when you're day trading. Don't stand up. Sit down. It's okay. Don't stand up. I feel like such a boomer on Vanguard. No, don't feel like a boomer. I have some stuff over in Vanguard, I think. Not much, but a little bit. I have like a lot of my investments accounts spread out. I do different things in different ones. Yeah. Robinhood's the most intuitive. It's the easiest to use, but they like the cost may not be worth it. It's a great like if you're just learning options or you're like whatever. I recommend that if you paper trade on whatever platform you intend to use for actual trading because then you want to get used to using that platform. Where should we stash our millions post squeeze? I don't know. Ask Bruce. That's what you want to know what Uncle Bruce used to do. Let me tell you, Uncle Bruce knows how to hide money. That's what he was doing in the Caymans with his wife and child for all those years running that fund. He was hiding rich people's money offshore. Bruce is probably featured prominently in the Panama Papers. Maybe that's why he's not allowed to own stock anymore. I love him too. It's great. He's like the grandpa who was into stocks that I never had. Bruce is a genius. He's a smart guy. Yeah, what he lacks for like understanding of current market trends, he makes up for in experience and overall market knowledge. Like his SPAC calls are amazing. Every one of them I've researched, and they're all good. He's legit, which is more than I can say for any other YouTube streamer except myself. Of course, I'm legit AF, but like Warden's learning. He's smart. I like his approach. Everyone else, I just think is just nonsense. I think Matt Kors has technical knowledge, but like he doesn't show it. I think he knows a lot more than he lets on because he wants to like dumb his stream down. But I don't need to punch up. I'm cool enough. Vanguard have trillions in assets. Apparently, Vanguard and Fidelity have some of the largest. Yeah, they're both huge, huge funds. Definitely won't halt your buys. Yeah, no, not happening. Not to mention, like, I think Fidelity has its own clearinghouse. So they just like they wouldn't stop themselves on liquidity issues anyway, right? I mean, it's Versace, Cape Oats, gonna buy more, celebrate. Warden is young. I like his calm demeanor. Yeah, he's got a good approach. He's got the right like I mean obviously I can't predict this without knowing somebody really well, but like he seems like he has the right mentality for being in the markets long term. I'm gonna be myself. Don't worry about that. I'm no one's no one's ever gonna shame me into being something different or shill me into changing my mind about stuff that I have my own confirmation bias about. I'm open minded, like I'll look at things and like consider them. But if I don't see like evidence to support a different way of thinking, I'm not gonna change my mind. I'm kind of stubborn that way. You and Warner are a lot more tolerable than Matt, thank goodness, or else I don't think I'd even be learning on YouTube. Oh, thank you for saying that, Purity. They gather nodes of battery metals off the ocean floors. What the hell are you guys talking about? Um, some stock. Just search the Panama not name not there unless he's a different name. I don't know. What about the fund he worked for though, right? Like I don't know the name of the fund he worked for, but the time frames seem to line up from when like the Panama Papers were produced and like when Bruce retired from trading. He's very tight-mouthed about like what he used to do. God damn it, Daniel. I hope they're paying you. Educational value you and Morgan bring to new investors is priceless. I'm glad you feel that way, Tangy. Also, yeah, if anyone else feels that way, drop a like, subscribe. You can learn more from me. I'm gonna be here at least for a little while. And then you can also donate down below. buys things like GameStop and GameStop, and it also helps buy GameStop. And then additionally, like data for GameStop. And lastly, lunch. I'm hungry, but I'm not going to eat until 4 p.m. I don't eat between the hours of 8:30 and 4 p.m. on any given day because I don't like the way spikes in my like glycemic index affect my trading ability. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. It's really common actually. A lot of traders don't eat during the day. Um, 4 years that's 7x. Yeah, I mean, it's actually trading. It's really hard to beat long term buy and hold value. Buy and hold like almost always wins. You have to be sorry, Daniel. Daniel Rock. Look, Daniel Taylor, your shilling for TD Ameritrade is negatively affecting Daniel Rock. So I hope you intend to split profits with him. Happened with the pan. No, I mean some journalists got murdered. Do you have to pay like on Andrew channel? No, I'm just gonna be here whether you donate or not. It's just nice if you do. That's all. Dustin Ford. I'm not here to steal your money. Besides, I'm gonna open a Shake Shack with my GME attendees. Love those cheese fries. I ate Shake Shack the other day. That's another company that I want to put puts on actually. So I ordered Shake Shack from DoorDash and it came to my house and my burger tasted like it had been cooked in somebody's armpit and I was pretty pissed about it. I don't know what I expect when I get food delivered, but I expect higher quality from a fast food establishment. Maybe my standards are too high. I'm like a huge food snob. He's more of a YouTuber than a financial guy. Mo Money, Andrew Mo Money is like he's I don't like I don't hate the guy. I don't like watching him. He has like uh what appears to be no knowledge of the stock market. And can we show Carly Rae Jepsen some more? I mean, I haven't seen her indicator yet. If it like the indicator set, if you guys want to know what the Carly Rae Jepsen indicator is, you can look through some of like my previous posts on Reddit. It's in one of them. It's just like a meme joke that came up during the day. I had her like song stuck in my head. Tangy bits. That's pretty gross. Yeah, it was. It was a gross burger. But I haven't done a lot of research into who owns Shake Shack yet. It was after market hours. Otherwise, I definitely would have bought puts. Tried In and Out, overhyped. I lived in California for a while. I don't see the appeal, but people who love it more than any other burger. Shouldn't you short the delivery service? DoorDash? I think I missed the train on that one. But yeah, they tanked pretty hard this week. I don't know whose fault it was, right? Was it the DoorDash guy's fault? He was pretty efficient. He got here in 15 minutes, you know. So armpit spreads. Journalist that broke the Panama paper story ended up having a car bomb accident. Yeah. Her car blew up accidentally. There was a couple other journalists that died surrounding that. They were paying me in GME short shares, but they said they suddenly can't find anymore. Curious. Curious. Wow. Okay, so Nikoko, that's really complicated for me to get into on stream, like setting up the scanners. But maybe one day I'll do like a video on how I would set up a scanner. Like I'll let you make up your own ideas about how to do it because like I don't want to tell everyone exactly how I do it, right? Because then I just get like front run on all my day trades every day by my viewers. And like while I appreciate your donations, they do not they pale in comparison to the money I can make day trading with like you don't share scanner information, right? It's like you you'll learn. But yeah, you gotta set up your own scanners. But I can show everybody like how maybe one day. No money, knows nothing about the market, just reading DDs and riding the hype. Yeah, that's what he does. He's a YouTuber. Um, I do find that for a data scientist who provides shocking little data on things, and I would be interested in a data scientist's take on the stock market. If like he went that route, I would probably watch more of him. I've seen some of his like programming videos from in the past and stuff, and like he doesn't seem like he doesn't know what he's doing. It's just like I don't know why that's not what he's chosen to run with. He just wants to like get donations for his dog's treats or whatever. The dog's gonna get fat AF if his viewership goes up because every time he gets like a donation, he gives his dog a treat or something weird. I think the fundamentals of day trading is good for people to know, but it's up to each person. Yeah, you got to figure out your own strategy. Not only because like if everyone's using the same strategy, no one's gonna make money doing it, but also because you have to use a strategy that you feel comfortable using, and that's like a very personal thing. Learn, make, repeat. Did I get blocked or something? No. Can anyone say hi to this message? I see your messages. Oh geez, I can't tell you. Let me scroll back. Did I miss a question of yours? If I missed a question of yours, just repeat it and I'll try to go over it. Yeah, I mean, like as chat gets busier, it is gonna get harder for me to like get to everyone's questions. I think that's just the nature of like streams growing or whatever. That's why they have things like super chat and people feel validated by using them. I don't have super chat. I have Ko-Fi, and if you send me a message on Ko-Fi, it may take me longer to get to it than the ones in chat because sometimes I forget. That's just, I'm just gonna be honest about that. The noise is air conditioner. Yeah, I have terrible allergies. I actually have a HEPA filter and an air conditioner, one on either side of me. And that keeps me from spending the entire stream seizing. Spring isn't a good time of year for me. Final thoughts on begging for subscribers in order to buy more shares. It's high conviction. You just buy more without incentivizing viewers to subscribe. No longevity. Are you talking about Andrew or me? I don't care if you guys subscribe. If you don't like the channel, though, like, go find something you do like. Don't hang out here and watch me out of pure spite and hatred. I already own all the GME I'm going to own, most likely. Approaching Candace around lunch. Lol. Every day is like I have a cold. Yeah, I know that feeling. Ruben. Is Ganon, is Candace the 180 resistance? Because it looks like we're approaching it. We have no volume, but we're sneaking up on it. If it has a link, it will be like it is invisible to everywhere else. Yeah, if you guys post something with a link, I have links banned in chat. I don't want anybody posting links in chat. It's like, because I don't want people clicking on them and then like seeing something they don't want to see or going to like get a virus or yeah, whatever. I think it's just good for like security reasons. Learn, make, repeat, be like. Hold on, I think someone donated. Let me get to that first. Blake Callum, bruh. Thank you, Blake, and bruh, right back to you. Appreciate the donation. It's very kind. Can you explain in theory how a dividend payment would work with something heavily shorted? Well, for whatever shares are held in a short position at the time the dividend is paid, the shorter whoever has possession of those short positions would be responsible for paying the dividend on them. So I hope that's not a stupid question, Andrew. That's a good question, actually. Probably a smart decision. Check TTM squeeze, 15 minutes. Let me guess, it's signaling good to go. Testing to see if you read it. Should post gifs, memes in the chat for laughs. I do too, but honestly, like, I can't have one without the other. Like, I can't have that without the risk. So there's the Discord. You're more than welcome to join the Discord. It has free rooms. It's not like a subscriber Discord or anything. You can just go in there and talk about, like, there's a subscriber section, but it doesn't work and it's not attached to anything. But like, it's kind of like a future looking thing. But yeah, you can go in there and send each other memes and stuff. It's like auto moderated, but it allows links and stuff to be posted. Butterfly meme is the mouse. Be very, very quiet. Why? Are we hunting wabbits? Amy? They've been testing us for weeks and no volume. It's the game. It's just consolidation. It's not them testing us, really. It's just that, like, they can't allow the price to surge, because if it does, like, FOMO will destroy them. So it's very important to keep the stock boring. Boring is very good for them and the market makers who are making money off us just floating around max pain. Ooh, I flipped my call for $9 and paid for my egg McMuffin. Good job, Jessica. Andrew Shorts. It's 180 season. Yeah, well, we got rejected a little bit, so it's choppy. It's choppy. It's the waters are not calm. Top of dividend shorts and pit also. Yeah. Yeah, we need to cross 180. Auction wall, 5 repo skips is enough. Thoughts on Christian Russia? Is he the guy who does the Elliott wave stuff? He seems knowledgeable on Elliott wave. Learn, make, repeat. This is the first message of yours that I've seen about this. I don't know why I'm not getting them. But yeah, I think that's the guy who does the Elliott waves. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he seems knowledgeable. I don't know how much validity I give Elliott waves. Like, future looking like trajectory theories, which Elliott wave is one of many, aren't like foolproof. But yeah, I mean, I know there's people that use Elliott waves. I know it's been deemed an effective trading strategy, so, and he seems to know it really well. It's not something I have spent a lot of time on personally, but mostly it just indicates things that other things also indicate. So it just attempts to do it at more defined price points. Spreading Elmer FUD. No. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, Frederick Bouchard. Welcome back. Your name looks familiar. Oh God! Now, so Secure and Daniel Taylor are not going to use this time to shill TD Ameritrade. A couple of his streams. He's a cool guy, though. Thanks for your thoughts. Yeah, no, he's a smart guy, and he knows what he's doing with Elliott waves. I think I like back checked one of them, and like it seemed legit, as well as I could. But yeah, he knows what he's doing. I have no problems with that guy. He's a cool guy. He's just, you know, tracking GME, same as me, doing his thing from Germany, wherever he's at. Yeah, there's no links. Sorry, guys. I feel like that's true of most YouTube chats, though. I don't know why people are so shocked. I'm actually not looking for power hour for strong movement. I'm looking around midday. I think if the bull side wants to capture that call money at 200, the biggest push would be between now and 3, actually. He posted Elliott Wave exit. GameStop don't stop getting pulled up on low volume like artificial gravity of the moon. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of how support resistance works. It acts like a black hole, pulling the price back towards it from either direction. The ascending channel is very nice, actually. It's super bullish, and it's carried. It broke a little bit downward, but then it picked back up and carried through. For anybody who doesn't know what that means, I guess I could cover it real fast. This is an ascending channel, also known as a bull flag. Is a period marked by consolidation of higher highs and lower lows. They trend upwards, like so, in a parallel line. They do tend to break downwards, but they can run upwards for very long periods of time, provided they have enough support. So essentially what's happening is stock gets bought, consolidate, bought, consolidate, bought, consolidate. It's an indication that buy pressure is higher than sell pressure by the angle of, well, by the angle of the trajectory of the flag. Sometimes they could run far more vertically. So yeah. That's a bull flag. Maybe I should take a picture of that for Reddit, because they like those. They like pictures and knowing what's going on, because they can't join us here. And that makes me sad. So I'm going to update Reddit real quick, and I will be right back with you guys. And no, there's no music to fill the gap. All right. Reddit is all updated. I just wanted to kind of fill them in on the things I just told you guys about. Everything's looking good. I expect if we want to make a real run at 200 today, we will see volume pick up as we are seeing right now, as we attempt to break through 180. And then I think volume will continue to pick up if we get far enough past the 180 resistance. Like if we can break through 180, 185, I think we can easily push up to 200, which would be the bull case for today, is to push to 200 or past 200 in order to capture the huge amount of bullish call volume at the $200 strike. And I think push past, like if we clear 185, I think hedges are going to start covering, and that's just going to ramp up over 200. I don't know how much it'll run past 200 today, but draw the horns. There's no, I don't have a bull formation here. The bull formation is a ascending scallop. That's how you start the horns. Ugh, this is a bull flag. There's no bull to be drawn. Also, I'm not here just to doodle. I'm here to talk about stocks. I'm a serious trader. Okay, this is real for me. Uh, Digging the lo-fi air conditioner. I'm glad you guys enjoy the sounds of my air conditioner. Um, if I could find noise suppression software that worked well, I'd use it. Five Guys is delicious, but it's so greasy. Like every time I eat it, I eat too much. I eat too many fries, and then I feel like shit. My favorite color is green. Green's a great color. Actually, our volume's better today than yesterday, significantly. Daniel Rock. Testing it down. Trying to catch up on everyone's chats here. If you guys have the desire to make ape noises amongst each other, I have a channel in the Discord specifically set aside for that. You can join and just hoot and holler and just make as many sounds as you can, but no actual speaking to one another. It's only for ape noises. Cookies equals serious. Damn straight, Ryan. Oreo salad, I missed your message. I'm sorry. You delete them so quick. Leave them up a little longer for me, please. The whole bag is fries at Five Guys. Yeah, I know. It's like so many fries. Sure doesn't use TD Ameritrade. Fishy. Since, you know, all right. I'm glad you made your extra dollar shilling TD Ameritrade, Daniel Taylor. Purple flag. It doesn't look like it. I mean, we could like so we tested 180 here. Like if we zoom in, we hit 180.11. There's a sell wall now at 180 of 1,082 in limit. But somebody just bought 4,200 shares at 179. But yeah, we might get rejected and then bounce off VWAP. We've broken out of the channel here. Although this isn't super precisely drawn, so we've probably more than broken out of the channel. So that would be precisely drawn, so we've definitely broken out of the channel. But we could just bounce on VWAP. If we cross VWAP, we'll probably continue to descend downwards. Somebody calls for today. Might see someone getting exercised. I doubt. Most options don't get exercised. People could, but it's very rare. Well, let's see dating people. Are those numbers sure? Just ignore it, Mr. Two Aniac. There, it's like it's not like this stuff isn't super accurate. This is fine. This is like limit buy sell that are posted and haven't been fulfilled, and then this is the ticker of trades made. But this thing, this graph is just garbage. Just ignore that. So yeah, I think we'll just like I don't think they have enough. There's not enough sell pressure for us to cross, but I think we'll just like retest and then maybe like do some of this. I mean, this is like an ideal position for bulls to be in, right? Because if there's any lack of integrity in the sell wall, like if they can find like a break, right? Then they can ramp up volume and push through. It's like chess. It's trying to find a hole in your opponent's game. And there's also, you know, like algorithms that are battling it out probably in the background. That's what a lot of these like 100 share orders you see going back and forth are. The price stabilizing algorithms. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my dude. Thank you, Secure, for shilling me and not TG Ameritrade for a change. It's much appreciated. Unfortunately, I can't pay for the shilling, but like I definitely can't pay as well as TD Ameritrade pays Daniel. We're the pawns. Yeah, we are. Sorry to tell anybody who thinks or is feeling important. Your money doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but it's like your money isn't going to move the price. We need much more money than anybody hanging out on YouTube all day has. Unless Elon wants to like help us out. He's been sitting in chat for days now and, you know, just doesn't care about our struggle. I think he enjoys watching our suffering. He's a masochist. I mean, well, okay, so Mr. Tumaniac, I borrowed just my show 0 shares, but that doesn't mean they've used the ones they've borrowed, right? They might have, but it doesn't necessarily mean they have. But that is a good sign, actually, for upward price movement. It's one of the indicators I look for. Elon Musk called out. Yeah, I don't know why he also just bought like 20 million shares. Just get like a small... Just buy the float, Elon. You can afford it. We didn't overvalue your company for nothing. Come on. I'd imagine if there was going to be a Long Johnson type breakout, it would come here. Oh, I always forget that you guys like, because I have this, like the WeBull thing, like stretched to fit. So like my drawings aren't so accurate for the stream. But I guess if I draw it like a little up, there we go. That's weird. I have to like draw it in a different place for it to be in the right place for you guys. Or maybe I can just like stretch Epic Pen to fit the screen and that'll make them both. Transform. Oh, they don't. It doesn't let me. That's stupid. Never mind. A small investment of the entire float, $13 billion, could net you a large stake in GME and make us all billionaires. And I'm sure some of us would invest in Tesla afterwards, you know? It's a win-win, Elon. There he is. And what I know about Donald Trump's investment practices is that he does not invest his own money in anything. There's different data analytics companies that provide the candlestick data, Joshua. But it's provided at a high cost to your broker. Bought a Tesla with trade. Yeah, like how many Teslas are gonna sell when the MOAS happens? Elon should be factoring that in when he thinks about why he hasn't invested in GameStop. Yeah, I don't like politics or politicians. And any political talk about Donald Trump besides his investment strategies will result in an immediate ban, whether you're on the left or right side of it. I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. So just a heads up for anybody that's feeling riled in any way. This is a stock market channel. Save that for your groups, whatever groups you're a member of in your personal life. I don't care. Lead to the party. What's up, Brian Miller? Consolidating on top of VWAP, like a little shelf, holding us up there. The Tesla truck looks interesting, but I don't. There's something about that fundamentally that seems wrong. Like, do the solar panels on it charge its own battery? Can it charge itself fully? Or can you just like, because like a truck is a thing that you like, ideally you want to be able to operate in areas where maybe fuel isn't readily available and definitely not electrical power, right? But like if the solar panels just serve to like make the computers and stuff on board drain less battery and they don't serve to charge the battery, then as a truck meant for going into the great outdoors, it would be useless, right? Answer to all of those, yes. Well, why don't you tweet about it, Elon? And I'll buy some calls. I think your stock's down today. I'm gonna check. Oh, it's up a little, actually. Damn, I should have bought those calls yesterday. Oh, wait, that's cost. That's not what I want to look at. Well, whoever bought calls this morning or last night on Tesla is doing very well for themselves. Such a crazy stock. Risky as hell, though. What's this? I'm going to delete that. I don't need that one anymore. He owns property. His dad left him a lot of property. It's a good whole thing. I don't care about him that much. He's not like a powerhouse in the world of investments, to be honest. We have supercharger stations everywhere. Buy a Tesla truck and fuel it with wood. Interesting. It seems like it would take forever to charge the battery, but if it does, that's huge, right? Like that would mean that there's a Tesla that doesn't need a power station, right? You just leave it in your driveway and come back and it'll be fully charged. I don't think solar panel conversion efficiency is that good though yet. Like it's way better than it was in the past, but I still don't think it's enough to charge like 180 kilowatt hour battery. It sounds like it would trickle charge over like this is of what I know about the engineering of lithium ion batteries. It would take a very, very long time to charge off of a solar panel. Yeah, it'd be like the ultimate adventure vehicle. But here's the problem, like if it takes like a week for it to charge the battery, you're gonna starve to death before you can get out of the place that you've driven to. I think they have different like they have a different battery type that is better with solar panels, like nickel cadmium instead of lithium ion. I think the idea is they take longer to charge, but they have like they're able to output for like a longer period as well. I don't know. I'm not a battery. I know enough to invest in stocks. That's the information that I learned. I'm not a battery engineer or an electric engineer. Yeah, like some sort of emergency backup. Like if you go off-roading or whatever people do, I'm not into it. I don't like to go into the outdoors. It's weird. But if you're into doing that, like you like and you went in your truck right now, you would probably bring like a can of gas, right? In case like you run out of gas, you're stuck somewhere. And like I feel like with a Tesla you wouldn't be able to do that. And so like I'm very curious as to what the options for that would be, but yeah, I think you'd need like a lot of square footage to charge like a battery that size. Thank you for keeping it real 100%. Don't stop with all of those memes. Thank you, anonymous Ko-Fi supporter or coffee. Sorry. Coffee supporter. I can't even get the name of my donation website right. Coffee supporter is much appreciated. I will attempt to keep it real for as long as possible because I don't make my money on YouTube, generally speaking. I'm not a streamer, by the way, in case anybody wondered. I'm not a streamer. I'm not an influencer. I have no desire to influence anybody. Says the streamer / person influencing people. But not in a financial sense. And then make a GME movie, I hope. Well, I feel like I'd need like 20,000 more subscribers for that to be in the GME Netflix documentary. I might be able to make a name for myself as a nutrition bar influencer. Day trader and day streamer, also by day. Everything I do is by day. So I don't want to eat cookies. I love how few people in this chat probably know what this hat is. It's funny. Yeah, I mean, the last nutrition bar I ate, I shorted their stock, and that was yesterday. And then I made money off that. So I got a refund for my Lara bar in the weirdest possible way. I bought a Lara bar. It tasted like shit. I shorted General Mills stock and sold it when I was up 20%. I bought a put, and then yeah. That's activist investing right there. That's really putting your money where your mouth is. I really do not believe in Lara bar. I have a 100% conviction rate against Lara bar. AMC, let's keep it moving. Just bought another 300. John Gonzalez. Is AMC doing? Dude, AMC hasn't done anything today. It's gone from a high of 1018 to a low of 994. I'll talk about AMC, but you might not like the things I have to say. You'll call me a FUD shill spreading misinformation, or whatever the current thing is. I feel like it'd be volatile though, and I'm much more concentrated on this action right here. The Lara bar put was epic. Somebody want me to short Lara bar again? I feel like I've made that, like, General Mills as a stock. Thank you for the Lara bar donation. I will not be using that money to buy another Lara bar though. They've failed in my eyes. Tangy Bits cheese grater. Lara Craft cheese grater. I've made puts on Kraft Heinz. I've made money on it. I actually own some. So I think in the event of economic collapse, they will do very well. I have a lot of like weird economic collapse hedges, which I'll probably never print. Use that donation to buy more Lara bar puts. So CEO of AMC give himself a bonus, or did he not give himself a bonus? He did. So, okay, this is the story of the AMC. You guys want to know the truth? Do you want to know the real truth behind AMC? Is it time for my daily AMC rant? Hold on. You guys want me to rack up? Thank you for the donation. You guys want me to rack up a bunch more dislikes on my video? Because that's where they all come from, is my daily AMC rant. All right, here goes. So AMC was the second most heavily shorted stock to GME. All right, when the GME squeeze began. And so everybody who didn't have enough money to buy GME at that point bought AMC, because AMC was also heavily shorted, and it was in the middle of like beginning a squeeze. And so everyone FOMO'd into AMC because they couldn't afford GME. and AMC was going to squeeze hard. And so what did the CEO do to his shareholders? He doubled their float, issuing like 200 million shares of stock onto the open market and tanking his own short squeeze, right? And then people have continued to short AMC since that point. Well, okay, they continued to short AMC, but in addition, like a month later, he pays himself a bonus for his genius financial move after he just screwed over all his own shareholders, right? Then he announces he wants to double their float again by 550 million shares, right? Then he backtracks on trades, and then the board issues a notice that they're only going to release 50 million more shares, increasing their float to 467 million shares at open market. And they're going to release them at their discretion with no voter approval whatsoever. So this is a company that not only doesn't care about its shareholders, it's not profitable in any way. They're on the verge of bankruptcy. The only thing that saved them from bankruptcy was the short squeeze in January. And they're going to continue to fail because it's a dying industry. And so at some point, AMC is going to spike again because the short interest is high enough and the retail FOMO is high enough. And it's going to hit like $15, maybe $20. And then that board of directors for AMC is going to release those other 50 million shares at market and round up as much capital as they can, pay themselves a bunch more bonuses, and then slowly let the corporation they run die. And if you want to ask me how they're the same as GME, they're not at all. There's no comparison. One is a long-term value investment that's attempting to turn around their business model, has zero debt and tons of cash on hand, and is being possibly led by one of the best CEOs in the e-commerce industry, versus that slimeball CEO hanging out over at AMC, just buttering himself up every day so he can go fuck his shareholders. There. That's the AMC story. Prove me wrong. He promised not to dilute 550 million shares, and then the board approved a dilution of 50 million. 50 million shares is a lot. That's a lot of shares. That's not like a godsend. I don't care what, like, if he promised to not dilute it by double the float. He just promised to dilute. GME just released 3.5 million shares of dilution, and our stock price went up $80. AMC announced that they're diluting 50 million shares, and their stock price went down too, or our stock price went up 30. I have 20 AMC shares, and I'll hold them forever for you guys. I hope you make some money, because YouTubers have convinced you to buy a stock that they fundamentally know is bad, but it would hurt their viewership to say so. I mean, at their current price of $10 a share, $500 million, which is enough to keep them in business for 6 more months. Yeah, that whole like AMC 100K a share thing is just not happening. Sorry. Sorry if you guys don't like that information, but it's the truth. Money to tap, tippy tap, money to buy some puts on more Larabar. I will buy some Larabar puts when the time is right. Now is not the time. Now is not the time to buy additional. I need for the price to go back up over VWAP, and then I can play the dip play. But right now, it's like, it's probably just going to say, this is a super stable stock. Just to like, some actual market information for you guys. So if I owned AMC that I had intentions for, I would probably use that money to buy GME instead. That's my opinion, because I like making money, not talking about stocks. Yeah, hashtag buy the resistance. And also, subscribe, like, donate. And if you don't like the things I say about AMC, go watch Trade Trades or Mac Cores. They'll tell you how great it is all day long. Yo, why would you go to a movie theater when you can just watch that movie at home on HBO and not, like, I don't know, get diseases or have to piss in dirty bathrooms or buy $20 popcorn that you can just make in your microwave for $1? Yeah, it's looking good. I said we were gonna test. We're doing our test. Big long Johnson tests. What's AMC doing right now, guys? Fuck all. All right, that's the end of my AMC rant. I hope you all enjoyed it. You can clip that. Godpill's not. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The guy's an idiot. He should just like start his own online church where he reads revelations to people all day that are waiting for the end of the world to come. I've just heard you say if the price goes over VWAP, you'd buy a put. That's not people. So on super stable stocks like that, they generally fluctuate under and over VWAP. So if this came up to like the previous day level of like 161, I would consider buying a put because it will probably trend back down again. I did buy a put yesterday purely out of rage about that Lara bar. But yeah, that wasn't like a intelligent investment decision. I just happened to make money off of it. I in no way agree with buying puts on things you don't like. That's just something I do because I just want to display my level of conviction and how much I hate Larabar. Stock Twits is showing 180. I mean, everyone has different data sources, so don't worry about that. Yes, Elliot Page. Godpill doesn't know anything. Isn't he bankrupt? Like, doesn't he have to go work at like some Burger King in Utah or wherever he lives or Arizona to like make back his investment capital? I thought he had like infinite calls that were expiring out of the money for like 80 grand. The guy got lucky on one options play and then was like, oh, I'm king of the options world. I know everything. The guy doesn't even know what volume on a candle means. It's ridiculous. My crayon drawing is accurate AF. Chumming for whales. How does Jimmy buys out AMC to use those locations for gaming tournaments? That'd be funny. Well, I hope they wouldn't though, because those leases are a huge burden of debt. How large is the buy wall? It looks like it's 550 shares at 180. 930, probably about, I'd say like 2,000, 3,000 volume would clear us up to. I mean, you can only see the limit sell buy walls. They throw stock at it in real time at market price. So like seeing the buy wall doesn't matter that much, but 550 on the limit sell. Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time watching Godpill because it's like sad. It's sad to watch. Like he's I think he's mentally ill and he probably needs help. But that's just a personal opinion. You check option sonar. I don't have option sonar because my donations have not reached a level yet where I can afford to buy it. That program is very expensive for an options tracker. It's good. I like the UI a lot. I wouldn't mind using it, but you have to pay by the year and it's quite pricey. And I don't use it. Like I don't use option scanners that much, but I would consider getting it for the stream for you guys so you guys can have that information to assist with why GME is doing what it's doing, but I kind of already know. I think Warden uses it as more of like proof of case. Like I think it'll do this because of this, and like he wants to be able to show you guys that. Also, I think Warden like uses option sonar for trading. You Pickle, and honestly, I get disgusted when I see people in Discords laughing at him. Enjoy seeing him flip out. You don't do that to a guy who needs help. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's not cool. I don't like him. I don't like that like people are listening to him for investment advice. But I do feel bad for the guy. No low money put for shorting purchase today. We back over 180. Yeah, we're back over 180, but not like we're not hard over 180, Renzor. We want to clear 180. We're still within the gravitational pull. We're orbiting it, if you will. You have to have a picture of your passport for what? I don't. Zach Smith, I can't tell you whether to do that or not. That is an investment decision you have to make based on your own risk profile. I will say that sounds risky, but that's up to you. If you read that statement and you go, this doesn't put me at any risk at all, then all the power to you, man. They restricted my account every time I had options expiring and got stuck with them, and they said my ID was a scan or photocopy and shut my access. Who is this, Dustin? I'm curious. Is this the MOAS? It could be. Who knows? I like this candle pushing us up through 181, but I really want us to be at like, so I think this is I don't use this signal a lot, but I think they call it a hangman. That's like when you peak and reach resistance, and then it trades like sideways for a second while you consolidate and then you push through. Usually I think this is like a very bullish signal, but our volume's drying up. We may not hold. We'll see. Until I see us like clear like 183 or bounce upwards off 180, I presume that the momentum is still weak. So don't get too excited just yet. This is just, we're just in it. I still don't know what you're talking about, Dustin. Like, you're ranting about this thing and your ID, but like it's so far lost in chat that I feel like half the people don't know what you're talking about. Fill me in, man. Fill me in on what's going on with this. Something about you losing $15,000 because of your ID. After 57 hours of nonstop adventure sleuthing and speedballs, I have completed the ciphering of Frank on South Park tweets. Hey, tweeted a poop, and we got like a surge in price. That was funny. We're just okay. Just the tip, guys. This is just the tip, or girls, or whoever. He was replying to me, and I don't know why that's like blurred out in the chat. Like whatever name that is, it's like restricted. Dustin Ford, there's no money country. Don't worry, everyone. My single share buy limit order set at 180.01 will prevent us from dropping. Good job, man. K Murr holding the line. Buy the resistance. Hashtag in reverse order. There's a lot of places to learn technical analysis. I would start with Investopedia. It has a very good ground layer of information that you can then pursue deeper. Work the tip, buy the tip. Okay, well, I guess it's not, it's like an inappropriate name because it doesn't show up in the chat for me. Can you go over your WeBull chart settings again? I'm on the 1 minute chart and linear.
That's what my charts. I have Henkin Ashi candles turned on. If like yours looks different, that's probably why. Um, so I prefer Henkin Ashi candles to the other candlestick patterns. They're green more often. Think about that. Um, you're welcome for the AMC rant, Jeffrey. I hope you enjoyed it. If somebody could provide me with some evidence to the contrary of what I believe in AMC, I'm willing to read it. I just don't think that you can. Fidelity says 216, 537. And I don't care if it's a manipulated stock, the fundamentals still matter. So Vlad sold his for sure at 12. That's funny. So Fidelity has got 216,000 shares available to borrow. I mean, it's looking good, James Burns. We're above 180, which is where I'd like to be. But I'd like to be more above 180. And if we dip below on this weakness, then we're probably going to dip much below. So there's some shares for you guys. That's some volume on the way down too. We're coming back under 180. Well, I don't know. Let's see how hard the bulls want to fight for their call money. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick though. Don't freak out, guys. Everything's fine. Keep calm. And stock on. Yes, Ryan. Lunch sounds so good. I wish I was a shill for TD Ameritrade, and then I could go get lunch. I don't know much about Opti Hella Green. I couldn't access my account to exercise. It'll probably short like crazy at Power Hour and manipulate the EOD price. Maybe. Maybe we'll buy like crazy at Power Hour and manipulate the EOD price. Who knows? Who knows who's in control? I'm watching a battle between Titans and narrating it. 200 word limit. Yeah. Yeah, Zakura, you're gonna have to pick up where Daniel's leaving off. He's going to lunch. It's his lunch break. So you're gonna have to take over shilling for TD Ameritrade. Is it easier to hold the price down than push it up, or all things kind of equal? I mean, it's becoming mathematically, it's becoming harder and harder for them to push the price down, and easier for us to push it up, or for the bull side. I won't say us, but the bull side to push this price up is becoming easier. Where else can you get a $13 hot dog and Playtime Crisis 2? Waiting for your showing of Fast and the Furious 17. Nowhere, JTA Kila. Well, I mean, based on the things going on with GME, the only comfort I take every day in these lunchtime spikes is that nobody gets to go to lunch at a hedge fund. They're like, no, back to your desk. Anything could happen. Yeah, I'm on Eastern Standard Time, which is where the stock market exists. Best bull case TD ever. Damn straight. You we're insolvent. That's great. All other time zones are inferior. For now. Wait, 64-ounce beer for $16? See, that could drive in some revenue. People just go there to get drunk, which would be more people than that are going there to see movies. Imagine a bar the size of an AMC movie theater. I'd hang out there. Bounce off 180. We did it. We did. We bounced off 180, but let's see if it's a strong bounce. Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate their business model is, though. They're renting out their commercial real estate as a like a leasable living room for people. I'm not going to say they weren't scrambling for ideas during the pandemic there. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, man. Also, yeah, anybody else who's enjoying it, drop a like. It helps us get more people in here to hear the good and bad words, whatever I happen to say. And if you want to see more, subscribe. I think I'm getting close to a lot of those, or like enough of those for things to matter. And then so that'd be cool if I hit whatever number that is. I'm not sure. I'd probably have to look into it more. And then if you want to help support the channel, there's a coffee link down below where you can donate money anonymously, or you can send messages, and your messages will get higher visibility if I remember to refresh the donation page. No, that's weak. Weak. Bulls didn't fight for it. Come on. Lame. This is how flawed their business model is. The last time I went into AMC, I bought a movie ticket and I saw 4 movies. I just left one and went to the next one. Why? Because no one there getting paid $7 an hour cared. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, from a realistic standpoint, COVID just sped up the inevitable fate of that business model. Although there appears to be a lot of renewed interest in drive-ins, which seems to be like a surging hipster type popularity thing. I don't know how long that'll last, but the technology is better than it was in like the 70s. M. Fulton, hello from America. Great show. It's my first time here, and I'm liking your laid-back, casual, but knowledgeable style. GME Go Burr. You're welcome. I'm just here to give the gift of my mind to the people. I think more and more this generation appreciates their personal space. I think that's why everyone's so into the work from home aspect of what the pandemic has caused. And then like I think people, yeah, they're enjoying their own personal space a lot more. Socialization occurs mostly on the internet, and so people are less interested and living close to friends and families because they can communicate with them via the web. And so I feel like that's maybe causing like a trend in like deurbanization long term bull predictions in deurbanization stocks. Triple digit shares, are you in the 4-digit or just 2 or 1? I'm assuming it's at least 3. I have 30 right here in WeBull. And then I have a bunch more. I bought GME. My low price was between like $5 and $8, and then my high was 250. So I've bought GME, and I haven't intentionally sold any. I lost one like 12% of my total position on a stop loss back in March when the stock tanked from 350, but like I had a trailing stop set up. And it was pretty far lagging too. I didn't think they could drop the price that hard, honestly. But they did. And but I bought back in at the bottom and ended up making that 12%, like a 26% part of my GME holdings. So it worked out. Are you an XXX holder? I'm not going to declare my position because I think that could lead to problems. I have a large position in GME. It's like 90% of my portfolio. I can tell you that much. Nice, Zach. Yeah, try to keep from declaring positions and stuff. It's just like, I don't want to make mostly I don't want to make anybody feel like less because they have a small position. And I don't want people like conflating themselves by being like, oh, I'm like a quad X holder. So I'm cooler than you. We're all equal. Apes are equal under the rising moon of GMA. This is bullish, by the way, this uptrend. All good, Zach. No worries. I haven't really said that in here before. How much of your position was General Mills? I mean, I had that one put in order to get my money back for my Larabar, and I 12x'd my Larabar refund, so I'm happy. Could go on your yacht if I get one. I'll have a big like GME party with lots of security because I expect people to be crazy. What are some long positions you like other than GME? Fubo is one that I've been interested in for a while. Berkshire Hathaway, A stock, is one I'm always interested in. Palantir looks promising, but I'd like to see some more information before I'm interested in buying it. Or some more profit, I should say. But I think the growth is there. Buy puts to force a refund. It worked, didn't it? Did I or did I not make $20 on that put? I did. Are we doing eat? Go baby run. I don't want to go to lunch right now because like the stock's doing things I want it to do for a change. Is it Berkshire A like 250K? I think it's like 400K a share. How many people? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's correct. How many people can you fit on a 7-foot rubber dinghy? At least 10. Got it buying Fubu. I mean, don't buy stocks based on my recommendations if you haven't researched them. Just because like I like a stock doesn't mean you shouldn't do the research on it. If I say I like a stock and you like the things I like, then do research on that stock and make up your own decision. Please, Jimmy, don't come back. I'm not here to offer you financial advice or tell you what securities to invest in or not. You asked me what stocks I like long term. I told you some. That doesn't mean go buy them without doing any research. That's foolish. I'm not your stock leader. I'm just some guy on the internet. For all you know, I work for Fubo TV and I'm shilling their stock. You don't know. So go find out if it's a good investment. do the research, take your time. As much as people think this is a casino, it's only a casino if you plan on losing half the time. Otherwise, it's a way to make money. No, GameStop still looks weak. It's still chop, right? Like, it's still like kind of what I said it was going to be. Like, we have to fight for this. This is not an easy battle by any means. I'm going to update Reddit real quick, guys. Just want to make sure the people following along via text are able to join the excitement with us. I don't work for TDA. That's that other guy, Daniel, whatever. He went to lunch, and Zakure sometimes shills for TDA in his place. I don't kick them because I don't hate like TDA as a trading platform. I just hate TDA as a bank, and I have reasons for that that are personal. And so I will not tell people go use TDA, but I've heard it's not bad. It's actually a pickle in human disguise. Sentient vegetables seeped in vinegar cannot be trusted. I don't know who does that. Who's like, oh man, this guy on the internet said to buy this stock, so I bought some. Fuck. Like, it's ridiculous. If that's the way you think, just like donate your entire paycheck to this channel. I'll invest it and I'll do more with the money than you will, if that's your train of thought. Someone literally do that. Joanne, keep up the truth. Do not let the shills and delusional traders bring you down. They don't. Nothing really hurts my feelings. I mean, I can say my part, but if they don't believe it, that's on them. Ko-Fi, random Ko-Fi supporter. Thank you very much, anonymous donor, for your donation. It's appreciated. It helps us have more fun in here, and that's always cool. Gherkin Capital. Maybe I'll start a hedge fund after this. I just go short AMC. No, I won't do that. Getting carried away. I wouldn't do that. I respect the fact that they're over there trying to do what they're doing, and that's why I'm holding the AMC shares that I have. So I'm there with them in solidarity. I just don't think it'll happen, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, AMC's great, come look at my channel. Sign up for my Patreon because we all love AMC. That's stupid. That's what's going on. Zach Smith, thanks for all you do. Be great to watch. Thanks. Yeah, you got it, man. I try to get to as many questions as if I can. If I miss them, you know, I don't want to be like one of those guys that's like, oh, I'm only going to talk to you if you super chat me. Like, I understand that like when their streams get bigger, it's hard to keep track of the chat, but I will always try to like pick up questions out of chat when and where I can. I promise. What would you name your ETF? The Pickle Jar. Pickle Jar ETF. I think we discussed this previously, but yeah. ATP does not have TTMC's view app indicators. ThinkSwim does. Yeah, that's true. ThinkSwim does have a lot of indicators. You can also sideload indicators. There's a way to sideload indicators into WeBull too, but I don't know how to do it. And what that means is you like take the code for the indicator and you load it into the charting software. And so then it appears as another indicator that you can use. It's complicated sometimes. I know it is for WeBull. Thinkorswim is a lot easier. For the record, I'm only asking your opinion, not for your advice. I understand that. It's border. I know you were. I was referring to somebody else when I went on that whole tirade. Somebody else had said something about like I said what stocks I liked. They're like, I'm buying some, and I'm like, well, that's dumb, and that's because it is. I'm hooked on the stream. Cool, Mark. Maybe we can reverse psychology this stock. No, we've tried that. VIX is up. Is the market coming down a bit? I mean, VIX isn't very up. It's like, and the market's like a little volatile today. It's like doing some up down stuff. People don't like this choppy market. Investors like the market just to run nonstop. This is a double top right now. I'd be worried about this turning into like a triple top or a head and shoulders, and then us seeing a reversion back down to mean. But ideally, we can just break through, and it just becomes a double bottom. So those are the patterns that can form off this here. We could have a head and shoulders, we could have a triple top, or we could have a double bottom. One is bullish, two are bearish, which means that overall, it's looking bearish, but maybe we can hold and push and truly fight for $200 by end of day. That would be super cool. Dr. Tabby Cat. I really hope that's the actual Dr. Trimbath, because that'd be super cool. Would you rather have hiccups for the rest of your life or constantly feel like you have to sneeze? Oh, why? Why would neither one. I would rather have neither one. I would just surge, like, I would go with hiccups and then, like, wear one of those, like, EMPS devices so that, like, it would stabilize the seizures in my, sternum. That's my plan. So I'm gonna go with hiccups, and I'm gonna find a loophole in that. But that's my answer. Weird question. I didn't want to think about that. Now I'm gonna think about that for days. Okay, someone buy 50 shares real quick. That'd be cool. GTA Alcula bought another 50k of Fubu. I can't stop you, man. I can't tell you what to do with your money in any way. If you feel that strongly about Fubu, dope. I like it. It looks promising. I think it's a good growth stock. What's our daily volume? We are at, let me answer that for you, AP McSqueeze. We're floating just under 3 million volume for the day at 2.95, coming into 1 p.m. I predict that any bullish push that occurs is going to occur before power hour, as the bull side would like their options in the money, and we would need time to climb from 180 to 200. Fubo. I don't think Fubu is still like publicly traded, is it? Fubu? No, it's not. There is no Fubu. Only Fubo. Fubo TV. They're like a sports streaming. I predict that they will start to get more and more contracts and eventually replace cable in its final stronghold, which is sports television and news, I guess. That's like what cable has left that Netflix and Disney and Paramount and Viacom and HBO haven't already taken. And Hulu. Fubu jeans are heavily shorted. Yeah, Fubu jeans are, I mean, you can buy them at Marshall's still, I think. DMCG Knit. Really enjoying your live stream. Genuine, on point. Hashtag GMEOG. Thank you. Much appreciated. Love the donations really help out a lot. Thank you guys. Don't feel obligated. Dropping a like and subscribing is more than enough to show your support for the channel. If you can support more beyond that, that's super cool. But if not, I don't want anybody to feel any pressure. Yeah, Fubo's also moving into sports betting, which could be really big. And they have a bright future if they can, kind of become profitable and get rid of some of their debt. I haven't bought into them yet, but I'm waiting. I am looking for opportunities for stocks, YouTube, your full time thing. Currently, yeah, I'm doing this right now. I'm taking a break from day trading as I've been getting like just kind of burned out lately because I spend my entire day watching GME, and then I forget to actually do my job, and then I'm so leveraged into GME that I'm not working with a lot of capital in my day trading position right now. And so I still am day trading while this is occurring, but at a much, much reduced level to what I was doing before I kept buying more GME. And now I've bought so much GME that I'm just waiting with the rest of you. But yeah, so for now, stocks, YouTube, full-time thing. It's what I'm doing day in and day out. It's fun. I like doing what I was doing anyway, but with like all you guys to talk to. It looks like we're holding. I guess we're a little below. We could dip off. This isn't looking super super great. I was hoping we would come back up on this, but nope. I went to school for finance, and then I don't know. I had some capital. I did really well on like a small YOLO, and that gave me enough capital to invest with, and so that kind of put me in a position where I was able to day trade, and so I figured that was better than the job I was doing at the time. I'm also in school still, but I didn't go back until spring. Getting my master's. Thoughts on SPXS as a hedge for an upcoming market correction? I've seen its SI climbing, which makes me hesitant. I don't know. That's not one I track personally, but if it's like an inverse fund, that's where you would place a hedge for a market correction. I don't know about their short interest or anything like that. People are real bullish on the market right now, though. I can tell you that much. Like from a fundamental institutional standpoint, the market's super super bullish. Like no one has any bear sentiment at all, which is dangerous. But like that bull sentiment can run for a lot longer before it corrects. Thank you, Tangy. I appreciate that. I mean, I like that we're not retesting VWAP. Like in all three of these dips, we haven't come back down to VWAP yet. We keep it's so much weakness on the sell side. And if like I feel like if we keep pushing through, we're gonna clear this today. SPY on the same GME chart for some sweet confirmation bias. I mean, I don't know. What's SPY doing right now? We can take a look at it. SPY's going up. I mean, GME doesn't move inverse to the SPY. It just, like, whatever the negative beta is, that's the rate at which it moves inverse. So sometimes it moves. And then, like, when it moves with the SPY, like, if they both go up simultaneously, that beta will decrease in value. So if it's like -20 and they run together for a long time, the beta will go down to like -18, -16, -12. And then if they move apart from each other, the beta will increase in value. I don't like put a lot of weight in the whole negative beta thing. I don't think it matters. I think most of the divergence is in after hours. 20th test at 180. It's up there. I mean, we have like so many just today. We have one here. Wait, hold on. We had one in open, right? So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That didn't hit it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You could also probably count these downs. 11, 12. 12 tests of 180 today. some major market correction in a month or so. We could. I expect there to be a market correction soon. Like a heavy correction. I think it's just running out of control at this point. But it can run out of control. Like, if history has proved that the market can run out of control for a long time before it corrects. So like, it's timing the correction that's very difficult. It's not like everyone knows it'll correct, right? But like, how do you time it? Like, if somebody knew, they'd make a fortune. RIP MVIS holders. I don't know if the Bulls can run it into 2022. Maybe not. I don't know. That infrastructure package is huge, and that keeps paying out. There's like plans for another stimulus package in the works. So we could see another stimulus package before like year end. The jobless rate's still really high. They're going to need it like some sort of stimulus to prevent like housing market collapse after like so many people lost their jobs and have been unable to pay their mortgages. Like having all those mortgages foreclosed would be really bad for the economy. So they'll probably try to pad that. I mean, yeah, I could see there being more stimulus. I don't think the stimulus is done. You're talking about a year of economic like nothing. And so to recover from that could take a while, and like the Fed and the government have shown that they're willing to put more money into supporting that turnaround. So I could see more stimulus coming out for a while. And then what do you do if you got puts? You're waiting for a correction, they announce more stimulus, and the market just keeps skyrocketing. MVIS, another pumper. I think they had like a really high short interest, and like some of the shorts got out of their position, but I don't think it was like a pump and dump, and I don't think it was really all that like big of a squeeze. I think it just ran up for a little bit, and now it's coming back. I saw it. I was like aware of it the day that was like going on, but it was just not something I was interested in. For all I know, it's just like people on Wall Street bets like posting DD and stealing money from each other, which I guess is a pump and dump, but I don't know. Like somebody has to believe in your due diligence enough for your due diligence to pump a stock. You'd have to get a lot of money behind you. And I think they make something like useful, right? They make like LiDAR for self-driving vehicles. That's a huge market if anybody actually taps into it or the government allows it to happen. The problem is like driving is like a huge part of the employment in our country, and like having self-driving vehicles put millions out of work. Fidelity say May 6th, 428 was not correct. Thanks for the upward channel drawing. Do you see any other patterns happening past the hangman? Yeah, so I said this could be like a head and shoulders or a double bottom or a triple top if we'd actually topped, like this right here. But it's just like there's no volume to support like full formations, and so there's not a lot to read into it, but it's weak. Like you can see that it's weak because it's drawing like bearish signals, but it's not like it doesn't have enough volume to draw like perfect ones. So like that's where like technical analysis gets more difficult, is when like your signals aren't as strong. Like sometimes you have a real strong signal, right? And it's like really obvious, and sometimes you don't. And like it's the moments when you don't, when technical analysis is like at its hardest, when you have to like figure out the signal that you're getting from the data you have available. But I do like it. It is a mathematical approach of looking at stocks. It's not all just fortune telling and tea reading and, you know, buying calls on Sagittarius rising or whatever. You're a legend, my dude. Keep it going. Yeah, of course. I like doing this. This is enjoyable for me, and I like that in whatever capacity I'm able to get good beneficial information out to people, that you guys have given me a platform on which to do that, and I couldn't thank you all more. I mean, being negative 23 adjusted beta. Yeah, I believe that's the, I don't know. I haven't looked at Bloomberg. I think I can get it through my school, but my school wants like $20 a month for it. And it's just like news information. And sometimes it's like a little faster than a news ticker. But I don't think Bloomberg shows you a lot of information that you need from like a retail investor perspective. I think it's useful in like a firm, but even then they usually only have like a couple terminals in their office. I think there needs to be a focus on re-education to help those people be replaced by automation. Yeah, that or UBI. UBI is a pretty good solution to fixing automation. Automation's like it's a huge deal. It's gonna affect our future economically a lot. So yeah, I think the sooner we're able to put plans into place to kind of offset the effects of that, the better. Yeah, that's one solution. I think like Japan was looking into that. Like, uh, companies pay tax on every robot they have doing like a job that a human could do, and then that tax goes directly to the employee that the robot is replacing. It's an interesting thought, but I mean, reality of it is we need to get rid of like tax shelters and places to hide money, and then we need to tax the people that have all the money heavily. And we also should probably get rid of inheritance as a whole. I don't think you should ever be successful based on what your parents have accomplished. I think it just churns out useless people. In my experience, don't get me wrong, like, not eat the rich. I just like, I want to be rich. I don't want to get eaten. But like I also like I have a child, and I hope my child will grow up and do his own things one day and not be like a useless spoiled shit because I was rich, right? Like the military budget and spend it properly. I think we need a military budget because people would take advantage of us not having a military budget. I don't think it needs to be so high. I've looked at some like Pentagon spending papers, and they spend some money on some stupid shit, and they embezzle money and all kinds of stuff. But like, yeah, a lot of the corruption needs to end before you can make any like progress towards anything beneficial. Cayman Islands, more like payment islands. Yeah, rich people with billions and billions. Yeah, I mean, like you could set like, I'm not saying like you can't leave any money behind for your children, but like maybe not like billions of dollars. Maybe like there's a cap. Like you can leave behind like enough for them to get by for a few years without your support, or like finish their education or whatever. Yeah, but I mean, like the first thing that every corporation is going to try to do is like evade those taxes, right? We're just testing view up, guys. Look for a bounce. If not, we're going to fall below because like we might have used up all the little energy we had trying to push through 180. Crayons. You want crayons? Here. Here's VWAP. And we're testing that. Test, bounce. Hopefully. What's crazy is we have like no momentum, but we're still like trying to push 180 on like almost no volume. The stock's just like, it can't stay down. That's the way it appears because no, like not a lot of people. I'm looking at the ticker. It's not like a lot of people are buying it. You know, it's being bought, but not like, yeah, it's like trickling up. This is the real economic model, the trickle up economics, where a stock is so short that it just rises like a cork in the ocean. Yeah, there's a lot of like weird corrupt shit when you start getting into like offshore money. As someone who took finance at school, they teach you a bit about hiding your money and how and where. And I think they try to teach you like the legal ways of doing it, but We just need to like globally tax corporations. That would probably be the first really good step. Check view up. I don't need to check it. It's right there. I don't know what you mean, Mark. Or just, yeah, we bounced. I mean, we barely tested it. Under the mattress, best place. Maybe. I mean, Congress makes the military buy things they don't need so they can have jobs in their districts. Yeah. I mean, I remember one time I read like a report for like it was for like the F-18 Phantoms or something, and they spent like $500,000 designing ashtrays for an airplane that has like liquid oxygen on board. Like you can't smoke on an F-18 Hornet. You know, why the hell would you spend that money designing an ashtray for it? It's stupid. There's a lot of wastes of government money. It doesn't just extend to the military. You could, yeah, you could smoke once. Maybe it's like, maybe it's built in so after they eject, they can have like a cigarette on their way down. It's a feature. Yeah. I need to drink some water today. I keep drinking coffee, but no water. It's no good. Still looking weak. So you could say that this is like a head and shoulders right here. Ugh, everything's gonna crash. Hold on. That could be a head and shoulders. It could be a triple top. It's hard to say because the volume's so low. But I'm going to take a picture of it and send it to Reddit. Because I would like to update them on what's going on. It's been a little bit. Oh, and since this is the time I use to discuss the stream itself, if you guys like what you're seeing here and you want to see more, feel free to drop a like or subscribe down below. It's very kind. And if you don't like it, go watch something else, because you're not going to like it anymore as time goes on. Or if you're liking it because you hate me, find something better to do with your life. And if you really want to help out, you can donate to the channel down below on our coffee link. It helps buy stuff and things. It's cool. But don't feel obligated to do that. Cool. All right. Just wanted to make sure that Reddit is up to date on the current state of the stock. And then I will check the donation page. Nothing new over there. And then I am back with you guys. I'm just like Warden's wife's boyfriend. That's all. If you guys want to know like the relation between me and Warden, that's it. I'm making a book of your one-liners. You told me that. I haven't seen it yet. Let me know when you're going to publish, because I'll buy a copy. Just don't misquote me, because then I'll be upset. MACD showing green's bullish. I don't know what else to say about it. Like it doesn't. It can like MACD can stay low volume on a crossover, and then just like flip back, but it is a bullish signal that it crossed over and it's on bullish volume. It's a good indicator. Warden will understand. Yeah. With a wife. Yeah, exactly. I'm just Warden's wife's boyfriend. It's cool. He knows what's going on, I'm sure. He's not my wife's boyfriend. Like boyfriends of wives before me, I have no wife. It's a vow we take. We don't get married if we're dating other people's wives. I need a husband and a girlfriend for him. That's that's a lot to pick up all at once. Next week on Swinging with Warden. He's your wife's son-in-law. There's Warden Standard and Warden Basics. Do they wives too? Are there like multiple wardens? I don't know. 666 at 180. Seriously? 676 at 180. Someone messed it up, maybe. New perspective on swing trades. Just let the stock go up, Kenny. What's on the other side? Huh? Are we not worth $180? I think we are. We can take all our attendees and just band together and overthrow the governments of the world and create one giant ape nation. I like it. I'm on board. Mr. Ken, tear down this wall. That's great. This is a hell of a fight. I'll say that much. Rarely in my stalking experience have I experienced a fight for a resistance quite like this. Either like the sell side's so strong that you never see the light of day, or like the buy side's so strong that you push through. But it's usually like when you're testing resistance levels, it's usually over like minutes, not weeks. And we've been testing this resistance all week. It's crazy. That's enough for me to know to buy and hold. Buy the resistance and hodl. Hashtag. That's the freshest meme literature that you can consume. I hope you guys are enjoying my modern art piece that's floating around behind my head. What's Kenny's favorite number? Anything under 180. Yeah. Yesterday I changed the Reddit post. Like normally I have like all the historical like support and resistances written down, and I deleted all of them and just wrote 180. Because there is no other resistance anymore. It is only 180. Until we get past 180, and then it'll be 190, but I don't want to dash anyone's hopes before then. Are you gonna make your background art an NFT? Yeah, and then I'm gonna auction it off to whatever idiot's buying this for $400,000 for some like antiquated meme. I don't think the value is there for some of them, but interesting. It's interesting stuff. I like the possibility of future things that could be done with NFTs, and I guess like the art world is just going to be kind of their proving ground. I'm going to look at some other stocks because GME's making me angry right now. It's not doing the things I want it to. Dogecoin's up. Thanks, Dogecoin. Wonder if Elon's AMC's down. That makes me feel validated at least. And look at that. Look how perfectly I sold that put. I sold that put like right here. Amazing. And it's about to cross over VWAP again. I don't know, maybe the bull side's getting ready to like make it run and they're just like they just want to keep it at maybe like both sides want it at 180 while they consolidate their resources for their respective push. Yeah, you get royalties. I guarantee Musk brings up Dogecoin on SNL. He doesn't care. And the SEC can't come after him for like touting cryptos. So he can use like his influence to do whatever he wants. For like all the Elon Musk fanboys out there that like religiously follow him on Twitter. AMC's at like 10, GME at 180. AMC's trying to go down. AMC's just not doing anything. It's not like trying to go down or up. It's just very sideways. I've seen some buy walls on AMC. That's a stock where I've seen some, or sell walls where like, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, like 700,000 share sell wall. Like when they want to keep that stock from rising, they can. And I've seen them do it. Yeah, so we're dipping below VWAP, which is actually not good. See, that's what happens when I look away, I guess. Is the market coming down? No, market's running. So this would this like kind of movement would increase negative beta. So like GME's coming down, market's going up. That beta value increases. Yeah, it's still a thing. It just doesn't matter, which is what I'm trying to explain to people. Guy Fieri, Mark Cuban, Elon Musk is less than translation GME. Or maybe I'm misreading that. Negative. Yeah, I know what the negative beta is. Bill Gunn, but it doesn't matter. The negative beta on GME is unless like there's a market crash. I think the negative beta is irrelevant. How many times have we tried to break this 180? 10 times out? I think we were up to like 12 for today. I know there was like some post on Reddit that said we tested it like 9 times this week, but we've tested it way more than that. We've tested it like 100 times this week. I don't know who wrote that post. It was like on the front page, and I was like, this is just wrong. I was gonna comment, but then I don't care. Like, there's no point. Because the information it was giving out wasn't like harmful or anything. It's just wrong, right? What's your opinion on SPACs? Some of them are interesting. I think they're like strange. Like I don't trust them as like the type of tool they are leads to like a lot of fraud. But some of them are interesting. Some of them are more legitimate. You have to really do your research on them. As a financial tool, they're shady to say the least. Like from a risk management perspective. But yeah, if you really research them, you'll find some that are safe and good investments. It's just it's there's a lot of predatory shit going on in that market. Yeah, people are getting bored of them. Too many people have gotten burned on them, and so that kind of deflates the positive sentiment around SPACs. But there are ones that are good investments. There was like one Bruce talks about a lot that I can't remember the name of it, but I did some research into it, and it was decent. I don't know what it feels like to look at a stock that is worth 100 millions for each share. I don't think you'll ever see that. I don't even know if this program supports that. Like in its like little viewfinder up there. I think it's got like a 6-digit cap or 7-digit cap. IPOE and VGAC. I think it was IPOE. Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, I did some research into that and it looked good. What on earth is going on with these super low bids in level 2? Stop looking at it. Don't worry about it. What are they bidding? What do you mean low bids? It's just because like, oh, these like 50-cent bids? It's just because like I mean those are never gonna get filled, right? They're just limit orders. I could set a limit order right now for like 25,000 shares of GME. It's just like idiots trying to like push the price up or something by applying buy side pressure or whatever like horseshit DD people are reading today that's convinced them that this is a strategy for watching the stock go sideways. I don't think it does anything. It's not relevant. Those people aren't buying the stock. It's just silly nonsense. Buy those for cents. Okay, we drop below VWAP. And so we're probably going to retest 175. Unless something changes. That's the path we're headed down right now. Sorry, guys. I know that's not fun to hear, but that's the truth. That's, well, with the calls, it's totally different. Because with calls, like, market makers are hedging the calls when you buy them. So that actually does affect price movement. But with this stuff, nothing. This is just nonsense. Just people messing around because they're bored. VWAP. I'm just updating Reddit real quick, guys. Cool. All set. I don't want anybody to freak out. Like people tend to start messaging me and freaking out anytime we start dipping. My broker didn't restrict trade during the first squeeze. When I chatted with them today, they said they reserve the right to restrict trading based on market volatility. What should I do? I mean, TradeStation, they usually don't restrict sell side trading, if anything. And if the stock price goes like above $10,000, there's not going to be a lot of like retail buying in, right? So it's like having retail restricted at that point is not super relevant. And then brokers are going to be able to buy in because their trading houses don't do that to them. But I think they all reserve that right. I think every one of them has that written into their contract in case of like system failures and stuff. But I wouldn't worry about it too much, especially if they didn't restrict trading last time. Piggy shot a red headband here. I have a red headband. I don't wear it because like who the fuck am I? I'm not DFE. I'm better. No, I'm just kidding. He's pretty dope. We're equally awesome. That's how I'll look at that. Doge is up 1 penny. Yes, Doge is on the moon. I wouldn't call it 1 penny on the moon. I'd like to see it at $1. I think it can hit it. From the 45 minutes of research I've done on Doge, I think $1 is decent potential. Looks through a cash app pulling BS during MOAS. Should I transfer? You know, they didn't last time, really, until like the very peak. As a matter of fact, they were one of the ones operating when others weren't. That's why I own stocks on Cash App in the first place. But like my AMC shares are on Cash App. But they didn't sell GME at the time. I think they do now. So that could have changed. But yeah, they're not like a legitimate broker. I wouldn't feel super secure with them. Yeah, I've heard that can take a while because of like I've heard Cash App transfers can take a bit. Usually most brokerages it's like 3 days, 3 business days. But I've heard some reports that like transferring out of, that's why I haven't transferred my shares out of Cash App for like my AMC shares, and like I also haven't sold them because for some reason it won't let me. Don't get me wrong, I've tried, but now I'm just determined to hold them for all eternity because trying to get through to their customer service isn't worth the like $300 of shares I have on there. The market crashes. How far do you see crypto swelling? I don't know if they will. Cryptos haven't really experienced a true market crash. No one's experienced a true market crash. Even 2008 wasn't a true crash. Like it got bailed out and saved and like. So the last time we had a true crash was like it was like 87. And that was only one day. And then like before that was like Black Friday back in like the 1920s. Fidelity could tell me that. Or just cancel my transfer and tell me. I don't know. I haven't really done a lot of stock transfers. As someone who doesn't hold a lot of long-term positions, like transferring stock, I just like usually like if I want to transfer money, I just sell my positions and then move my money. But with GME, I understand that like that's not an option. But I really don't. I don't know too much about like the transfer practices of different brokerages. Call them, I guess. Hound them. Find out why Robinhood canceled your transfer. That seems, unless there was like, unless you input something wrong, that seems shady to say the least. Black Monday, yeah. There's been flash crashes, but like a long-term economic downturn to the negative. Like 2008 was kind of like that, but it got buoyed artificially. Tracker online is still pending. Drive Wealth's verification. So call Fidelity and be like, can you verify my transfer, please? This is taking forever. I don't know. That's all I can think of. That's the solution that I'm thinking of right now. Camel bucks and Pepsi points? That's funny. Likely a lot of transfers going through at the moment. Yeah, there are. A lot of people are trying to move because everyone's like expecting something. Fidelity will at least answer their phone. Robinhood most likely won't. So if it's on Hood's end, I mean, I don't know what to say, but if it's on Fidelity's, they'll usually like it can take a while to get through to them, but they'll speak to you. I've had Fidelity for years though, and they've always had my back when I've needed them to. So I don't have anything bad to say about them. I have Robinhood. I have Doge in there. I don't own any stocks with them. I have crypto, which is arguably worse, but I don't feel like transferring it. I don't care. It's just like it's not like a big enough position for me to care about. And like all I have to do is swipe to sell it at a lower rate than the current market price, apparently. Doge hardcore enthusiasts would be like, no, you need to move it out of Robinhood right away, but I just don't care. Killed it with BTX today. Good for you, Garrett. Transfer to Vanguard. Yeah, I've heard Vanguard's really quick on transfers also. So far, all the bad things I've heard about are like the Apex brokerages, like Robinhood, WeBull, which I'm using now, and I can't remember the other one. And then I've heard some bad shit about Schwab more recently. But actually, during the last squeeze, I didn't have any problems with WeBull. I heard people did, but I didn't. I bought GME during the last squeeze on WeBull. It's one of the reasons my cost average is so high on here. But they let me buy. I didn't run into any issues. I heard some people did, but also their network, like when you're using Webull, like sometimes if something's like going crazy, like crazy volatile, like sometimes they have like some intense slowdowns or the Apple crash. That can lose you money, but it's rare. I haven't run into it a lot. And it keeps getting better. They're doing a lot to improve their platform. I know they're like a Chinese brokerage, and that might be a reason not to trust them fully. But I haven't had any problems. They're registered with the FDIC and all that. So, Bestly, lots of people here today. I don't even know how many people are watching this. Is this like, wow, that's a lot of people. That's super cool. Hey, so if anybody's new, by the way, drop a like, subscribe. I'm gonna be doing more of this. This isn't like my last day or a one-time thing. And if you want to help support the channel, there's a donation below. But don't feel obligated. It's just cool if you do. But if you don't, likes and subscribes are awesome. I appreciate those equally. RH doesn't let you transfer crypto anyway. Probably not. I think the problem with RH is if you have crypto in RH, you don't own the crypto, they do. I think that's the big like issue with it. Tried to make some bids at 1783. Yeah, some brokers won't let you do crazy. Webull lets you do that. Like I can put a buy order in right now for like I'll show you guys just like for like the meme. Here. Trade buy limit. Let's put like 25,000. Limit price. Point. 0.25. Buy. Yeah. But my buying power is insufficient. Hold on. Let me put 1,000. There. Buy. It's not gonna let me do it, seriously. Let me try it. See, you can just put the order in like that. And like it'll just never fill, right? And then if you wait a minute, it'll pop up on the level too. So just to show you how like it means, let's see, there's my buy order. Now if it gets filled, awesome, but that's never gonna happen. All right, it got canceled. So yeah, they'll like the index like or whatever the trading house will just cancel those orders because they're so far away from the last like traded price. GME moons, it makes a lot of newly wealthy people. What are the second and third order effects that you can capitalize after that? What would be your next play? I don't know. I mean, I'd have to see like the effect on the market. There's like stable investments that you can invest into. You can defer capital gains taxes with different investments. You can you can buy stocks on sale if the market falls around it. I mean, there's a lot of potential after stuff. You can buy small businesses. You can open businesses. You can invest in like new startup businesses. There's all kinds of stuff you can do if you have shitloads of money. It's the things all the things you can't do with no money. Oreo salad. Damn it. I keep trying to catch your comments and you remove them so quickly. And we love having you here. And I just want you to speak your mind. Spent all week with you, dude. It's been awesome. Thanks, Doogie. Thanks for letting me know. I try to keep it cool in here, except when I'm on a tirade about something. Like Lara Bars or AMC. Sounds like that's asking for financial advice. but it could get more complicated than that due to potential wash sales. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can occur there. Why do you think wrench capital is long AMC regardless of float dilution and lack of... I don't know. I got nothing for you, Rick, because it gets some viewers. The money he spent on AMC dwarfs in comparison to the money he gets from like paid subscribers and YouTube revenue. That would be my guess. I think WeBull parent company is China-based, but they only operate in the US. Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's correct. If index funds fall, gonna throw the majority in there and ride it up. Possibly, unless they keep falling. That would suck. That's what I assumed. Can you do a TA on POLA? POLA. Yeah, I mean, GameStop's not doing anything right now. I can... You want me to Matt cores this for you? Polar Power. So, remember, I have no idea what this company does. So, take anything I'm about to say with a grain of salt. It looks like it spiked here, probably on, like, some sort of squeeze. When was the date? It was like right around the time GME squeezed. What do they do? Polar Power manufactures sells power generators, cooling systems, telecommunications market. Well, I know cooling systems are important for 5G, so it sounds like they're doing something relevant, but clearly their stock's not worth $30 because they've sold off since then, and now they seem to be floating around 12. I guess if you're long on it, I would want to see it break like 15. And if you're short on it, I would want to see it break this resistance here at 863. That's my analysis. I hope that helps. Sean McWilliams. But I don't have a lot of like research on that company. I don't know that much about them. Just some sort of mega stream. No, I don't think Warden wants to do the MOAS either. I think that's why he left. To avoid the possible complications. Has anybody thought about that? Maybe there are no finals. Maybe he just doesn't want to stream the MOAS. And he knows it's better to move out of the public eye sooner rather than later. These are assumptions. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think he would do... I think he would just, like... It's very risky to try to stream the MOAS, as far as I understand it from what I've been thinking about. Do you have any opinion on Denwo? I could look at it, since we're just dropping back to 175 for the end of the day. Denwo. Is this a Denbury? I don't know what Denwo is. No. I don't know what you mean. Is there like something? Is it YouTube charter, not a ticker? I don't know anything about him. Yeah, I wouldn't blame him if he doesn't come back. I don't think he's 17. I think he's probably like 19 or 20. Would be my assumption. We're looking quite weak right now, by the way, guys. This is not looking good. It looks like we're gonna retest 75. So now we're in the opposite channel, by the way. Which, I mean, I told you guys these generally break down, so this is the breakdown of that. So here. So these generally break upwards. So, yeah, early 20s. That's what I figured. I'm going to shoot a picture of this over to Reddit. So now we're looking to break back to the upside on that channel. I'm gonna update Reddit with that before 2 o'clock. You guys can just hang out for a second. I'll be right back with you. Ooh, cool. All right, all set, all updated. I have a question here on Reddit. These are the ones I get to last usually. Thanks for doing live charting. You're welcome. Not enough karma to give you a shout out, so I'll give you a big thanks. Okay, cool. You're welcome. Did I save this? Hold on. I gotta make sure I saved before I refresh the page and realize I didn't. I did. Okay, cool. Back to the stream. Sorry about that, guys. Just for those of you who don't know, I think everyone pretty much in here does, but I update Reddit every once in a while for the people that can't follow along on the audio or live stream. That way they can just refresh their phones over and over all day and still have most of the information that you guys are receiving. Maybe not as much, which is unfortunate, but there's no way I could do both of those to the same level. I've decided there's no coincidence that Runsell and Borden backed out the same day and shortly after Roaring Kitty's farewell. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. They just don't want to have any legal liability approaching the MOAS, as I don't as well. And so you may not see me for the MOAS. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. That's my current thought, is I can't stream it, but I'm working on thinking of a way around that. I don't think anybody's ever gonna be able to hold your hand there, though. Cookies are better than brownies, just saying. Get rid of that. I posted an exclamation so to check it out. Check out this live stream to confirm it. I don't know what that means. Sideways is live. Yeah, up, down. Yeah, he still has finals. No judgments on Warden. He's by far one of my favorite streamers on this subject by a long shot. I was glad when he came out and started streaming, so I could get away from like some of the nonsense going on other channels. And he's the reason I'm streaming now. So, where in the US are you located, if you don't mind me asking? I'm on the East Coast. So I hope that answers the question. If you wanted a specific location, I don't know. Indoors on the East Coast. Just have to tick it up and talk about stuff having nothing to do with GME. Yeah, I mean, that's usually what we do in here, is we talk about a lot of things that really aren't relevant to the stock at all. Like right now, the current discussion trend is talking about what may or may not have happened to Warden. I'll be honest with you guys, a lot of the people I think are leaving the community because they're fed up with all the like nonsense information flying around and like clickbaity crap. I almost left the community for that exact reason, and then I was like, you know what? I'll give like valid information one more shot and provide it myself. And if that doesn't work, I'm just gonna go like hold my stocks and wait. Yeah, I might, Corey. That's one way to handle it. There's an issue with that too, though, and the issue with that is that like latency can affect your buy sell orders. Yeah, and people definitely need a break. This is hard. I've only been doing this streaming for a week, and I can say it's rough. I wake up at 7 in the morning to like make coffee and check pre-market stuff and start my Reddit write up and get the stream like ready to go. And then, by the time I have all that done, I have like 15-20 minutes to myself in the morning, and then I'm doing the stream until 4 o'clock, and then at 4 o'clock, after I close the stream, I jump back on Reddit and I'm answering questions for people and replying to comments until like 6:30. And so it's a long ass day, and I can see people getting tired of it. It's a lot. It's like a lot of, you got to keep the energy up. And like, if I wasn't doing this, I'd just be taking a nap right now. 100%. And I don't nap, but that's how tired this has made me. I'm sick of getting the same post 10 million times. At the same time, there's some great DD out there. There's really good DD out there, but there's a lot of bullshit. And I think there's far more bullshit than there is good DD. So it's really stupid. I love to have smart people streaming to give me commentary, but if it were you, I'd focus on your own business, to be honest. Yeah, that's the problem, is like, financial markets are designed for you to like kind of look after yourself. And I honestly, like, I'd love to like be able to help everybody through the MOAS, but like just because I think it'd be super cool to be able to, like, for people who don't know, but I just, right now, I don't see a way to handle it effectively. Maybe if I can think of one, but I'm trying to find a way. I'll let you guys know if I come up with some sort of plan. I'll work on it more this weekend. Bull flag forming on the 1 minute. We're in a bear flag right now. We're on the 1 minute. That's a bear flag. Downward descending. They break up, so people misconstrue them. But I had to look at my local EB games in Canada. Their stores are everywhere in my town. No new PlayStation or Xbox in stock. Yeah, nobody has PlayStation or Xbox in stock. I mean, shares are more stable, so it depends on how long the MOAS runs for, but you'll lose money on theta on calls. But no, during the MOAS, it won't matter what position you hold if you have a position, but stock is better. Stock is better because you are determinate in the squeeze, right? Because if they have to buy 100% of the shares and you own shares, then they have to buy your shares. Whereas if you have like calls, it's a little different. I.e. 900% SI, 27 DD correct in your opinion? I don't think so, because I don't think they have to cover. So even if they were 900% short, I still only think they have to cover like 99% of the float. And the reason for that is the way that shorts unwind. So, I mean, I think the squeeze is going to be massively huge. I could see it going into the tens of millions. I just don't know. Like, I don't think there'll be a lot of people left at that point, if that does happen. And B, I don't think those numbers are just like I understand the logic they're using to come to that conclusion, but the numbers are just like bullshit. It's just like, oh, I think this, and so I'll make up a math equation around it, and then boom, look, that's what it is. But like, that's not how that works. Like, you need some sort of fact-based data to prove that number. It's definitely over 100%. That we can say for certain. There's like data to back that up. 900%, I don't know. Maybe. Could be. Why not? I mean, if they're making artificial short shares, they're just going to keep leveraging down on their position. So they're not going to stop at this point. It's like they're entrenched. They're entrenched in the position. And so, yeah, I mean, if they were over 100%, there's a reason they couldn't be 900%. I don't think it'll squeeze infinitely. Like, it'll just be stupid. It'd be like a glitch, right? They reset the computer at that point? I don't know. Like, reversing the rehypothecation will require them to purchase all their shorts, even the ones above the float. Actually, digital good time. There's Warden went over this on his stream, but I've yet to find if anybody actually can, and message me and find the clip of him going over this, there's like somebody did like an analysis on that. They found that like the way short positions unwind, they don't have to, like, if they're 900% short, they don't have to cover 900% of the shares. Riot, they're like a blockchain or like Bitcoin mining operation, I think. Are they doing good? If Bitcoin's up, they do well. If Bitcoin's down, they don't. Actually, a good play is if Bitcoin spikes at night, Riot will go up during the day. If anybody wants to like have like a fun day trade play to like watch out for, that's something I actually scan for that I don't care about telling people about. Riot's price is reflective of Bitcoin, but there's a delay. So like if Bitcoin shoots up, Riot will also go up. But I do think that the numbers on the possible value of each share could be correct. I can see that happening. I can see all, and I can also see like literally like this is the beginning of their attempts at like stopping this, right? Like other shady shit will probably go down in an attempt to cover or to stop the MOAS. I'm sure. I have no doubt in my mind that they will like do everything they can in their considerable power. I don't think that'll help them, but that doesn't mean they won't try. Mutual owns 100% of floats, there will be bag holders. There's always bag holders. Every play that's ever happened on the stock market has left behind bag holders. Nothing you can do about that. Thank you for your time this week. Nikiko, thank you, man. Appreciate the donation. It helps out. If any of you guys want to like or subscribe, the buttons are down below. I don't know. I guess I just have a more realistic view of the short squeeze. I don't think they're wrong. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be in the position, right? But I do think that like some of the data might be like a bit extravagant, you know. Yeah, I agree with Jordan. I think a lot of the bag holders are going to be FOMO. I do, however, say that if you are in GME, and this is something that you're invested in, and I would say make a plan for the MOAS, make an exit strategy for you, write it down before the MOAS, and when that shit's going on, follow it. Do not break your plan, because the psychology of the moment, like the rush and excitement and exuberance, will overtake all of your rational thinking. I don't care how clear-headed you think you are under stress. The market has proved it time and time and time again. And so don't let it prove you wrong. A big point for my diamond handedness is that synthetic shares can't unwind the short positions when they buy them back. Bots pickle. No, but they can use real shares to unwind synthetic positions. This isn't the first time naked shortings occurred, you know, and those positions got unwound. Possibly. If so, here's another option. If the MOAS peaks, right, and the shorts are out and there's no shares to buy, GME could like maybe work with the SEC and offer a split to the remaining shareholders so that they could sell, so the shorts could cover. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen, right? Mind going over your exit strategy? I missed it whenever you discussed it in your earlier streams. I do have a plan for myself, by the way. I'm holding to 20 million a share. Okay, so that's like digital good time. Like that's your plan, right? So if that's your plan, that's the plan that you need to stick to. And that's, I mean, I think I like talked about this on Reddit before. Whatever your strategy is, that's your strategy. Because only you know your own personal financial situation. And so I think like you guys know the information at this point. You know, like buy and hold, you know, potentially where the stock could head in the event of a short squeeze. And so at this point, like you just need to make a plan that fits you, right? Take that information that you have and make a plan that fits your position. Because you know your financial position better than anybody else. So nobody else can offer you like the perfect exit strategy. And like you guys ask me for like my exit strategy, and I'll go over it one more time. Learn, make, repeat. Just give me a second, because I'll get to it after I get to this last question. What happens when the price of the remaining shares if some paper hand in the beginning? It doesn't affect anything if 100%, if it's over 100% short. Samia, FUD makes me leery that it will actually happen. Yeah, I mean the amount of shit they try to spread on the news media makes it really obvious that it's going to be like a big deal, right? Because like, why else would they pay for all that crap? What happened? MM should have covered for 180 options, correct? Yeah, they already covered when they were probably like when the price was going from like up from 144. I just found a way to get out of this mess without triggering the MOAS even at the current price of 176. That only equates to a 12 point. Still massively yeah, it's still massively undervalued. The stock is, I mean, even if nothing happens, I'm like long GME either way. Like if they find some way to like slip out of the MOAS, I don't know how they do it, but if they do, this stock is way undervalued. The float's super tiny and the market cap's huge. All right, learn, make, repeat. So basically what I'm looking for is I am looking for several candles of downward price movement and decreasing volume, right? So I want to see the volume start to decrease on the up candle for probably the 5 minute. And as I see volume decrease, I'm going to look for down candles, right? And then I'm going to wait for another uptick. And if that uptick's lower, so I'm looking for like that downward descending channel like we see here, right? This is like exactly like, so we peak, right? And then we'd have a down and then a slightly lower uptick and then a down. And then, I mean, I guess we would start here is where the channel starts, but, slightly lower uptick, slightly lower uptick, slightly, and then like decreasing volume as that moves downward. And that would be like an indicator that we have peaked, right? And so that's what I'm looking for. I'm also not planning on exiting all of my positions. I don't even know if I could exit all my positions at once. I have too many all over the place. We are breaking up. I know. Bull flag on the 4 hour. Probably. I mean, let's see. 4 hour? Not really. I would say that's just chop. There's no like ascending channel there. This is an ascending channel on the 4 hour. This is not. And this is too small to read anything off of. It's just 2 green candles. Technical indicators on those charts are more accurate, but they take much longer to form. Yeah, if nothing stops it, it'll definitely be the biggest. So VW stopped up, what was it 2,500%? And then there was another kind of gateway was like 28,000% in gains. So, I mean, if GME gained 28,000% from its like current price, that would be like 70 something $1,000. And so you figure that like that's where like that's like the beginning, right? That's where it could hit before a margin call. Yeah, no, there is no event like this in stock market history. No prediction can be correct. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you like, yeah, it's definitely going to hit 10 million and then it's going to slowly descend. I don't know. It could hit 100 million. It could hit 9,800,000. And that's why it's better to pay less attention to the price and more attention to the movement. And that's, I think, what Warden was trying to tell everybody in his exit strategy is it's not about the price, it's about how the stock moves, because that will tell you exit positions better than the price will. Price targets are great if you know what's going to happen, or you're predicting to know what's going to happen. But since nobody could ever predict this event or understand how it would play out, everything is just an assumption. Like, imagine how shitty it'd be if you sold your shares at 10 million and then 2-3 ticks later, it shoots up to 50 million. Short interest is low. Yeah, VW short interest is lower than GME's, but there was Volkswagen was a buyout, so it's tricky to compare the two because Porsche just came in and they were like, "Hey, we own all of this company, so if you have a short position, you need to rectify that immediately," and that's what caused the squeeze. And then at the top of the squeeze, Porsche released more shares to get the short positions out of the trap they were in. So it could have VW could have squeezed a lot longer if Porsche hadn't saved them, or hadn't saved the short positions. Told wife I wanted to break up, and she totally freaked out and got a second boyfriend. I just met out of the descending channel. Well, it looks like she's getting back together with you, Andrew. I'll show myself out. Are you leaving, Elon? Do you have business to attend to? Still be happy hour. This is what people need to hear. Exit Jordan. Brokerage need to remove sell limits to let us be greedy AF. I do wish some, like, I have stuff in Fidelity, and I wish Fidelity wouldn't set that cap. It's annoying. Yeah, Porsche just wanted to take over the company. They didn't care about the short squeeze. Like, that's not relevant to the owners of the company, because it doesn't like benefit them in any way. It benefits them to have the shorts out, right? They want the shorts out. So a squeeze is one way of facilitating getting the shorts off of your stock, right? But Porsche wanted them just out so they could conduct business and carry on. They didn't want to deal with some drawn out short squeeze going on forever. But I feel like Ryan Cohen's position on this is a bit different, because he would lose like most of his customer base if he did that. So I think in the sense that like a short squeeze didn't benefit Porsche, I think a short squeeze benefits GameStop. Also, imagine all the capital that would come into GameStop after the short squeeze, right? Like, so it's a win-win for them. Mark Halley, Doge being up a cent isn't the moon. It's also up 2 cents, by the way. So, remove this. I don't need to follow General Mills anymore. I made my money off them. What's the SPY doing? SPY dropped, coming back up, choppy. Nothing. All the video games. So yeah, that's like, that's how I feel about like the exit strategies and things like that. Just be careful what you read. And remember, when the squeeze goes down, like, I think the number of people not like looking out for the community and not looking after themselves is going to be limited. As much as we all say it, like, that kind of money that fast definitely changes people. Market psychology is very, very, very well studied, and people are greedy, and no amount of like internet propaganda is going to change that. So I think humans generally are shitty when it serves to provide them an advantage, and I think they will act shittily in the event of a MOAS as well. So don't count on like everyone having your back, right? Like some people might be good, but other people won't. There's no determining who's gonna break and when they're gonna break and or how long they can hold. It's just arbitrary nonsense. And I think the people that really push the like 10 million sell limit, blah blah blah, like this is the floor. I think the people that push that are more worried about other people selling before then, um, because that's like the amount of money they want. Then they're worried about like everyone getting their fair share. I have 10 shares I'll never sell. I'll promise you guys that. I'll never sell them. I'll have them afterwards. Maybe I'll do like a DFV style final update post with my 10 remaining shares after the squeeze, because I think that'd be funny. But I'll never sell them because I can't. I cannot sell them. I can't get into the account that holds them. I'm supposed to be getting mailed some sort of letter to reset my thing, but God knows when that's gonna get here. So, so even if I wanted to sell them, I'll just never get the money out of them, and so I've tried to forget they exist. Looking good, climbing back up. 223. So if we can get into that zone, by like the 180 area by power hour, I'd be really happy for like an upward push for moving into next week. The MOAS, I don't think it's going to start today, but it could. It could start today and resume on Monday. That's not unheard of. Did you ever find your 27 missing shares? No, not yet. I was going to sit down this weekend and try to figure out where they are. Because I have like 17 brokerage accounts, and I'm not sure which one it's in. And I feel like I looked through them all, but maybe I overlooked one. Or alternatively, there's a possibility I had like a stop loss on one, and I may have lost them. But I'm trying to. I have to go through like all my statements and stuff and see where they are. I was just like buying, like when Jamie was at like $40, I was just creating brokerage accounts and just buying shares everywhere I could. I just wanted to have like one account for like each position in case like I couldn't sell during the squeeze or something, which was silly. I mean, of course I'll be able to sell, but I was still worried about it at the time. I was like full tinfoil hat mode at that point. The 17770 number. Triple sevens. You know, it's really easy to say that you're going to hold your shares forever until your shares are worth $10 million, right? That's not so easy to say that. Especially if you're somebody who's like never even seen $1 million in your life. Maybe your family's never even seen that much money. I mean, you can't even grasp the depth of the psychological like control that kind of money has on people. We're now forming an upward ascending channel. Very interesting regular price movement, though. I wonder. Let's make a little prediction. That's weird. You don't see that often. I feel totally controlled by my lack of money. You think so? until you have a shitload of it looking at you. There could be entities waiting for the perfect moment. I am of the feeling that funds are scared by the risk. So unless there's like a private billionaire who's investing his own capital, I don't see like a whale coming in that sense. I could see whales coming in on calls because they're safer. So like creating gamma ramps in order to get the price up to a point where there's like a margin call. I could see that happening if the IV is low enough. Also, there's a lot of like interest in keeping the stock doing this. There's a ton of money to be made off the stock doing nothing, especially with all the interest in it. I'm gonna need a ton of Xanax. Yeah, I mean, I'd like more than 10 million. Calls are safer from a risks perspective. Yeah, because I feel like large hedge funds wouldn't fear government interference with options contracts. I think that's why you see so much big money movement in options and not a lot of big money movement in the stock. It usually trades sideways. I mean, over the last month it does, but there's like market makers that are making a shitload of money selling puts and calls on this stock every week. So for them, the more it trades sideways, the more money they make. Scalping sucks. I mean, I did a lot of scalping in the beginning. I have a different trade strategy now, but scalping's effective. It's a little high risk. You have to be careful. Set up a lot of hotkeys to do it, but it can bring in the money. I don't have any problem with scalpers. I don't have any problem with anybody who's making money in the markets, however they want to make it. But like, these shorts just got trapped in a position. That's the way I look at it. Like, I don't really care about Citadel or like any of them. I just like they got trapped in a shitty position and now they're stuck with their backs against the wall, and they lost. And GME holders won, and so now it's just a matter of time for that to unwind. I think there's like a lot more to say than that. And if you go look at like what's that subreddit, the Theta Gang, like they're all just making tons of money off everybody who's like super interested in GME, selling like cash secured puts and covered calls. They love this stock, and like they're essentially like mini market makers. That's like what their strategy is. So just imagine market makers are doing that on a much bigger level and just making huge gains on like IV and stuff. So digital good time, the risk is, so what I think what institutions are afraid of is government interference in the event of a short squeeze, and that's why I think they don't want like long equity positions, right? They'd rather much rather have like long positions via calls and make just make profits off of the momentum and like the interest rather than like try to play the short squeeze. I think it's R Theta Gang, THETA GANG, Theta Gang, or the Theta Gang. Is that it? Or Theta Gang? I don't know. I don't know the name of the subreddit, but they use like wheel strategy, which is essentially like you sell a cash secured put. You keep selling cash secured puts until the stock drops to that price, and then you get assigned shares because like you sold a put, and so you have to buy the shares if like the stock goes below, like if that put gets exercised, right? And then when you get assigned shares, you use those shares to sell covered calls until like you make your money back. And so essentially you just keep you keep doing that over and over and over again. And GME, like although risky, is like a great way to make like a ton of money doing that. Yeah, I see we're dropping out of that. I still think like without volume we could test 175, but we are dropping out of that. Like that wasn't really a formed ascending channel, but I did kind of think it might go that way. It could still pick back up. There's a DD on it. The SEC rule 801 or 500. What are some markers, general totals? I mean, you're gonna see absurd, crazy volume just ramping up, and like a million volume a tick, right? And then it'll start to die, and it'll slowly decrease because like all the margin called positions won't be satisfied simultaneously, and so like, but the buy pressure will slow down. So it's just like when you're like watching a candle like on the intraday like this, and you see it like rising, and then like it starts to like peak. You'll see, and like the volume can't push it up any higher. You'll see that. I mean, it's still gonna move the way a stock moves. It's just like, much more erratically. I don't know. I don't know. Like the SEC announces rules, but I don't know if they announce. Like, it takes them a while to announce the date they go into effect. That can be a catalyst for margin call, though. If the SEC rule directly affects something that's on margin, then yeah, I can see the lenders doing a margin call. Also, voting on GME, according to the AMA last night. If nobody saw it, check it out after the stream. But voting is very important because if more votes are coming in than the shares available in the float, GME can tell the SEC that they're gonna do a share recall, and they can recall the shares, which would force, well, it would force short positions that don't want to be caught naked shorting to cover, which could and then in turn force margin calls on the ones that are so entrenched that it doesn't matter if they get caught. Who cares about the SEC? Take BlackRock. Everyone mentions them wanting Citadel gone. But the MOS would change market big time, or should. I mean, if that was the play, like if BlackRock wants to crush Citadel and whatever other short positions are borrowing from them, right? Like they would be doing that so that they can buy their assets as they're being liquidated. So it's like you force your opponent out of business so that you can buy their assets at a discount. That's why BlackRock would make that play. That's what people are talking about. It's happened before. Like hedge funds are pretty much constantly at war with each other in one way or another. They're not all friends. Like it's better for like a massive company like BlackRock to put Citadel out of business because they just get bigger, right? Yeah. I mean, read up on candlesticks. Candlesticks can be pretty useful in a MOS. You're a poor no get vote. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Don't worry if the extent of the float that is owned is what it appears to be, just the voters will be able to cover it. Also, just because you're in Europe doesn't mean that like your brokerage isn't going to vote those shares, right? Like they just vote them for you though, which is poop. Like Pizza Hut pushing Domino's out of business and buying all their pizza ovens for half price. Exactly. That's exactly the kind of situation. They wouldn't vote the shares? What are you going to do? Sorry to hear that. It's okay. I think the percent of ownership for Europe is, it's not nearly as high, so it's probably going to be fine. I'm sure that the US like retail probably owns more than the float alone, and that's all you need. You just need more votes than the float to trigger a share recall. The point is that GME, like they could do a share recall anyway, but they'd rather have an excuse to do it, right? That looks better. Also, it prevents like bad PR in the future. We're like, oh, GME lost all these people their pension money because of XYZ. And like, if they have a reason for a share recall, they could be like, well, we had to. Like, we had too many votes coming in. But if they don't, then it looks worse. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's, I mean, that's a lot of holders, but I think it's crazy that they're not voting your shares themselves. Can you get a proxy number from them to vote your shares, or they won't even give you that? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I don't know. European markets are a lot different. Also, like, brokerage contracts are way different. Like, everybody in the US assumes that everything just works the same way around the world, but I know that's not the case. At least for Ordnet. Swedish broker that does do voting outside of EU. Does it do... okay. No proxy allowed from either free trade or eToro. Not yet. Fidelity's like, they're a bit slow. They're usually much faster. I've had other stocks with them where I haven't waited this long, but Fidelity's also loaning out short shares, so they may be telling like people borrowing from them to cover before they start sending out proxy materials. I don't know. That's just an assumption, but I could see that happening. Monday, Wednesday next week. When did I last update Reddit? I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, guys. It's been a little while, so I don't want to leave them lagging too much. I know nothing's happening, but still want them to let them know that nothing's happening. All right. Power hour shootout. There could be. The Bulls might just come in like strong and fast. I mean, that's a lot of open interest at 200 for no one to try to collect any of that money. Yeah, you didn't miss anything, Eddie. Just going sideways. Talking about possible conspiracies in the market. The usual. Usual day. It's a Friday. We don't have to watch the stock tomorrow. Everyone can just relax, which is kind of cool. I'm excited. I'm gonna try to sleep this weekend. I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open right now. I might have to go to the bathroom before power hour, just so you guys know. So I might step away for like 5 minutes or something. I have several $1 million loaded into my Fidelity account. I'll push after 3. Why not push now if that's the case? I mean, if you have an account number, I'm pretty sure you can fund any brokerage, Joshua. Like if you have a checking account or a checking account and routing number, I don't know how Chime works, but if you have an account number and a routing number, you can fund any brokerage that I know of. I want to make you sweat. I like the drama. All right, Mr. Diggs. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, and for anyone new in here, if you can, drop a like if you're enjoying what you're seeing. Subscribe for more. And if you want to drop a donation, there's a link down below. I'm not like monetized by YouTube, so there's no way to donate that way. But I have a coffee set up where you guys can like donate or ask questions or make comments, and that's always cool too. There's also a Discord if you guys want to join that. There's a live audio stream that I run in there, and some like chat rooms where you guys might be more free to post memes and links, things like that, than you are on the YouTube chat. Well, if a comet hits, none of this matters, right? We'll just all die. Pretty sure that's how that works out. Fidelity might have more GME than the float. Maybe. But a lot of Fidelity accounts are margin. It's like hard to get your Fidelity account turned into a cash account. They don't like to like they don't like that when you're like, I don't want a margin account. They're like, why? Why wouldn't you want a margin account? We want to give you all this credit. And I'm like, no. Cash. Cash. If there's no cash in there, don't give me any extra money. It was a bit difficult when I did, but I did it like I transferred my Fidelity to cash like 2 years ago, and they were a bit pissy about it. They did it in 4 days. That's cool. Yeah, I think they're getting more used to it nowadays because of the whole GME thing. And everyone's like, I want a cash account. And they're like, all right. I think back then they made a lot more money off of like people having margin and then getting them like margin call people. Yeah, if you set it up that way in the beginning, it'll default to cash. Or if like the deposits are too low. But if your deposits are over a certain amount, I think it automatically sets to margin and you have to call them and have it reverted. Good luck with the moon. That's funny. So the default is cash depending on your initial deposit. If your initial deposit is like over a certain amount, I don't know what it is. I don't know what triggers it, but they'll make it it'll automatically be margin and you have to revert it to cash. Ooh, take you off cash into margin. Yeah, if you have like level 2 options, I think they'll change it. Any opportunity they get to slap margin on your account, they'll try. That's that's true for all brokers. No, you shouldn't follow any of my option strategies. You should follow your own. My strategies are only talked about for the purpose of entertainment and not to advise you to invest or solicit you to invest in any stock. Although I will say, if you bought some puts on General Mills yesterday, you would have been up. Call them, or it'll say like F cash when you log in and look at your thing. I think it says like F cash if it's a cash account. Yeah, Fidelity doesn't, they're not big on like loaning their customers shares. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like cash versus margin. Like if you're not exercising your margin, they won't loan your shares out unless you're part of their like share lending program, which I'm not. But like I'm sure like lots of like long-term boomer investors have their shares being lent in order, because like I wouldn't do that. I would just play like covered calls if I had like a large position in something and I wanted to like make value on my ownership. Covered calls would be the way I would do that, not share lending. I don't want like 1% when I could make 5 times that year over year. Puts by taste test. I'm never gonna live down this Larabar put, am I? You guys are just gonna encourage me to make more and more puts on various food products. Thankfully, I don't eat all day, so. But I will consider becoming a nutrition bar influencer slash bearish investor in the future. It seems to pay well. All the TA we need. Speaking of boomers, do you do bonds and all that stuff, or just the market? I've done futures and crypto, options, stocks. I've tried Forex. I didn't like it. I've never really done bonds. I mean, I've played like bond ETFs, but I've never really like I don't like own bonds. I'm not I'm not 50. I don't I don't have that kind of like, I mean, I guess if I had like billions of dollars, I'd probably have some bonds, or millions, hundreds of millions. I'm not that. I'm not like wealthy by any sense of the word. Um the options depending on the results with the taste test. It's like the biggest party of the century you've been waiting for, except you didn't know the actual date of the party. Yeah, so it's like the fire festival. Like everyone shows up, but we don't know what's happening. Sweet Kellogg's offer. I would probably buy like a bunch of like Berkshire A, and like as much as I could get my hands on. There's not a lot of it for sale, and then I would probably buy like indexes, REITs. REITs are really good. Like if you're wealthy, that's how you like keep your wealth. That's how you like don't spend money. You just spend the money you make on your money. Yeah, there's money to be made in the bonds market. Don't get me wrong. I mean, like PIMCO is like the largest bond brokerage, and they do very, very well for themselves when the markets are doing good. They're probably making a shitload of money right now. I have no idea. I watched like 20 minutes of some documentary on it, and then it was like people like it's anybody who bought into that was silly. Just like a big like Ponzi scheme party. Fidelity, if you go to account features, brokers, trading, margin, you'll see not enabled if you don't have a margin account. Yep, that's correct, Rad. That was another way to check if you have margin. They can try, but maybe hedgies will buy it up, and it just won't move like it's been doing. I mean, we've traded in the same channel all week. I don't have any reason to think that, barring large volume, I don't think the shorts can push the price down that far at this point. Unless they hit stop losses, and I don't think a lot of people are carrying stop losses anymore. So yeah, $10 seems like an excessive drop for them to be able to pull off. That'd be hard. I mean, according to the data, there's no shares left to borrow, so whatever short shares there are to borrow are already in their possession. And then like the problem with dropping GME like that is that like there's people that are like chomping at the bit to buy the stock at a discount. Like so the second they start dropping it, people start buying in, and then by like dropping it too much, they risk FOMO. By letting it climb too fast, they risk FOMO. Like there's so many it's such a risky game at this point. And so they're just keeping it trading in this channel because this is the safest play for them. Technically, we're still in that downward descending. We broke out of it briefly, but we're back in it. I can redraw that for you guys if you want. So, like, I hate it when it does that. Stop moving. Bastard. There we go. Again, these tend to break up. Probably on the 175 resistance. Fidelity is showing 200. That might be how many Fidelity has to loan out. But, I mean, it's still not a lot, right? Like, that's not even a tenth of the volume for today. And if they use those, right, and they drop it below 175, then there's a bunch of people that want to buy, right? And that buying pressure can cause the price to start rocketing. And anytime GME starts to rocket, everyone wants to buy it, right? Because everyone's like, oh shit, here comes the short squeeze that isn't holding a position. So it's just like, this is the best place for them to be, is just completely sideways. This is optimal. It's best for the law or the shorts, and it's best for the market makers. And it's not great for the bulls, but it's not bad enough for them to like really do something about it. But I think if the stock hit 175, the buying pressure would just shoot it through 200 or 165 rather. Yeah, it's like trading sideways and slightly up, like on a week by week. Yeah, zoom out. It looks awesome. You want me to zoom out? I'll zoom out so everyone can feel better for a minute. Look at that. That's where we are. And then even further, let's go to the 30-minute. This is us. So this is where we were for a while. And this is like where we are now. So we're back up in this like we were below 175 for a while there. Like more than a week. And now we're above it, right? And we're in this channel. And ideally, we want to be back in this channel or above this channel, right? So, like, that's like what we're looking at right now. Like, bull side wants to be above that. But it doesn't hurt bull side to not be. But it hurts short to be below or above. So, where's it? 171, 168, 164. Optimal for my covered calls. Yeah, I have a covered call on GME that I'm hoping expires out of the money before the MOAS so I can get those shares back. But I sold it when we were like... So I sold that covered call back like here? Like right here. And it's almost expired. But the premium was so high, I couldn't resist. And I didn't think Jimmy was going to do anything anytime soon. Like, it was, like, right after, like, earnings. And I was just like, I didn't think there were any catalysts coming up in the, like, near term. Short term. So I sold a covered call just to, like, make some money. But, yeah, hopefully get it back. Otherwise, they'll be, it'll get exercised at, like, I think it's like a 500 strike. But the premiums were insane during, like, that whole week. Your wife's not going to let you spend millions of dollars during power hour. That's unfortunate. You clearly haven't presented her with the bull case for Jamie yet. Ivy low now, so premiums aren't as worth it. Yeah, the Ivy's not low, but it's lower. I mean, the Ivy's still like in the hundreds. Yeah. It's lower, but not low. I wouldn't call the Ivy low by any stretch. Maybe I'll average down on my call. Can I still buy them? No. So you can't buy options on WeBull after I think it's like 2 p.m. for 0 DTE, which is 0 days to exercise. That's butthole. I forgot about that. I would have just averaged down my call and see if it spikes. Play the lottery game. Now it's down to $5.50. I probably should have sold it at like when it was like up like 100%, but I didn't because I thought we'd run a bit more. Honestly, this is a good example of what not to do with your options. So we're testing 175. Our volume's still complete crap. Better than yesterday going into power hour, but not much. Could be moves on Monday. I think that's what Elliott Wave predicts, is the Monday is going to be our upward trend. Are there any options for next week? What's the price on these right now? These are kind of low. For 50,000. Jesus. God, the option premiums are so expensive on GME. This thing would fly. Should 20 million blind day. Call it W formation thing. Are you talking about like the George W or whatever that like Trade's made up? No, this isn't that. I think that's like I think he calls double bottoms that when it's like a. I mean, I guess this is technically a double bottom over a long time period if it bounces, which could be bullish, like over the day. But it'd be better seen on like the 5-minute, and yeah. Yeah, I guess this could be a double bottom with double test of 175. So in that case, it would bounce upside, which I kind of think it will anyway. I don't think we're going to go below 175. Maybe. I mean, there's not really a buy wall or anything set up. But people are buying this stock right now. So, and it looks like we're turning around based on the candlesticks. It's the infamous double arches. Oh, sorry. I'm like slouching down in my chair. I'm gonna fall asleep. Have you still have proofs aren't worth it? We need to talk about things that are more interesting than GME right now. Because that's how we can encourage GME to run. The AMC's just drifting off the mortal coil. Mixes up. SPY dropped. That could have been a large part of our drop also, guys. Was that drop on SPY? Like if you... Yeah, I mean, we could have had just... Like, I don't think it directly affected us, but like, we probably had some downward pressure due to it. Until it breaks her before power hour. Yeah, you know what? I think I am. I'm going to hit the bathroom real fast. You guys hang out. I'm not going to like close the stream or anything, but I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
I'm back, guys.
Sorry, I left it on the SPY. That was super douchey of me. Sorry. I do that sometimes when I leave. I don't know. That's like the second time I've done that. Look at me. I'm the streamer now. Yeah. Chero's in control. Don't tell people specifically to buy a stock, please, in the chat. Not calling you out or anything, but just like you can suggest that they look at it, but don't tell anybody to buy anything definitively. Now it's time to flood the chat with cats. I like cats. Cats are like probably my favorite animal. I didn't drop a deuce. Sorry. I had to pee pretty bad. Yeah, now you guys are super well educated. That's all good, man. Now you guys are super well educated on what the SPY is doing. I mean, which is like a lot of what GME is doing. It's fucking nothing. We did hit 174. We could drop to 172.50. That's a possibility. I guess I can update Reddit on that. That's awful looking. I need to fix that. Hold on. But, I mean, no big price action. Nothing crazy. Nothing anybody has to worry about. They just can't, like, they used to be able to tank the stock, like, hard, but I think those days are gone. Reddit's updated. Thank you guys all for hanging out. Over to the restroom. Sorry I left you, but I do have to go to the bathroom at least once a day. Pickles. For anybody just joining us, drop a like if you like what's going on here. Subscribe if you want more of it. And if you want to donate to help support the channel, there's a coffee link down below. You can also get some recognition for your comment, as I will read it out loud. Or if I'm missing your question. I don't know how that works. I guess that's what Super Chat's for, but how dare I go to the bathroom? I know, Daniel. I'm a bastard. What's the daily volume at now? 3.73 million. Should dual stream to Twitch also get that sub money? Probably. But do people look for stocks on Twitch? I don't think so. This was just like the easiest one. I have a Twitch channel, but it's like set up for like totally different stuff. Is it Rooter? See, it's weird when Rooters is writing nice things about us. I find that highly sus. Do you think the argument that no moon will happen until the firewall regulations are in place is a valid one? Probably. I mean, that's like, it's logical at least. There's logic that backs that. Like, it makes sense. It's happening in the market. there now since January. Really? I guess I could cross stream, but I feel like that would just like divide the audience, right? And since like all of my audience is just built off like Reddit posts for the most part. I mean, I guess I get new subscribers from like coming in from YouTube, but I don't know. It feels like a dangerous move at this point in my stock streaming career. Okay. I think I've watched him before actually. Man, it is really dark in here. There. It's like I think it's like cloudy out or something. I'm not getting a lot of sunlight, so I'll blind myself with my ring light that's on my camera. Ugh. That's oh, I hate this. Hold on. I think I can lower the intensity there. Jeez. Okay. I don't know. I don't like watch streams. I don't know anything about streamers. Like if there was a game I wanted to play, I would just play it, and like I wouldn't like watch other people play it. I guess that's just my mentality, I suppose. The spy, what's it doing? It's just dropping like a rock. Not like a rock. It's like dropped like 50 cents, but it's not. It looks weird. Hold on one second, guys. Yeah, exactly. Spy tanking good or no, inversely related? Irrelevant. It's not enough movement for anybody to make any assumptions on it. I'm gonna turn this off now. I have some sunlight. Sorry about the... Yeah, baby's pissed that Jimmy's red. Babies don't like it when their stocks aren't green. It'll be over momentarily. It's dissatisfied with the current market situation. Jim Cramer's pissed. People said it's correlated. I flip burgers for a living. I can't do math. Yeah, it's inversely correlated. So if the market drops, technically GME should rise, but that's actually only the case if like in after hours, and it's just like a metric. It's they're not like it's not like the beta is like -100 and like the second the market drops $1, GME goes up $1. It's not that extreme. Pissed off baby. Anyway. That's gonna apparently happen at least once a day on this stream. Until I move my streaming setup to a quieter part of my house. Witching hour? Not today, right? Today's not witching hour. That's quarterly. Every quarter. When is witching hour? I gotta look that up. I haven't checked. I don't know when the end of the quarter is. Consider it a warm-up, Ryan. No, the baby. He's just angry. He's been awake for too long. What is witching hour? Witching hour is the like monthly or quarterly options expiration date. It's just like it's usually a Friday of extremely high volatility in the market. What's up, baby? How's BTC looking? Though thoughts on Warden's suspicion that it like using as a treasury for the Jamie battle. I don't know. It seems far fetched. There's like a lot of places they could hide money without hiding it in Bitcoin. It's an interesting theory. I just don't think like it's accurate. Looking weak still, guys. We have a strategy in drawing trend lines. I find that when I take my Adderall, I sit here and draw a million trend lines. Help. I mean, I can't. There is no strategy to stop Adderall-driven trend line drawing. You only need one. Like I mean, I only do this for your guys' benefit. Like if I was watching this stock myself, I would only have like this line. I would just be watching this because like I know I expect it to break to the upside, and I know that the upside is above the previous peak. So like I wouldn't even watch like the rest of it, right? I would just be like, I would just have the one line drawn. But no, I mean it depends on what chart you're looking at. Like you can draw trend lines on other charts. Yeah. Caymans. We got Illuminati pyramid. Yeah, this is a weird pattern. I will say that much. It's so like oddly perfect, but means nothing. It just means that this is literally a test and rejection over the course of an entire day. Like test rejection, right? Test rejection. The Illuminati triangle. And we are dipping off. We're weak, low volume. No volume. I think there's, I mean, if I was using other candlesticks, hold on. I can switch them so you guys can see that like this is trading like a penny stock that's about to be delisted from the market. Like it's nuts how low our volume is. Look how many candles we have. There's just like Henk and Ashi doesn't show this, but like look how many candlesticks have zero volume on them. Like we've had several like 1 minute intervals today where no stocks are bought or sold. We're trending down again. 73.50. So we're actually breaking into a sub channel of this original trend line that's an even lower channel, which is the other way that bull flags or bear flags can break is down. They don't always break up. They just tend to. And so if they break, that's it's just weak. No volume. No one's buying the stock. Slightly more people are selling it. Yeah, you need to time this bottom. This is definitely, we're already at our intraday low. But I don't think there's enough volume. I don't think it's going to like sink to like 162 because I don't think there's enough volume for that right now. It could later in power hour, but like 172.50 is usually where we've bounced this week. There's a buy wall at 173.50 already. So you can consider that as you observe the dip. 172.79 it could hit as it attempts to correct, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna see anything below that. Not right now. Not without some like there isn't even sell pressure on this. You know, it's just like there's just slightly more sell pressure than buy pressure. Intraday low. Yeah, we're at our intraday low, guys. I feel like for bulls, they would have wanted to start a push upward back here. Like if they wanted to run for the day, if they really wanted to pump the stock and hit 200, they would have bought in here. Like when we were testing and then pushed through there, and that would have given it time to peak before close. If that makes sense. I mean, I'm not saying they could hit like price targets with 30 minutes left, but it'll be harder because there'll be a stop if it ran that hard, and that'd be crazy. Hedge fund whales in a standoff, waiting for one to act. Yeah, that's a lot of like it's just a lot of like stare down. It's boring to be caught in the middle of. I've seen this happen on other stocks. Usually you see this kind of stuff on like algo stocks where like no one really trades them except algorithms against each other, like high frequency trading, and that like the stock just like moves up and down really, really slow. But you don't usually see this on like stocks with such a low float. Usually those like the stocks they do that on have floats that are like in the hundreds of millions or billions. Like Nokia. Nokia is a perfect example of a stock where like this kind of action is normal. I want this to be more interesting. I want things to happen, but maybe Monday, maybe Elliott wave theory is correct, and we're just gonna run hard on Monday. Jimmy has 100+ million float. I mean, no, it's got a 30 million float that's been artificially inflated, which is not the same. I don't know. So I don't know if they announced the news of their debt payoff until after market. I think Jimmy's being very careful about like their PR because they don't want to be as seen as like from a corporate standpoint, they don't want to be seen as influencing this in any way. Like the things we're doing here, they don't want any part of that casting a negative light on their like corporate image, right? That would be bad for them. Doesn't mean they don't support us. It just means that like, or they don't believe in the thing we're doing or anything like that. It just means that like, from a business standpoint, it's good to just like not get involved. That's why that's why I think like if they were to do a share recall, they would want a reason to do a share recall, and they just want to do it arbitrarily. One guy has this log wedge ending May 5th. I don't know if that's still valid. It could be. I mean, it's just lines. As far as I'm concerned, we've broken out of the wedge. As far as my wedges are concerned, I understand that you can draw it on log scale and like it looks a little different. But you can draw it at different like support and resistance levels, and it looks there's a million ways to draw the wedge. But it would appear that we've broken out. Yeah, you could have it break out at different points. You can move TA around to like fit whatever you want, but that's not the goal of it, right? The goal is to be like you should draw it once, and that's the price action you're predicting, not to just like keep redrawing it to fit your narrative. I mean, this call printed like this call I have printed really hard earlier in the week, but I held on to it because I assumed that we would run a bit harder. I thought we were done with the consolidation. I didn't realize we were only just going to move up like a $30 channel. But during that move, this was worth like $1,000, I think. But I'm only losing like $200. I bought it so cheap on like low IV. Yeah, you see a lot of people like just redrawing their TA to like fit their confirmation bias. As far as like from the chart, like where I drew mine, like I can show you like in my DD and stuff. One of the lines disappeared, but like from where I drew mine, we broke out like back here. Right? And this was our breakout, was that climb into the higher channel. And now it just looks like we're consolidating again, much like we did here. And then I would expect that to break out again, right? But like, and yeah, if you draw it in logarithmic, the chart might extend further, but same conclusion, right? And that like their breakout's just this breakout on the log chart instead of this one. So one tracks one tracks the other. I'm like, I could draw on this chart both of those breakouts and wedges as well, but it could honestly like I do believe somewhat that there's like the theory that like it could squeeze the way Tesla did, where it happens over like the course of a year progressively. and the price just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. Because that's kind of how Tesla's squeezed. It didn't really like have a quick squeeze. I mean, dude, what'd you lose? Like $400 at most. It won't matter if the stock's 10 million, right? Yeah. Offer lots of free, not financial entertainment for free. That's what this is. I bought at the peak. Don't worry. Oh, but yeah. Whatever happened to buy the resistance? Yeah, if you're buying like one share, buying the dip is irrelevant. I don't think bears have a lot of control of the price right now, actually. I think they have just enough to keep it trading sideways, but not enough to like bears want it to crash. They want the stock sub $100. I don't think it's unrealistic, some dude. It could happen. It's unrealistic in the sense that like no one knows what's going to happen because nothing like this has ever happened before. But I mean, yeah, compounding gains on the stock could make the price in excess of any number that you can say right now. The stock could hit $1 billion. Like the thing is we don't know, right? There's no definitive proof that that's like the price target. But it doesn't mean like it can't happen. I firmly believe it could. Update on wedges. There is we broke out of the wedge. We're trading in a higher channel. Consolidating, possibly getting ready for another breakout to the upside. That's like most of our whole week is just like we went up and now we're consolidating and that gets us ready to be in a position to move up again. Yeah, I mean we do, but like if your options expire out of the money like mine is, I essentially I guess gave Citadel $250 to hold the line, but I don't know if this option is from Citadel. I don't think it matters. At the time I bought it, I was near enough in the money that like it's a good week, yeah. We didn't dip back to that other channel. Like we're not below 162, right? We're not in that low channel of trading. So I would say overall the week's a win. Buy a couple shares or a call, not advised. I mean, unless you know how to play options, I wouldn't buy calls. So if you're asking me that question, I assume you don't. And then like shares are a much safer investment. Also, they further the goal of a short squeeze much more than options do. Shares available to borrow has been 0 all day. Yeah, but no one's buying it. That's the problem. If we had someone buying it and there were 0 shares available to borrow, then like it would be more profitable. Then them not having the ability to short it would have a greater effect. But no one's buying. I mean, although this looks good. This is a bounce off that downward resistance like almost perfectly. So I'm just gonna mark this for Reddit real quick and see if this carries. If this picks up volume in Steam, which it could in Power Hour on a Friday, we could see price movement now. This is a good sign. But I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. If you're new in here, feel free to drop a like if you like me or the things I'm talking about, and subscribe if you want to see more of it. And if you guys want to help support the channel, there's a coffee link down below, and that's always greatly appreciated. I feel like I'm not doing that as much as other YouTubers, and I'm trying not to. I also don't think about it often enough. Maybe I should do it more. Do other people do it more? Someone tell me in the chat. Are other people just like shilling their own channel the entire time? Because I don't really watch streamers, so I'm not sure. Maybe I should just spend more time talking about my channel and less time talking about stocks. What do you guys think? Weigh in. Ah, that was awful, that sound. Held the shift key down too long. Well, that's updated. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Just take a second to update Reddit on our text thread. Mario got a coin. Once an hour is enough. Yeah, I feel like I want to keep them updated, but there's just not a lot to say. Go there up, and that will take care of things. I don't know what you mean, Rocket. What's like an updating Reddit banner so people know what's going on, or just put like a banner up for the channel. I guess yeah, I could do that. Stack 6 exclusives like and sub. I guess yeah. Great. Perfect balance. Okay, good job. Yeah, I have to figure out like all the tricks with OBS before I can do any of that stuff. I'm watching videos. I'm learning. I honestly thought I'd just be doing this to like 12 people, so I was a bit surprised with like the growth and everything. So because I figured kind of like all the other streamers already had the audience. I was just like streaming to like Reddit people who wanted live Q&A. But yeah, it's gotten a bit bigger than that. So I'll try to learn more. Have pickles fall from the sky? That'd be cool. Can you do that on YouTube? Does YouTube like have like a sub like trigger that occurs? That'd be funny. I mean, it's cool that it's like gotten so popular. Yeah, I guess it's sink or swim, huh? I just have fun doing it. I gotta watch my stock with other people and listen to their comments on it. Like people gonna find out. Yeah, it's cool. It's just like it's enjoyable for me. It's way more fun than doing this by myself. Let me tell you. I'll see a lot of genius. Yeah, I noticed that. That's part of the reason I'm doing this. Is that I have watched some streamers. I just don't like actively watch them. And yeah, I've noticed that the information available is a bit suspect. Did someone say Thinkorswim? God damn, he's back. Daniel Taylor, can we just have 28 minutes of no TD Ameritrade shilling? Buying 5 through 1,000 viewer call options. That'd be cool. I think we like probably did something today. I think we had like some viewers. I didn't look at the numbers, but I think it was higher than yesterday, or it is higher now than yesterday. People are getting excited. People are excited about Jamie. People are excited about the channel, and I'm an awesome. So why wouldn't people show up here to check it out? That's crazy. Snack reviews, yeah, and also puts on snack food seem to get people real worked up. I wish I had a chart that just printed pickles, but I don't have the programming knowledge to make that happen. I know, Garrett. I know you've been here since day one. That's pretty cool. If anybody wants to program me financial tracking software, I know it costs millions of dollars to design these programs, but just do it for me. But have it print pickles on the chart instead of like just red and green pickles on the chart instead of candlesticks. And I would much prefer to use that. Gotta cheer up the chat somehow. Broke 420 this AM. I said it. Oh, that's awesome. People keep sending me like every time I hit 69 on my subscriber count, I get a bunch of screenshots. So that's funny. But I feel like it's being manipulated into like increments of X69 or 420. Like, I wonder how many people didn't subscribe when the subscriber count was 420 in order to keep it at 420. Yeah, we'll have chili peppers down, pickles up, and various like, so whoever programs it has to program like a lengthening, like the animation or whatever, like has to lengthen with the length of the candlestick. Like they still have to be accurate, but pickles. A few people did unsubscribe at 420 because I was like laying in bed, like trying to like look at the analytics thing, and like I saw like the subscriber count kept going from like 420 to like 424 and then back to 420. You gonna write the code now? Awesome. Yeah, just let me know when it's done. I feel like if everybody in this channel went to a Wendy's right after this stream to buy a Frosty, and like that's all you do, you just stand at the counter drinking your Frosty, and that way you know if some other guy does that, they're part of this, you know? I mean, I guarantee like two people would run into each other, right? Two people who've never met before, now best friends. Do you drink or eat a Frosty? Depends on the solidity of it. I've noticed that various Wendy's will have different consistencies of Frosty. Sometimes they are undrinkable through a straw, no matter how hard you suck. So you have to break out that spoon. That's why they give you a spoon, you know. Still, there was one free Frosty per month tag. Yeah, but it's always that like little shitty Frosty. I don't want that. You know what I wish the Frosty had? Slightly more chocolate. Just a nut. Because I feel like when I was a little kid, it had more chocolate in it than it does nowadays. Also, their fries. Everyone's fries used to be better because they used to use beef tallow instead of like garbage peanut oil. It's like if someone eats at McDonald's 6 days a week, I don't care about their health. You know? I just want my french fries to taste good. I understand the risk. Just put a warning label on it, like a pack of cigarettes. Like, this could cause heart disease. Cool. Beef tallow french fries are amazing. Smallest subbing channel forming. Yeah. You'd have to wait for this peak. If this peak holds, then yes. So like if it peaks higher, right now it's the same, a little lower. So if this peaks higher, then yeah, that would be correct. I destroyed the entire nation of South Africa. What did they do? Frilda, I'm headed Zaxby's for dinner tonight. Pregnant wife decided she was craving a Zax snack tendies. It worries me that this many fathers are in here and don't have jobs. No, I'm just gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just buy a bottle of Hershey syrup and bring it with me to Wendy's and stir it into my frosty, so I can have like an extra chocolate frosty. I don't like vanilla frosties; those gross me out. Vanilla is just. I understand people love vanilla, and I realize that this is gonna be very controversial, but it sucks. Like it's good in cupcakes and stuff like that, but as an ice cream, it's just like one step up from just drinking cold milk. Yeah, I understand that a lot of you are just saying, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of people with a lot of free time. You wouldn't expect daytime streams during market hours when most people are at work to be popular. But I guess the pandemic's changed everything. That sucks. You have to go back. Why would they make you go back? Why would, like, haven't companies learned that they don't have to pay for office space anymore? They could just, yeah, work from home. I'm all about it. That's what I want to do with my life. I don't want to go to a job, sit in, especially if you live in like on the West Coast. Like imagine sitting in Southern California traffic, going to and from. It's like a 12-hour workday with traffic. It's bullshit. Just stay at home. They don't need you there physically. If you do any job that doesn't require physical labor, I mean, nobody that owns GMA office gives micromanagers and middle management a job looking over underlings. It's stupid. If you can't trust your employees to manage themselves, you have shitty employees or you're a shitty boss. That's a honorable goal, Renzor. That's only temporary. Once Jamie moons, we'll be the ones hiring. But you must suffer as I have suffered. Boomers. Yeah, right? Like, oh, I had to go to. Back in my day, I had to drive to work. Well, that was silly. You drove to work on a computer so you could work remotely from your office instead of from your home. Nonsense. I mean, they had hard times, right? Everyone has. I don't I don't like the whole I'm not like super into the whole like boomers thing because it's just like whatever. Different eras, different social thought structures. I don't hold anything against them. They found success when the opportunity presented itself, just like any one of us would. Much like GME. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of companies were thinking that like they could do it, but they hadn't. And then the pandemic presented people with the opportunity to do that. And then like they realized that it was far more economical. I mean, I lived in Southern California. I can tell you there were days where I spent 6 hours in traffic before and after work. And I didn't even live that far from my job. Out of overhead. Yeah, right? You save so much overhead. I guess there's like security concerns. That's a good reason to have an office. Like I can't see lawyers like working from home because they'd want like case files and documents on hand at the firm and like sensitive information locked up, stuff like that. But I don't think that affects every industry. Boomer remover. Yeah, it's looking good. It looks like we're gonna break 175 again, but it's not looking like we're hitting 200 where my option's gonna print. Unless the implied volatility suddenly skyrockets in the next 17 minutes. Moving your IRA to GME would be it would still be retail ownership. They don't count that as like institutional. Yeah, air traffic control is not happening from home. There's jobs that can't be done from home. I understand that. I just think a lot of them can. I'm not ignorant of the way things work. Or I like to think I'm not. Yeah, work from home via vPro. That's good. Yeah, I can understand like I mean obviously like doctors can't work from home. That's not ideal. Or at least like ones that work at hospitals. Maybe like private physicians can, but hookers can work from home part-time. That is I mean they always have though, right? Like that's always been part of that I wish I could bartend from home. Yeah. No, nothing in the service industry being done from home, obviously. Telehealth is booming for doctors. I know. But to an extent, I mean, like doctors still have to staff hospitals, right? Well, deep in the money puts, which bought, which why went down. Maybe. Depends on how long like they held that position for. They can use puts to bring the price down. But deep in the money puts sounds like sold, not bought. I'd have to see the options data. Actually, I can look. I have some of it here. Let me see. April 30th, 470, 130 puts. Bought. It looks like bid ask. That's hard to say if they were bought or sold, actually. Price. Oh, they were priced at 5. So sold. Those are sold, I think. And there's 350, 300 puts. Those were bought. Yeah, those were bought. Those the 300 puts were sold. The 130s were bought. Sorry, I had that backwards. So I think that's a volatility play. Like if the price comes down with them, then they're just gonna sell them for the increased volatility. They're like way out of the money, so the volatility goes up faster when the price moves. So they probably bought them like here and sold here. Or like sold near here. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Like that's an institutional play, but like which institution, we don't know. I can tell you what exchange it was purchased on, which was GEMX. It was an auto execution, so it was probably bought and sold relatively quickly. I don't think they held. It's not like a position they're holding because it's today's expiration. Yeah, April 30th. The sold puts were for May 21st, which is interesting. There was also some more sold at 160 for May 21st. Also on GEMX. But yeah, I mean, they could have used that as a way to move us down to that lower price channel and keep us from attacking 180 for the rest of the day. But that's not like a long-term play. Like that's not going to work forever. You move puts the next week if they are making money. You don't. I mean, you can roll them, I guess, if you think it'll continue to, whatever stock you're putting puts on is going to continue to decline. So you would sell and then buy a put at a later date at the same strike. So you're just like you're rolling the if you think the stock's going to continue to trend downward, or you can just like take money and set up a new position, or take profits. I wonder how much it costs for hedge funds to push the stock down like today. It's expensive, very. So hypothetical, what if they just fail to deliver their shorts? So the DTCC would liquidate all their assets and begin buying the shares at market price until the short position was satisfied. They have anything that will work forever though? No. Which exchanges are associated with institutional? Because eventually they just go bankrupt attempting to keep the price down. After hours announcement for a nice ramp into the weekend. That'd be cool. Yeah, gap up in the after hours would be ideal, especially if it was a gap up that brought us over 180. And long whales may be waiting for that because of the lack of liquidity. Short positions are weaker in the aftermarket. So like, there's been a few times where you've seen GME gap up really big in the aftermarket. Also, I think smaller short positions are probably trying to cover in the aftermarket so they don't have to cover the position over the weekend. Trying to grab lunch. Yeah. Also, options can be exercised in aftermarket hours. Yeah, so no incentive to manipulate the market. Oh, there's tons of incentive to manipulate the market. Keep swing gap up. It's a large upward price increase over a short time period that levels off. It's like imagine like one long green candlestick, one more long green candlestick, and then chop at the top of it. That's a gap up. It's just a very rapid upward price increase. Why are there even after hours if you can trade anyway? I don't know. It should probably just be 24/7. But then like you'd go to sleep and like wake up and your position would have changed, and that'd be weird. I don't think they're going to change that anytime soon. People want to go to bed. Like businesses are closed. No reason to trade them, I guess. I don't really know what I crypto markets run 24/7. I don't know why the financial markets can't. I can't think of a good reason for them not to. Maybe hedge funds just don't want to employ people overnight. They'd have to pay like 2 sets of people salary for the same job. What's the biggest gap up for Germany since January? I don't know, like $100 or something, $50. How big of a buy do you think would set this off? Millions, multiple millions. A lot. I hate the crypto stuff. It's annoying, I guess. If you trade crypto, it's annoying because like, but like there's when it's 24/7, like there's still like specific time periods where it matters. I wouldn't be able to stream it if it was 24/7. I'll tell you that much. Start my shift with the baby. Have a great weekend, guys. Yeah, as you guys start signing off, just please remember to drop a like before you leave. And if you haven't subscribed and you want to see more coming Monday, do that. I'll probably do a video DD over the weekend and cover some of the upcoming possible price action for this week and see what sort of things I can draw on the charts. And if you want to leave a donation, there's a coffee link down below. You guys can donate there until I'm monetized by YouTube. See you later, Garrett. Interesting. May 6th. That's interesting news. Later, Eddie. I will be on here till the closing bell. I would like us to end above 175. I would like not to go into after hours under that resistance before we can make a pull out of it. Before we make a pull out of today's price action. Damn, this is tough. I think I could do one here. Hold on. There you go, guys. Looking bullish. There's your drawing for the day. Yeah, I know, right? At least pay for my option or make my option slightly less worthless. Uh, you're welcome, Doctor Superb. Was it a Cinco de Mayo? Is that a callus? No, but it should be. Maybe people will get drunk and buy the stock in after hours, or just set up limit buys. Show me the green candles. The bull has awoken. I did nail it though. I really did. That's a good bull. They don't trade weekends because I can't cheat it. Probably. My covered calls are safe again. Good job, Robert. Rockets. Later, Robert. Have a good one. Robert Higgins. I have several Roberts in chat. I guess I should read people's full name. Bullish AF. I hope so. It'd be hard to watch the stock do nothing if you weren't. I love it. I love watching the stock go sideways. I can think of things and the intricacies of why the stock moves the way it does. It excites me. Bought my cover calls back for 740 loss just now. Today is the day that GME pays off its debt, so I went down after hours. Yeah, if they announce it, they might wait till like announce it over the weekend. Is AMC moving up? What's it doing? It could. It looks like it's got some end of day price action going on. People are pushing on it. Looks like they're trying to close above 10. You know, there's no volume and the Hankanashi candles keep flopping back and forth. Yeah. It's I did the other candle. Like you can see like where there's no volume. Or if I go to this one, like look at all these gaps. It's disgusting. That's what this is another reason I use Hankanashi. I don't want to see that. I just want to see this. This is better at confirming bias. Because it just looks like the stock's always doing something interesting. Later, Timothy. See you Monday. I'll be on at 9 a.m. I'll probably have like a video or two coming out this weekend, depending on how much sleep I get and if I have time. But I'll also post a DD to Reddit, I hope. There's some things that I wanted to go over. And then, or at least just kind of like wrap up what news I expect to happen for the coming week. And maybe talk about some of like the implied volatility and where we're sitting on that right now and options plays. So I think I mean, I think Hankanashi candles predict price movement way better than other candlesticks. So if you're like trading on the intraday, I guess if you're trading like swing trading, they're kind of irrelevant. Awesome, some dude. You're welcome, everybody. We're nearing 4 minutes to close. Yeah, of course, John. Favorite brokerage? Fidelity probably, just because they're like free and they're decent. Okay, customer service. Pretty much everything you can ask for. WeBull's cool too. I don't mind WeBull. I don't have anything against it. Crazy reading 3 to 4K candles in the last 10 minutes. It's not crazy. It's just like nothing's happening. Rip my 250 calls. Yeah, definitely. Rip my 200 call. Can you show us the options to see how many in the money, out of the money? Like for expiration, I don't have option sonar. I was gonna put like donations towards purchasing that. That was like my first thing because a lot of people ask for it because I know Warden used it. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, but if you guys want to see the data, like I'm looking towards purchasing it, and so we can review that data as it comes in. Everybody giving up before 4 p.m. Everyone's tired, man. It's been a long week of watching the stock go sideways. Everyone's just like 2 days. You don't have to think about GME. Just relax. The markets will be open Monday. I can't wait, but some people might want a little break from the monotony of the last week. It is It is psychologically wearing. That's the point. Selling off their own stock. Should I worry about my holdings? I don't know anything about Schwab. I've not heard good things about them, but I don't have any money with them. So I would look into it more if you feel that, like, I mean, they're FDIC insured. They're not gonna like lose your money or anything like that. Like, they're also insured as a brokerage, so I mean, your money should technically be safe. Well, logic is fun, but not all the time. Yeah, these boat trips have been long. Flying out to the ocean to wait for whales, and then they don't come. It's like when you pay for a whale watching tour and you see no whales. And they're like, I want my money back. I didn't see a whale. And they're like, no. Did you get on the boat? I was like, yeah. This happened to me. That's why I'm talking about it. Pickle rockets. Yes. Pickles and rockets. Have a good weekend, Randy. Lewis, stay until close. Awesome. Someone's got to hang out in here with me. Thank you. Appreciate it. I've tried my hardest to make this week fun for everybody. I'm retired. Every day is a weekend. Must be nice. 175 close. I'd like to see it, but it doesn't look like it's happening. That candle's pretty rad and not super bullish looking. It could reverse, but I mean, there's barely any buy orders. And all the sell orders are like ridiculous. They're like 4,000 and up. You're welcome, Charity. The non-TD Daniel. Good. I don't need... Daniel Taylor is still here, shilling TD Ameritrade. I'm sure he'll drop, you know, one more spicy note before the end of day. Always here till close. Yeah, you never know what could happen. Maybe we'll just have like one crazy green candle. Or maybe the entire stock market's a simulation and all of a sudden we'll just close at like 16 million. And I can do some aftermarket selling and be done with this. If we close at 16 million, I'll be selling some positions. I'll stay online. You guys can watch me sell my positions, but I don't think it's gonna happen. So VWAP drop, close. Looks like 173.52. That's it for the day. I'm gonna update the Reddit post shortly, and I'll see you guys all Monday morning, where we are gonna stick it to the shorties. Have a good one, guys. Peace out.